Hello, 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 ladies and gentlemen.
It's sending to the mixer, but it's not sending to the Zoom or through Zoom. Oh, okay. It's not sending to Zoom. So I can see it here. I can see it when he talks.
I got it. I got English.
You got it?
This is it. So,
We're hearing you. Yeah, we're hearing you because you're
oh, my
muted
microphone is
there.
on. Sorry.
Hello, you getting me? You getting me now? Hello? Hello?
Good morning. Good,
Morning.
good morning, everyone. Can you please begin taking your seats? Lo que no nos ofrezco.
Hello, good morning. Everyone, please to take their seats. We will start shortly. Start by explaining some guidance for the council meeting. So this is the second time that we have a fully hybrid council. So we learned from the last one, but please, thank you for your patience. Let me start by explaining how the microphones work this time, as these ones are a bit different from the ones we used last time. So whenever you wish to address the council, you simply need to press the only button that you have in your microphone. Then I will see here in a screen who has requested the floor and in which order. However, this time I will call the name and it will be the IT team who will directly enable the microphone for you to use it. So that's something that cannot be done from the seats. We have to wait for IT to open it. So please bear with us as we implement this new system. For those joining online, when wanting to address the council, please request the floor in the chat and we will do our best to incorporate your names in the participation list in the order that it was requested. Then I will call your name and you can simply unmute yourselves to make this statement. Another announcement, there is an overflow room. So as you exit this room, you go to the left and it will be the last room in the right. So feel free to use it. And thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Noemi, and good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome you all, both in person and online, to the 67th GEF Council meeting. I'm extremely pleased to be joined again by my co-chair, Dauda Bachi, Executive Director of the National Environment Agency of the Gambia. Dauda will be joining us online this week. Also, I would like to take this opportunity to formally welcome our new Council Secretary, Noemi Hernandez. Noemi has a strong track record in diplomatic affairs and international cooperation, and is herself a former GEF Council member for Mexico. Also, allow me to once more express our eternal gratitude to our outgoing Council Secretary, William Etlers, for his hard work and commitment over the years, which has left an indelible mark on the Secretariat and the entire GEF partnership. Please join me in thanking William. This week of council meetings is coming on the heels of a very successful GEF agency retreat, which was held last week. This event, which gathered representatives of our implementing agencies, was filled with rich discussions and ideas. I also want to thank the many participants who engaged in the GEF consultations with civil society on Friday morning. This event always reminds me of the strength, the power, and the potential of our partnership. I would also like to let you know that this Wednesday is June 10th. This is an important annual federal holiday here. which commemorates the ending of slavery in the United States. I encourage you all to read about June 10th and to honor in your own way the struggles, sacrifices, and hope that it represents. Dear Council members, today is Desertification and Drought Day, hosted this year by the government of Germany in Bonn. This event also marks the 30th anniversary of UNCCD, one of the three Rio conventions that the GEF proudly served, with the theme United for Land, Our Legacy, Our Future. The day is focused on the future of land stewardship, and I encourage you to read, watch, and engage in these activities. This morning, I also want to reflect on another UN Day, World Environment Day, celebrated a couple of weeks ago on June 5th. In his speech, the UN Secretary General rightly reminds us that humanity depends on the land and oceans, on a stable climate, on a healthy natural ecosystems. Last month, May 2024, was the hottest in the record history. This marked 12 straight months of the hottest months ever. But May 2024 may well end up being the coolest month of May in the rest of our lives. Almost 10 years since the Paris Agreement was adopted, the target of limiting long-term global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius is hanging on by a thread. Today, the world is emitting emissions so fast that by 2030, far higher temperatures rise is all but guaranteed. Something similar is taking place with biodiversity. Since 1970, we have lost 70% of the wild population of plants and animals. The Kunming-Montreal GBF aims for the world to be nature positive by 2030, but pollution and deforestation continue. Loss of biodiversity and climate change are two sides of the same coin. Our irrational production and consumption patterns help to generate the global planetary crisis. This unsustainable system can only be addressed with systemic integrated approaches. I would like to remind everyone here that the difference between 1.5 and 2 degrees could be the difference between extinction and survival for some small island states and coastal communities in and their critical important biodiversity. In recent weeks, I attended the Seeds4 Summit in Antigua and Barbuda, and most recently, the UN Ocean Conference in Costa Rica. In both engagements, I was reminded of the immense challenges facing the large oceanic small island development states. Overall, the GEF has invested more than $3.2 billion in 38 seats in more than 1,000 projects over the last 3 decades, which has generated an additional $18 billion in co-financing. The GEF and the SEEDS partnership is a good example of the effectiveness and cost-effective benefit of our family of funds approach. SEEDS receive financing from multiple integrated standalone options from the GEF family of funds to tackle complex environmental challenges. And what the GEF has done in the SEEDS is very consistent with our impact in other groups of GEF recipient countries. But the more we do, the more we see needs to be done. It is time to put an effective price on carbon and tax the windfall profits of the fossil fuel companies. It is time to invest in a mature and reliable global carbon market, on biodiversity credits, green bonds, the third generation of debt swap for nature, and the implementation of a global systems that ensure fair and equitable sharing of benefits that arises from the use of genetic resources. The GEF can be a reliable, cost-effective option for such initiatives, particularly with the potential levies on sectors like shipping, aviation, and fossil fuel extraction. This could be a great financial complement to what the GEF receives in every replenishment process, scaling up impacts and results. The need for action is unprecedented, but so is the opportunity, not just to deliver on global environment, but on economic prosperity and sustainable development. Targets set for 2030 mean that resources and effective actions are needed now. Everything depends on the decisions that are taken or fail to be taken by private and public leaders, especially over the next 2 years. To put it simply, the battle for 1.5 degrees, protecting 30% of the land and the ocean, restoring the restoration of degraded lands, and the phasing out of POPs will be won or lost this decade under the watch of decision makers everywhere, including everyone here in this room. We need maximum ambition, maximum acceleration, maximum cooperation in a world where all too often it has proven difficult to agree to cooperate. The only way that we can combat the complex environmental threats before us is through unified, integrated, and harmonized approach. At a moment where we hear calls for multiple additional financial mechanisms, I strongly believe that we need to come together, not further divide ourselves. This is why the work we do across the GEF family of funds is so important. Since the GEF is the financial mechanism for multilateral environmental agreement, the GEF Council meetings are the ideal place to take decisions on how to tackle more effectively the triple planetary crisis of climate change, pollution, and environmental loss. In this context, the GEF is aiming for more and larger scale investment across sectors in the executive branch, across multilateral environmental agreements, bringing the private sector and including all possible stakeholders into the solutions. With a clear vision of integration and inclusion, the GEF can have more long-lasting impacts. In that context, building and improving on the work we already do within and across the GEF family of funds, the next GEF replenishment can be a game changer in multilateralism and resource mobilization. As an example, at the 42nd mark of the GEF aid period, 60% of the biodiversity resources has been programmed. This is a clear demonstration of the timeliness and efficiency of the GEF programming, particularly through the 11 GEF aid integrated programs, which will, pending the approval of this work program, soon be fully programmed. Beyond the biodiversity resources, the cumulative direct programming to the Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework from multiple programs lines in GEF aid is around $2 billion, showing the power of integration and the untapped potential for synergies across the GEF family of funds. Furthermore, this programming has leveraged co-finance of around $14 billion for a total investment of on the Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework of more than $16 billion. This is resource mobilization in action. Dear Council members, for the first time, the GEF has 3 Council meetings with 3 large and diverse work programs. This is a great illusion of the family of GEF Trust Funds working in synergies for the good of the global environment. The GEF Trust Fund will consider a nearby $500 million work program with 25 projects and programs, including components covering chemicals and waste, sustainable cities, international waters, and the new initiative for land restoration to the Great Green Wall Initiative. The work program includes the Sustainable Cities Integrated Program, the last of the 11 integrated programs, including the GEF aid funding cycle running from July 2022 to June 2026. With this 100 countries has allocated Dear Star investment in our GEF-8 integrated programs, and these programs will now be moving into full implementation. This is a moment for celebration in this council. Chemicals and waste are a major component of the GEF Trust Fund work program, reflecting their priority to help countries meet their international commitments through the Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutants and the Minamata Convention on Mercury. This includes support for a major industrial project in Bolivia that was reduce persistent organic pollutants in the air by targeting processes in cement, textile, brick, and glass production. Another highlight is the Global Electronic Management Program that aims to reduce the generation of e-waste and the controlled reduction of mercury emissions from a cement industry in Brazil. The Great Green Wall Initiative will support the implementation of a Pan-African GEF-supported Great Green Wall focused on restoring landscapes and ecosystems across the 11 countries of the Sahel. And later this week, Council will consider 2 other very important work programs. With over $200 million, the Less Developed Countries Fund work program is the largest ever and will deliver much needed support to many LDC countries in their adaptation challenges around the world. And finally, less than a year after the new fund was established in the GEF, the Council will be knowing the first ever work program for the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. Its first 3 projects include 1 initiative in Mexico and 2 in Brazil, each working to support protected areas on the land and the ocean with long-term financing and with emphasis on indigenous-led conservation. Other important items on our agenda this week include our continued work in streamlining the GEF project cycle in response to the ongoing call for increased effectiveness and access to finance. In the context of the GEF reform, the GEF business plan and corporate budget for fiscal year 25 aims to build up critical needed capacity as envisioned in the GEF-8 replenishment. We will hear from the conventions which we serve. We will also hear from the IEO in some important thematic evaluations, and most importantly, in their plans for OPS 8, which will be an essential input into what we will be proposing for GEF-9 programming and policies. And the staff continues to be our scientific anchor on whom we greatly rely for guidance. Dear friends, the support the GEF is deploying stand out not only for its size and accelerating its speed, but also its reach. To that end, as you know, I have been working on the process that I call the GEF reform. It is a series of initiatives on restructuring, streamlining, and simplifying processes, staffing, review of processes, and data analytics. A critical part of this reform is the restructuring of the GEF Secretariat, and we have consulted closely with many of you in the last year on this exercise. I'm delighted to inform you that the restructuring now drawing to a close with the creation of 7 new divisions, which are general management, programming, integration and knowledge, partnerships, conventions and funds, policy and operations, and communication. A small data and analytic team has also been created for improved planning and decision-making. The hiring of all of these managers and leads is near completion. Several of whom will be familiar to you and some who may be new to you. Secretariat staff has been mapped to these divisions. The newly formed teams are in the process of setting into their new work programs and also in the process of welcoming new members as we begin staffing up in critical areas. The GEF reform in all its facets is what will bring the GEF Secretariat and the wider GEF partnership into a new chapter as we become the family of funds for the environment. Dear colleagues, there is no doubt that we are at the moment of truth for the planet. The GEF partnership needs to rise to the challenges by assessing what we have, where we need to go, and how we will get there. The GEF partnership needs to be bigger, bolder, and better. Bigger in our ambition, bolder in our actions, and better in our delivery, better in our impacts. This is the spirit that I know will prevail this week, and this is the spirit that I want us to take forward as we enter into the GEF 9 replenishment negotiations. As always, I count on your support and your commitment. Thank you so much. With that, I would like to ask council members if they had any reaction or introductory remarks to our 67 council meeting. I see no one asking for the floor, so let's go to agenda item number 2. Thank you so much. I want to remind everyone that agenda item number 2 is the adoption of the agenda that has been given to all of you, has been circulated for your consideration as document GEF/C67/01/Rev01. I would like to ask council if there are any comments or items under other businesses. Note that we'll be taking the secretary of the intervention from the council later this week. Are we introducing the Noemi, any topics I see here in our notes?
Yes, I see that Sophia has requested the floor.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good to go.
Thank you. Chair, co-chair, and council members, it's a pleasure for me to be addressing the GEF Council for the very first time as a council member. And you come with our support and the support of our constituency throughout the work. In other business, our constituency would like to raise 2 additional points in the agenda. One related to the expanded constituency workshop in Latin America, and the other related to topics of removing geographic restrictions on agencies that we mentioned last session, but it's still pending for further discussion. So these 2 items would like to be added in the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Colombia. Do we have anyone on the list of speakers, Noemi?
I don't see anyone else, but I would take the advantage of having the microphone to suggest adding 2 agenda items. The first one is to have a space to remind the council on the next date for the council meetings for 2024 and 2025. And the second is on the membership of the council committees. To this second point, I will be sharing draft decisions by email before we address this topic tomorrow afternoon.
Thank you, Noemi. So I would like to invite council to adopt the agenda for this meeting with the observations that were made by Colombia and the secretary. I see no objections, so we approve the agenda. Thank you so much. So now let me turn it over to my co-chair, who will be chairing the agenda item number 3, which is a work program for the GEF Trust Fund. Over to you, Dauda.
So much, CEO and Chair. It is a pleasure being here remotely. Fortunately, I cannot come, but I have to also take this opportunity to thank you and the entire GEF Secretariat for enabling me, giving me the opportunity to be connected and be part of the discussion. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank the distinguished council members and alternate who are there and the entire GEF family that are there to attend this important meeting. So going by the agenda, I would also like to call on Mr. Claude Carson from the GEF Secretariat to introduce the document GEF/C6703 Ref 01 work program for the GEF Trust Fund. So Mr. Claude, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Co-Chair. And good morning, council members. It's a great pleasure to be here again. I'm pleased to present to you the fourth work program of the 8th replenishment of the GEF. As you will see, we continue to work digitally with recipient countries and agencies during the past 4 months to put together a work program that advances all of the priorities of the programming directions of GEF 8, as well as providing support to many of the goals and targets of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. The recommended work program marks the halfway time in GEF 8 and requests a total of $454.3 million from the GEF Trust Fund and $41.3 million in associated fees for agencies for a total work program of $495.6 million. This represents close to 10% of the entire GEF 8 replenishment envelope. This also brings the GEF 8 programming to almost 60% at the 50% timeline, considering 4 out of 8 work programs in the 8th cycle. If the work program is approved as submitted, 65 of the 144 GEF recipient countries, or about 45% of our recipient countries, will benefit from GEF support across the globe, including 18 least developed countries and 16 SIDS countries. This work program contains 25 projects and programs. The last remaining integrated programs, the Sustainable Cities IP, is included, which means that as of the adoption of this work program, we will have all 11 integrated programs approved and moving towards implementation in GEF 8. The work program also includes 4 other programs, notably the Multi-Trust Fund program with LDCF to advance the Great Green Wall Initiative. Finally, the work program also contains 1 NGI project and 19 standalone projects. The work program includes a total of $5.84 billion of expected co-financing for a ratio of 1 to 13. If we look at the co-financing type of investment, the category of investment mobilized for co-financing represents $5.1 billion, or 87% of the total co-financing. The overall co-financing ratio of investment mobilized is also very high at 1 to 11. These co-financing ratios exceed the targets included in the GEF 8 co-financing policy. Biodiversity is a focal area with the highest proportion of resources being programmed in this work program, contributing a full 34% of the total of resources in this work program. This is followed by chemicals and waste at 23%, and land degradation and climate change with 19% and 13% respectively. International waters focal area has 8% of the total resources, and finally NGI with 1 project is contributing 3% of the resources. The regional distribution of GEF financing in this proposed work program is shown in this slide. In all, 65 of the 144 recipient countries will receive funding. As I said, this represents 45% of all GEF recipient countries. 18 LDCs and 16 SIDS are also benefiting. Africa is the region that has programmed the highest level of resources, followed by Asia, Latin America, East and Central Asia, and SIDS. Important note that the resources under global here are mostly those resources included in the global programs, which will also benefit recipient countries through the participation in these programs, receiving technical assistance, among other services. Twelve of the 18 agencies are represented in the June work program. UNDP and UNEP have the highest amounts programmed, with over 144 and 103 million respectively. UNIDO, the World Bank, and FAO have programmed a little over 66 million, a little over 58 million, and a little, again, over 58 million, which accounts for 13, 12, and 12% of the work program resources respectively. In this work program, the Blended Finance Program, or NGI, has one project, a replication and an improvement on the previously supported Rhino bond for council consideration. If approved, the resource allocation of the separate window would reach a little over 75%, with about 2 years in GEF 8 ahead of us. During the third call for proposals launched after the Winter Council, the GEF Secretariat received 8 projects. There were 8 concepts for funding. 3 projects of those 8 were screened positively, but given the limited time between the February and the June council meetings, only 1 project was ready to be recommended for NGI consideration for the council. The Coral Bond seeks to improve on the Rhino bond structure by generating biodiversity benefits in an entire ecosystem in an area of unique marine richness. Additionally, this new iteration of the bond attracted a private financial institution as an additional outcome payer, secured co-financing from the agency, and ensured knowledge transfer to the local Indonesian authorities. The co-financing on this project alone is 11-1. Work program makes a significant contribution to meeting the GEF 8 outcome targets. At the halfway point in the GEF 8 cycle, 9 out of the 10 results metrics have reached over 50% of their targeted expected results, with the target of marine protected areas already being surpassed. The ambitious objective to avoid 1.8 billion metric tons of greenhouse gases is nearly met. Notably, this work program also contributes an additional 152 million tons. This progress is due in large part to the contribution to this target by the Sustainable Cities Integrated Program. The work program also aims for broad biodiversity outcomes. This includes supporting 28 million hectares of land and marine areas for biodiversity benefits, of which 15 million hectares are protected areas. In particular, GEF financing will support 2.6 million hectares of protected areas and 7 million hectares of landscapes in Sahel countries to support the implementation of the Great Green Wall. To enhance transboundary water management, the GEF aims to place under improved cooperative management an additional 4 shared water ecosystems, including Central America and around the Caspian Sea. Altogether, close to 35 million people, of which half are women, are expected to directly benefit from the proposed projects and work programs. In programs. For the first time, we are able to report on the risk profile of this work program under the new GEF risk appetite framework that was adopted in February. The risk profile is identified as substantial for context and moderate for innovation and execution. This is derived from agency assessments of risks and associated anticipated mitigants for each project and programs, and related ratings for each risk category based on residual risk after mitigation. To align project level ratings provided along 9 risk categories with GEF appetite levels set by risk dimension, this table represents an average rating for each dimension. The average is derived from the highest rating among the 3 relevant categories for each project. Finally, just a little bit of more information on the last of the 11 integrated programs in GEF 8. The work program includes the Sustainable Cities IP, which is the last, as I've mentioned, of the 11 integrated programs under this cycle. The GEF 8 Cities Integrated Program will build on the previous 2 phases of this program and aims to advance integrated and system-based approaches towards building net zero carbon, nature positive, inclusive, and climate resilient cities. The program will enable sustainable urban transformation by raising cities' ambition and contribution to global goals, by investing in integrated and innovative sustainability solutions to address climate change, nature loss, and pollution in cities, by also catalyzing increased flow of investments to cities and fostering global partnerships, and finally, by creating convening space for knowledge exchange and learning. This IP will take a people-centric approach to integrating gender, health, and inclusion with an objective to contribute to the healthy planet and healthy people vision. The IP will target 3 integrated thematic areas, which include nature positive and resilient urban development, decarbonizing built environments, and circular economy. Integrated land use planning and governance, innovative finance, and private sector engagement will be integral across the program interventions. The program will be delivered through 2 integrated tracks, city-level child projects and a global platform. These 2 tracks will collectively maximize impact by connecting cities together and facilitating an enabling environment for political leadership, strengthening technical capacity, learning and knowledge exchange, innovation, and impactful investments. The GEF 8 Cities IP will effectively leverage the partnerships and successful interventions of GEF 7 Sustainable Cities Urban Shift Program to scale up action covering additional cities and bringing more partners under the program. The GEF 8 program will support 40 countries and 46 cities globally. Consistent with programming strategy, this program has strong participation of cities from Africa with 40% of the projects, followed by Asia and Latin America with 25% of the projects each. For the first time, we have a project in Eastern Europe with a new project in the MENA region. The program will use $151 million of GEF resources and leverage an additional $1.3 billion in co-financing for a ratio of 1:8. The program has a strong participation of MDBs and IFI, with 31% of resources allocated to these agencies. The program will support 3 LDCs in Africa and 2 SIDS in Latin America. The Sustainable Cities Integrated Program will be led by the World Bank as the lead agency and include 9 other GEF agencies, which will be involved in the collaboration and in leading different child projects. The global platform will play a critical role in achieving the integrated program's objectives. As the coordination platform, it will not only work with 20 child projects of GEF 8, but also adopt a more holistic approach in convening the GEF 6 and GEF 7 cities programs and partners. With this approach, more than 90 cities in 34 countries will be brought together under the global platform, and more cities will be connected through global convenings, city-city exchanges, and capacity building activities. The platform will leverage rich knowledge, tools, and best practices from the previous phases. It will be developed as a global leading urban forum, consolidating and crowding in diverse partners and their initiatives to scale up the integration approach for urban sustainability. The global platform will be strengthened as a leading urban forum, creating public goods and establishing strategic global partnerships with other actors, including conventions, financial institutions, the private sector, academia, and civil society organizations to extend the reach of the GEF 8 platform well beyond participating countries and cities. With this, I thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to answering any questions or comments that you may have. Over to you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Mr. Co-Chair, you're on mute, so if you can unmute yourself, please, so we can hear you.
Okay, sorry. Thank you very much, Claude, for that presentation. And I would also like to invite council members in case they have other issues to respect to the presentation from Claude.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just as a reminder, if you wish to request the floor, press the button in your microphone, and as I call your name, it will be IT who will open the microphone for you. So I see here the CSO network. You have the floor, followed by Martin.
Good morning, co-chair, council members. The GEF CSO network, having reviewed document GEF C6703 on the work program, makes the following observations and recommendations for kind consideration of the council. We commend the allocation of nearly 500 million for the work program, which leverages more than 5 billion in co-financing. We support the broad range of projects and geographic scope in the work program, which will advance all focal area objectives and ensure GEF instruments will become transformative for urban sustainability, chemical pollution, and restoration of Sahelian landscapes, amongst others. We're happy to see after this work program, most focal areas have exceeded 50% cumulative allocation of resources compared to the targets, except for chemicals, only 36%, and SGP, 43%. We hope that resources can be allocated for SGP and chemicals in the next work program to balance this. It is good to see inclusion of a number of key regional and global programs, including the Sustainable Cities Integrated Program, support for the Great Green Wall and Global Electronics Management Program, and regional projects like Sustainable Land Management for Caribbean SIDS. However, we believe it is critical that in all these programs, that civil society organizations and indigenous peoples and local communities are actively engaged in the design, implementation, and monitoring through a participatory process. We do have some concerns on the level and process of stakeholder engagement proposed in some projects and programs in the work program. We wish to highlight that the GEF stakeholder engagement policy of 2017 mandates effective engagement of stakeholders, including civil society, indigenous peoples, and local community in all activities of the GEF. In line with clause 12 of the policy, agencies must also allocate adequate resources in their respective program and project budgets to promote effective stakeholder engagement throughout the program and project cycles. With regard to the Sustainable Cities Integrated Program, we note positively the inclusion of international NGOs, including World Resources Institute and ICLEI, in the global component. However, we feel additional efforts need to be made to enhance the level of engagement of civil society, social movements, and urban residents in the design and implementation process for national and local level projects. Although it has been highlighted in paragraph 87 that more than 26 million people are expected to benefit from the program, it is not clear how much resources will be directed at or through civil society organizations, including grassroots community organizations. In order to ensure effective and sustainable change, a community-based approach should be adopted in line with the lessons learned and recommendations of the recent IEO study on community-based approach. In addition, although we note that 2.4 million hectares of landscapes will be under improved practices for biodiversity, we note from the project documents that only 500 hectares of terrestrial protected areas will be under improved management. Protected areas are important in urban regions as they provide key ecosystem services of water supply, flood control, microclimate enhancement, as well as recreation and education opportunities. Enhancing or establishing protected areas or other effective conservation measures will also help achieve commitments under the CBD. We hope enhancements in relation to these issues are undertaken in the design process. The GEF CSO network, through its member organizations, has also undertaken a review of technical aspects and level of stakeholder engagement in a number of the projects in the work program, and we will be submitting additional written comments in the near future. Let me first now ask my colleague, Maria Leitner-Reynal from Fundación ICOS from Uruguay, who has been facilitating engagement of civil society in conservation in South America for more than 20 years, to give a specific example from South America.
For example, GEF CSO network members from South America had been raised concern with regards to project 11490 on ecosystem restoration in protected areas in Argentina. They are concerned that the proposed engagement of CSOs has not been considered properly in the preparation of the PIF. Many of the national parks concerned have a very long history of the CSO engagement, and in fact, some of them have been created as a result of campaign by CSOs. Development of partnership with CSOs and indigenous people will be critical to be project success. We believe effective engagement of civil society will provide significant added value to ensure long-term successful implementation. This will include not only effectively implementing ecosystem restoration strategies, but also strengthening the activity participation of civil society organizations and indigenous communities. This commitment will be key to promoting environmental sustainability, social inclusion, and local economic development in Argentina protected areas. Real inclusion is needed from the beginning of the project cycle. The GEF CSO network is happy to work with the CAF and the project proponent to engagement of civil society on this project specifically. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Martin, representing Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Paraguay, Peru, and Uruguay, followed by Stefan. Martin, you have the floor.
Muchísimas gracias, secretaria. Muy buenos días a todos. Voy a hacer esta intervención en español. Teniendo en cuenta que es la primera vez que tomo la palabra, permítanme una breve digresión para comenzar diciendo que es, por supuesto, un honor para mí estar sentado acá en representación de la circunscripción Cono Sur, y será un placer para mí trabajar con todos ustedes durante los próximos días. No puedo dejar de reconocer y agradecer profundamente el trabajo realizado por quien me precedió en esta silla, Antonella Parodi, una querida colega a quien todos ustedes o muchos de ustedes conocen y quien ya se encuentra prestando funciones en la embajada de mi país en Roma, funciones que estoy seguro va a desempeñar con la misma excelencia con la que se desempeñó como miembro de este consejo. Aprovecho yo personalmente para agradecerle profundamente el apoyo que me brindó y un saludo porque seguramente nos está escuchando. Quiero agradecer en nombre de la Constituency Cono Sur el trabajo de William y todo el apoyo que nos prestó en sus años al frente de la Secretaría. Como dijo Julia hace unos días, nosotros encontramos en William un amigo más que un funcionario. Lo vamos a extrañar y le deseamos lo mejor. Y en esta breve digresión aprovecho para dar la bienvenida a Noemí y al frente de la Secretaría y desearle muchos éxitos a ella y a todo su equipo. Dicho esto, pasando a cuestiones sustantivas, agradecemos la presentación y acompañamos la propuesta de decisión. Nuestra circunscripción quiere destacar y celebrar la inclusión de los proyectos y programas en los que participan países tanto de nuestra circunscripción como de América Latina y el Caribe. Se trata de proyectos que demuestran nuestra capacidad en la generación de beneficios ambientales a nivel global y el compromiso significativo y la ambición de los países de la región en abordar diversas problemáticas ambientales a través de enfoques específicos. Una demostración del compromiso de los países receptores es la ratio de cofinanciamiento de estos proyectos, como fue demostrado durante la presentación. Siendo una meta aspiracional, la ratio se encuentra en casi 1 a 13, superando ampliamente la meta de las políticas de cofinanciamiento del GEF, con una amplia participación estatal en ese cofinanciamiento. Quisiéramos destacar también la ambición y el compromiso de los países en este periodo de reposición. A mitad de camino del GEF 8 ya se ha programado casi el 59% de los fondos disponibles y 9 de cada 10 métricas ya superan el 50% y algunas ya incluso lo han superado. Esto demuestra la importancia de contar con los medios de implementación para aumentar nuestra ambición. Y por último, con esto finalizo, queremos destacar la importancia de que el GEF en un futuro continúe apoyando los proyectos sobre monitoreo global de compuestos orgánicos persistentes. Ello ha sido clave para la creación de capacidades en países en desarrollo y en afianzar la generación de datos para la toma de decisiones. Además, el Convenio de Estocolmo está continuamente incorporando nuevas sustancias a sus anexos, lo que exige nuevas actualizaciones en los mecanismos de control, lo cual supone un desafío a las capacidades de nuestros países. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias. We will continue with Stefan, followed by Karim. So Stefan, vous avez la parole.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to speak French. Tout d'abord, pour remercier le secrétariat, les agences d'exécution, les agences de mise en œuvre pour ce nouveau programme de travail. Ce programme de travail comporte de nombreux points de satisfaction pour nous qui correspondent aux points forts du GEF et que le secrétariat vient de mettre en valeur dans sa présentation. Tout d'abord, en termes quantitatifs, avec 59% des engagements déjà réalisés à mi-parcours, nous sommes en avance sur GEF 8, ce qui démontre la bonne capacité d'absorption du fonds. En termes de cofinancement, qui là aussi est l'un des points forts du GEF par rapport à ses pairs, avec un ratio de 1/13, nous sommes là aussi au-delà des objectifs, et donc c'est également un point de satisfaction pour nous. En termes de répartition thématique, la biodiversité, qui est déjà l'aire focale principale, enfin la plus importante, est également en avance en termes d'exécution, donc nous tenons à en féliciter le secrétariat. Et enfin, en termes plus qualitatifs, le Sustainable Cities Integrated Programme qui nous a été présenté couvre une diversité intéressante de pays et de partenaires que nous saluons. Nous approuvons également le programme Coral Bonds qui tire les leçons du Rhino Bonds en allant encore plus loin. Je terminerai par 2 bémols. Le premier, c'est l'aire focale sur les produits polluants et déchets qui, contrairement à la biodiversité, est en retard sur sa programmation. Et donc, nous enjoignons le secrétariat et les agences de mise en œuvre pour prioriser ces projets pour la suite. Dans la mesure où nous pensons que c'est une aire focale importante qui est à la convergence des problématiques de climat, biodiversité, dégradation des terres, et parce qu'elle rejoint également la lutte contre la pollution plastique. Le dernier bémol et le plus important pour nous, c'est le sujet de la concentration des agences de mise en œuvre. Donc c'est un sujet que nous avons soulevé à de nombreuses reprises, déjà lors de GEF 7, et a fortiori dans la préparation de GEF 8, force est de constater que c'est un sujet sur lequel le secrétariat n'arrive pas à progresser autant que nous lui demandons. GEF 8, les policy recommendations de GEF 8 exigent du secrétariat un rapportage lors de chaque programme de travail sur la concentration des agences. Donc nous avons effectivement un outil de suivi, un outil de mesure. mais il nous manque des éléments d'analyse et surtout des propositions de solutions. Ça nous semble absolument indispensable pour corriger la tendance. Donc, nous sommes prêts à demander un mandat au secrétariat pour qu'une analyse à mi-parcours soit proposée lors du prochain conseil, si cela est nécessaire. Parce qu'en regardant les policy recommendations de GEF 8, en fait, il apparaît que une demande d'analyse avait déjà été faite. Je lis dans le chapitre 2, concentration, paragraphe 9 en chiffres romains, que request the Secretariat to include data on concentration measures, including analysis of barriers to participation by agencies with no or very low shares of GEF financing. À notre connaissance, cette analyse n'a pas été conduite, ou en tout cas ne correspond pas à ce qui est proposé dans le rapport annuel 2023, qui est purement descriptif. Par ailleurs, dans le paragraphe 10, toujours dans les policy recommendations, est indiqué request the Secretariat to explore possibilities where necessary to improve the thematic geographic coverage of GEF partnerships, etc., etc. Là aussi, le langage existe, mais à notre connaissance, il n'a pas été suivi d'action par le secrétariat. Et donc, nous aimerions savoir si et quand le secrétariat compte mettre en œuvre ces recommandations. Et sinon, nous réitérons notre demande de compléter les outils de mesure par véritablement une analyse et des propositions de solutions. Merci.
Merci, Stéphane. So we will now continue with Karim, representing Algeria, Egypt, Libya, Morocco, and Tunisia, followed by Ramon. So, Karim, you have the floor.
Thank you for giving me the floor and speaking for the first time. Allow me, first of all, and on behalf of all the countries member of the North Africa constituency, to thank the host country and the GEF Secretariat for the excellent organization and the proposal of a rich agenda, including important items to be examined carefully for all the scheduled sessions. Through the person of Dr. Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, the GEF CEO and chairperson, I would like to send a special thanks to all the GEF staff secretariat for giving the opportunity to the countries of our constituency to meet for 2 days ahead of 67th GEF Council meeting and the other councils of the GBFF, LDCF, and SCCF. These 2 days of intense workload our constituency to address the various items on the agenda of the different councils which are taking place from today. During the discussions and debates which took place, several questions were asked and requested for clarification to be must given to the countries of our constituency, and in particular on the points relating to the express of our concerns regarding the delay of the agencies on submitting some of our constituency projects in this cycle, which could affect our priorities and fulfilling our commitments towards the MIAs and environmental global actions. That some projects already submitted by our countries and which are not yet integrated into the GEF data system. Within the framework of the GBFF, 2 projects were rejected without informing countries about the reasons of the rejections. The questions of the small amount allocated within the framework of the GBFF and the indexation of the calculation of this amount in relation to the total amount of the BD star remains a question which for our constituency raises the questions of equity in the allocation of resources and therefore in relation to the effectiveness in achieving the objectives of the new global framework for biodiversity drawn up at the Montreal conference. Our constituency asked too for more clarity on the procedures of the designation by countries of persons to be part as experts of actually and advisory groups
knowing that the deadlines are, I believe, for next month. These are some concerns that the countries of our constituency prefer to highlight in our preliminary declaration for consideration of clarity, transparency, and positive and constructive participation from our part. I hope that my intervention was not too long, and thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Karim. I now give the floor to Ramon, representing Greece, Ireland, Portugal, and Spain, followed by allowing Claude some space to address the comments.
Thank you. I'll intervene in Spanish. En primer lugar, darte la bienvenida, Noemí. Es un placer tenerte con nosotros en este primer consejo y al resto de nuevos miembros del consejo que participan por primera vez. Sobre este programa de trabajo, igualmente le damos la bienvenida. Celebramos que tenga un nivel muy alto de cofinanciación. Vemos que la mayor parte de la cofinanciación procede de organismos donantes y gobiernos y creemos que debemos seguir incidiendo en el sector privado. Solo aporta un 9% de la cofinanciación y ellos son fundamentales si queremos avanzar hacia cambios transformacionales más allá de enfoques puntuales. Felicitamos a la Secretaría y a las agencias por incluir el último programa integrado de los previstos para el periodo de GEF 8. Como hemos manifestado en ocasiones anteriores, el programa de ciudades sostenibles es muy relevante, es muy importante porque aborda una gran variedad de temáticas ambientales. En las ciudades abordamos la movilidad, los residuos, el agua, las emisiones, la adaptación, mitigación, energía, etc. Y esto tiene una gran repercusión porque son actuaciones muy visibles para el ciudadano. Esto creemos que es decisivo para lograr su involucración en los retos ambientales. Además, el programa se desarrollará en 46 ciudades por todo el planeta, América Latina, Caribe, África, Asia y Europa, y abordará diferentes problemáticas, abordará diferentes puntos de partida y condiciones locales. Y además, y nos parece fundamental, aunará el conocimiento de 9 agencias diferentes. Por eso celebramos la presencia en este programa de trabajo de este último programa integrado. En el caso de la biodiversidad, llegamos al 69% de la asignación. Nos parecen buenas las propuestas del programa de trabajo, en particular los 5 proyectos que se plantean para biodiversidad, así como la propuesta de Blended Finance para el Coral Bond en Indonesia. Y para terminar, 2 preguntas a la Secretaría. Simplemente, ¿cómo se valora en el punto en el que estamos, a mitad del periodo GEF 8, que con este programa de trabajo alcance el 59% de la programación prevista para todo el periodo? ¿Cuál es su valoración en comparación con el GEF 7? ¿Cómo estamos? Y sobre el área, lo comentaba Estefan, sobre el área focal de químicos y residuos, todavía no alcanzamos el 50%. ¿Cuál es la previsión, las expectativas de cara a próximos programas de trabajo? Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Now I will give the floor to Claude to reply, then we may continue with the list.
Thank you, Noemi, and thank you, council members, for those great questions and votes of support in general for the work program. As I said, we have worked very hard. If you recall, we had only 4 months between the February council and this council. And the fact that we were able to work with agencies and countries to present a significant work program of close to $500 million, I think is notable. Also of note is that we continue, and I'm touching wood here, we continue to be able to program all of the resources almost down to the penny that we have in the GEF Trust Fund at each council meeting. And so all of the projects that have been technically cleared and ready for inclusion in the work program are. And so there's nothing left on the cutting table. And there's also very little resources left in the trust fund, which means that we will have more cash deposits between now and the next council meeting. But the programming and availability of resources have kind of gone hand in hand. Thanks to the comments from the CSO, there obviously is a lot of attention that's giving to stakeholder engagement of all stakeholders. As you probably know, our CEO has really voiced very hard for the term of the theme of inclusiveness, and this is really becoming something that has transcended the way that we work. Not that it was not previously, but it is something that obviously the policies of stakeholder engagement are there, but we are also making sure that we are going above and beyond. In specific cases of the IP, for example, the comments of adequate engagement will be transcending or translated into the 20 child projects and the global platform. An IP and a program document for council is a very high-level document, and it doesn't contain all of the details that all of the child projects and the global platform will. And I can assure you that all of the agencies in this case will be working towards the engagement of stakeholders and others. There have been several comments on chemicals and waste, and I'd like to address them all at once here. We do have lower programming for this focal area. And as you know, this focal area, as well as international waters, is not a country allocation. This is a set of resources that we obviously use in the most strategic and most priority areas for chemicals, as well as for international waters. As you can imagine, the demand from the bottom up is much larger than what we have as resources. And we have been very careful over the past couple of replenishments to really look at the global nature of the challenges to address chemicals as well as international waters, and try and focus in on those areas that can produce the best return on investment. That has meant taking a little bit more of a careful approach to weed out some of the concepts that are perhaps not high priority, and focusing in on those that are absolute high priority and highest impact. The team is working with agencies, and we have a very strong pipeline of programs and projects that will come to December and to the June Council. And just to give you an idea, we have 3 very significant large programs of the order of $30 to $50 million. One on integrated collaborative approach to sustainable tourism, which will come to the June meeting of next year. We have a financing agrochemical reduction and management phase 2, which is the farm continuation, and we have a PCB global phase out program. All of these 3 programs are on the order of $30, $40, and $50 million, and they will be coming in the next 2 work programs. There are other major projects in chemicals and waste as well. And again, these will push us well over the 50% mark. And I think we will be by June of next year, kind of having chemicals and waste be at the same level of programming as the others. So bear with us. We are working on this, and these programs take a significant amount of time to get into shape. And these are multi-country programs, as you can imagine. So there's a lot of discussions in that sense. On agency concentration, thank you, Stefan, and I'm sure others will have similar comments. Just a reminder, first of all, it is important to recognize that the business model of the GEF continues to be one where countries have the authority and autonomy to select agencies that are of preference for them to advance any project and program. Obviously, the Secretariat has a say in the review and the adequacy of each project and program. But in essence, we have very little tools. In fact, we have no real tools or leverage unless there's a gross misidentification of an agency on a particular subject, we have very little tools to reject a project solely based on agency selection. That's not part of the business model, and therefore we are dependent on the submission of projects that come to us. And this is reflected, unfortunately, in the kind of very flat allocation of resources that we've seen now in the last several work programs. We've been able to move the needle a little bit in the last several work programs and cycles. If you recall, at the end of GEF 6, we had 40% for UNDP. We're down to 29.5% in terms of GEF 8, but it's still of concern, and as it should be for Council. We had, again, just to remind Council, we did submit a paper at the June 2023 meetings on the strength of the partnership. And the decision of Council at that time was to request the Secretariat to come back at the December 2024 meeting with a further analysis of the strength of the partnership. And the strength of the partnership is code for agency distribution, thematic and geographic coverage, and adequacy of the relationship between agencies and countries. We would be happy, if it is the desire of Council, to include in that paper and in that analysis options for Council to consider developing either incentives or policy tools to allow the partnership to have a better distribution of resources if that is the case. So we are at the disposal of Council on this particular topic. We will be presenting, and as part of the plan in December, to present a paper on the strength of the partnership, and we are happy to include options for Council to consider at that time. On the comments from Algeria on GBFF, I would prefer we leave those comments, but thanks for making them. It allows us to anticipate some of these issues. Obviously, the GBFF Council is the best place to address those. Just suffice it to say at this point that the decision on allocation of resources were agreed upon in the February Council, and those are reflected in the process that we put together for the first two calls of proposals. But I would suggest that we address those comments in more detail in the GBFF Council meeting. And finally, on Spain and Raul's comment on auto-reflection on how we're doing. Hamon, sorry. I guess on the positive side, I think we consider we're doing fairly well. In comparison to GEF 7, we're a little bit ahead of where we were at the midpoint in GEF 7. But considering that GEF 8 includes 11 integrated programs that are very complex, required basically a year and a half of all hands on deck approach from the Secretariat, from agencies. If you recall, we had regional workshops during the first year and a half of the GEF 8 cycle. The fact that we are able, with this work program, to fully advance the 11 integrated programs, while at the same time moving forward with every other priority in GEF 8, I think makes us feel fairly good. Now, as I said, we don't rest on our laurels. We will continue to move ahead. We have the flip side of 60% is 40%. We still have 40% of the GEF 8 resources that need to be programmed. A lot of these, if not all of these, will be programmed through standalone country projects, and we need to continue to support those countries and agencies over the next 4 work programs. With that, I will hand back over to Noemi for the next set of questions.
Thank you, Claude. We will now continue with 2 interventions online, starting with Gisela representing Italy. So Gisela, you have the floor.
Thank you, Noemi, and welcome to the GEF family. And let me take the opportunity to thank again William for all his hard and tremendous work he did in all these years. I would like to thank the Secretariat for presenting this 4th ambitious work program and in particular Claude for the comprehensive presentation and the responses provided until now. We welcome this work program, which covers 65 GEF beneficiary countries with a strong focus on LDCs and seeds, in particular in Africa. We appreciate that the resources will be dedicated to critical sectors such as biodiversity, chemical and waste, climate change, and we welcome that almost 35 million people, half of which are women, are expected to directly benefit from biodiversity project. In this regard, we wonder how we can be reassured that the increasing use of GEF 8 resources for biodiversity is complementary and not overlapping with the resources of Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. We also appreciate the proposed blended finance project Coral Bond under the GEF 8 blended finance program, which attracts a private financial institution, as well as the NGI project with a very high co-financing ratio indicated. Having said this, we would like to encourage the Secretariat to enhance efforts to have a greater private sector involvement beyond the investments from agencies, MDBs, and governments. In this regard, we applaud the Secretariat work for the expected high volume of co-financing of the entire work program proposed. Like others, while efforts are ongoing to diversify the flow of resources to implementing agency, we still have concerns regarding the concentration of resources, whose 50% is distributed to just 2 implementing agency. A further improvement in the diversification of the implementing agency should be pursued, and we welcome the commitment made by Claude to further address this problem. In this regard, we support the comments raised and the proposal made by France in having a midterm review in order to find a possible solution to address this issue. To conclude, we are really pleased to support this work program and its approval. Thanks.
Thank you. We will now continue with Gabriela, representing Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyz Republic, Switzerland, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, who is joining us online, followed by Annette.
Thank you very much, Noemi. I hope you can hear me well. I see nodding. Great. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much for giving me the floor, and first also welcome Noemi. Great to see you. Look forward to working with you in your new role. Switzerland welcomes the work program. Even though smaller than the last 2 work programs, it is still substantial and an important contribution to recipient countries' efforts of implementing their obligations under the conventions and to the generation of global environmental benefits. We are pleased to see the good geographic balance and welcome in particular the larger programmatic approaches, the projects in the chemicals and waste focal area, and the 2 projects from countries that are members of our constituency, including the regional multifocal area project Blueing the Caspian Sea. We have now passed more than 50% of the GEF replenishment period, and we have seen several very large work programs up until now. And therefore, we would ask you if you could elaborate how you will support the countries who have not yet fully programmed their star allocation and who may have had challenges to tap into the IPs to effectively engage and program their remaining resources until the end of the GEF 8 replenishment period. How do you intend to program the remaining resources in the chemicals and waste focal area? And do you intend to encourage countries to blend their star allocation with the resources from the chemicals and waste focal area moving forward? We have, as usual, several comments and questions on some projects, and we'll submit them in writing to the GEF Secretariat after the Council meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gabriela. We will now continue with Annette, representing Germany, followed by Ben. Annette, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And also from my side, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone here. And very much welcome to Noemi joining us here at the GEF family again. Germany welcomes the proposed work program as others before me. It's a great achievement and many congratulations to everybody involved in bringing this to the Council today. Thank you. We feel the projects are generally well aligned with national circumstances and focal area objectives. We applaud the high overall co-financing ratio, which is nearly twice as high as the ambition outlined in the policy on co-financing. But we also notice that at 9% private sector co-finance is still below expectations. We would like to ask the GEF Secretariat to draft a report on lessons learned and recommendations for scaling up private sector finance and present it at the next council meeting for discussion. I know we've gone through a couple of exercises like that, but it apparently is necessary to bore deeper than previously. As this work program represents the midterm of the GEF 8 cycle, we appreciate that GEF makes important progress towards achieving the goals of GEF 8 and is on track to meet its outcome targets. That's very commendable. In this context, the integrated programs play a particularly crucial role. Therefore, we welcome the integrated program on sustainable cities in this work program and marking the important step towards the achievement of this approach. Once again, Germany reiterates that the agreed ceiling of 30% of total resources per agency in GEF 8 must be adhered to. And Claude already alluded to the fact that more are going to comment on that. So I'm going to comment on that too. The persistent high concentration of funds among few agencies has resulted in over 30% of the funds being programmed by UNDP and GEF 8, thus exceeding the cap. This is not only a snapshot in time, as we all know, but follows the trend of past work programs. Therefore, again, we urge GEF Secretariat as well as national focal points, and I listened very closely to what you said, Claude, and agencies themselves to continue to work towards a more equitable distribution of projects among the agencies. This is not an end in itself. It should help to better leverage the various competencies of the agencies, in order to use public funding catalytically and strategically. Especially, we would like to continue encouraging GEF Secretariat to strengthen the collaboration of MDBs and IFIs with national focal points in the implementation. We note that compared to the work program in February, the allocated funds to MDB and GEF agencies have slightly increased from 19.3% to 21.2%. However, the figure for regional development banks decreased from 12% to 9.4% and stands at 6.7% for the GEF 8 in total. This is far off the agreed aspirational target of 10% of GEF 8 funds for regional development banks. A positive example is the AFDB, whose regional project 11572 requests $9.5 million in GEF financing, with an expectation of over $320 million in co-financing. We all know the needs for additional finances, and we have seen the findings of various reports that a lot could come from domestic resource mobilization, engaging with SME locally, realigning policy and regulatory frameworks, etc. I heard you, Claude, on the pivotal role of national focal points and agencies. Therefore, can you please provide a list of concrete measures that need to be taken to address this issue? And as suggested by you, include this in the report for the next council. On another point, we noticed that no absolute or relative figures have been provided for resources allocated to LDCs. We ask the Secretariat to provide these numbers in future work programs. And we stress the importance of reporting on the actual disbursements of funds to approved projects and programs, And we are looking forward to the GEF Secretariat's detailed findings in the next monitoring report. Regarding the presented work program, Germany has technical comments on the following GEF project and requests that the GEF Secretariat sends final project documents for Council review 4 weeks prior to CEO endorsement. This is the GEF project 11574, UNIDO, control and reduction of mercury emissions from the cement industry in Brazil. Thanks very much. And as always, we will share further detailed comments in writing to GEF Secretariat within the determined time frame. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now continue with Ben representing the United Kingdom, followed by Concon. Ben, you have the floor.
Good morning, everyone, and many thanks to Claude for the detailed presentation, which already flagged some of the points we wanted to make. But I think it's worth emphasizing some of those, but also to ask some questions too. But also just to say, welcome, Naomi, to your new job. It's great to see you here. So we're glad to see this work program. We'll be approving the last remaining integrated program. As always, it's important this program links to other similar initiatives. For example, the C40 Cities Climate Leadership Group program. And it's good to see, also mentioned by Claude, that the strong engagement, strong agency engagement in that integrated program with 30% from MDBs. We noted that only one of the 8 NGI proposals was cleared for funding and 5 deemed ineligible. Without understanding the context more, this seems quite a high ratio. In this, is this due to a lack of awareness of the agencies submitting proposals, or maybe some other factors, such as lack of funding? Having said that, we very much welcome the innovative Coral Bond NGI project, as others have mentioned, and welcome the learning it will generate on how to unlock private finance to help protect marine biodiversity and support communities that rely on it. It was good to see this has a very good co-financing ratio of 11:1. It was also good to see the progress being made at this 50% mark, with 59 or 60% of funding already being allocated. And similarly, good progress on the indicated targets as well. And as I think France has mentioned, good to see the progress being made on biodiversity in particular. But as others have raised, we also obviously had questions around the chemicals and waste area, and we saw that as still lagging. But it's great to see, Claude, you made some responses on that already. So I think that probably just about answers those questions, and it's good to understand maybe some of the context behind why that was lagging. But obviously we need to keep a close eye on that. So we were also concerned, I think others have mentioned, in terms of some of the agency's shares. I think you mentioned a little bit about concentration already, but I think also maybe worth focusing on the NDB and IFAD share. I think from my calculations, but do tell me if I'm wrong about this, is about 7.3%, which obviously is less than the policy recommendation from GEF 8, which was suggesting that we should be aiming for at least 10% in that regard. Also, just to flag, I think that was within that GEF 8 replenishment, we had 8% set aside for a competitive window, and I don't think we've used that yet. So maybe an answer on that one too would be helpful. It was good to see inclusion in this work program, a section on the risk analysis for the first time. It's good to see that under the context and execution risks, I think we're hitting the appetite risk target that we were aiming at, which is substantial and moderate. However, under the innovation area, that moderate, that obviously was less than the high risk appetite. But I think the council was allowing itself. I guess it's too early, of course, to expect changes now, but I think it's worth just noting that all the same. I guess that we will get a little bit more into detail about that when we get to the IEO evaluation, which obviously was focusing on risk as well. We'll come to that, I think, tomorrow. So just finally to say, we very much welcome and we also approve the work program. And as others, we will be sending some written comments after the meeting. Many thanks.
Thank you. We will now continue with Concon, representing Angola, Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, followed by Karin. Conco, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Claude, for the presentation on the work program. The Southern African constituency would like to welcome Naomi and appreciate the service given to William throughout the years. We applaud the progress made in reaching GEF 8 targets through implementation of our work programs. And we welcome our constituency's participation in the international waters and chemicals and waste focal areas, and also in the Sustainable Cities Integrated Program. We also welcome the work program's focus on women, youth, and other groups in vulnerable situations to ensure that resilience is built in grassroots communities where most of our projects are implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now continue from Karin representing Sweden, followed by Sofia. Karin, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. I also want to welcome you, Noemi, to the council. It's really nice to see you. And also other new council members being here for the first time. I'd like to thank the Secretariat for the presentation of the work program, and we are very happy to support the program as it stands. We welcome that it covers all 5 focal areas, and that with the Sustainable Cities program led by the World Bank, all integrated programs will now be rolling out. Amongst projects, we are especially interested in the non-grant instrument project Indonesia Coral Bond and look forward to following this more closely. Also happy to see the high co-financing ratio of the work program, although as the previous speakers have also said, we are still not happy with the low private sector financing, so we're looking forward to follow that closely. We also appreciate the increased focus on chemicals and waste in this program. We have raised that earlier, and I appreciate the explanation made by Claude. That's very helpful to understand the situation, but still for the coming council meeting, we will be happy to follow that further. We note and appreciate that GEF continues to strengthen the gender equality perspective. The development towards more projects being gender responsive is very welcome. Also, I just wanted to compliment the CSO network for their comments in relation to the CSO involvement in the projects. It's good that you keep track on that, and also the response from the Secretariat that things that is really important for the GEF, obviously. One issue that somebody else has also raised is around there are more than 50% of the submitted projects in this work program that were postponed due to incomplete documentation. And for the NGI projects, that is an even higher number of rejected projects. It would be interesting to hear a little bit about how you see that. And also, it's linked to the streamlining paper that we are going to discuss later on. But I think it's important to look at what are the reasons for those numbers. We also welcome the new section key risk analysis. And we look forward to monitoring this going forward. Also moving into the GEF 9 replenishment, that is going to be discussed further. And not going to be speaking long on the concentration issue. It's been raised by others. We are also concerned about that, but I also hear what has been said about the issue of national ownership and full flexibility and so on. So we need to look at maybe other ways of raising that figure. And for us, it's not only about those agencies that have a large proportion. It's also about agencies that has no programming so far and very low programming. So we need to look at that as well. Lastly, it would be interesting to hear a little bit from the Secretariat around the programming of the innovation window and how that is moving going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now continue with Sofia representing Brazil, Colombia, and Ecuador, and then we will give Claude some time to address some of the comments. Sofia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. We commend the Secretariat, the agencies for the work program that is today before us. We would also like to take this opportunity to welcome Noemi. It's great having you here. And also William Allers for his valuable and continued support to the GEF Council and each one of us throughout the years. Thank you also, Claude, for the detailed presentation. And we would like to echo some of the comments that had been made. So for us also, this working program is quite comprehensive, especially taking into account the little time that has passed since the last council meeting. Our constituency is glad to host two of the projects presented for this working program, one in Ecuador on improved land and water resources management in the Napo River Basin, and other in Brazil on curbing mercury emission from the cement industry. Furthermore, Colombia is part of the Global Electronics Management Program, and we're confident that these projects will enable our region to continue generating global environmental benefits, including, and as has mentioned, under the chemicals and waste focal area. We would also like to support projects and programs that have been proposed by other countries in our region, and also welcome the geographical balance of this work program. Regarding the information provided by the Secretariat on this 59% of the GEF-8 resources that have been already allocated, being at the mid-time of the cycle. So we see that there's huge progress in this area, and there's variations among focal areas, such as the ones we have been mentioning here. Thank you, Claude, for the explanation regarding the chemicals and waste, because one of the questions we had regionally was, what was the reason why this focal area was lagging behind? And we also see that some countries have already programmed their entire share of the STAR allocation, which also shows that projects are coming up and are being implementing, which is providing for the GEF's ultimate goal of generating global environmental benefits, which is great news for the GEF and for all of us here. And now that we're entering in the second half of the GEF-8 cycle, and we're also approaching to beginning the negotiations on GEF-9, this is also a strong message on how to raise the ambition. And we have been also hearing here like some countries that are yet to program their STAR. So this also tells like how important the GEF is, what its added value, serving multiple conventions, and how important it is to continue to raise the ambition in the context of the GEF-9. We would also like to mention or echo the comments on the co-financing, which is aspirational. And we see how it has been surpassing our target, but still, and as others have mentioned, only 9% continues to be a private engagement, which means that most of it has been public funding and our own efforts, and also partners' efforts, but we still have to see how we can leverage other sources of finance. We would also like to commend the replicability potential of initiatives that have been supported by the GEF. Today we have a clear example with the Coral Bond proposal, which also tell us that we have to continue to build on the lessons learned, supporting innovative schemes that can be scaled and replicated with further refinement to attain the different context-specific needs. Regarding the agency distribution, again, and it has been mentioned across, like we continue to see agency concentration trends within this work program. 2 agencies accounting for 50% of the total resources to be allocated, and cumulatively, they hold almost 46% of the resources allocated in this work program. In contrast, 12 agencies together account for only 17.6% of the resources. This imbalance warrants attention to ensure more equitable distribution of resources among agencies, and it also has part of the rationale behind of what we're calling to have and open these agencies that led us to address and have more direct implementation, which is why we proposed under the agenda item, other businesses. How can we move forward also for enabling these agencies to have wider channeling of the resources? So we would like to leave our intervention here, and thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Sofia. So Claude, back to you.
Thank you. Thanks again to all interventions. I won't address those comments that I've already addressed in terms of agency distribution, but there are many other comments here that are worth responding to. In terms of the private sector, we obviously can welcome the request for an assessment or analysis paper to be presented in December. So we will put that on the to-do list, and hopefully that will help put more clarity into the role and evolution of the private sector in projects and programs in the different cycles. But the preliminary data that I have here is that the engagement or the proportion of co-financing in GEF 8 that comes from private sector is just shy of 15%. And that's a significant increase from the previous cycles, GEF 5, 6, and 7, where the average or the proportion was much closer to 10%. So again, that's a 50% increase, but it still remains a 15% of the total. So I don't want to inflate this number more than it is, but we are on at least the trajectory for more engagement. But we'll look at this in more detail. We'll present an assessment that also gives more granularity between the different modalities. Obviously, NGI, blended finance, and IPs are probably where there is a better opportunity for engaging the private sector, but we can put all that into perspective in the December paper. On Gisela's comment on biodiversity complementarity with the GBFF, this is something that obviously is very important. We don't want to double fund the same activities, but the way that we've addressed this has been twofold. One, obviously, in the way that the GBFF programming directions were set up, they were designed and developed to be basically complementary to what the biodiversity focal area has been funding under GEF Trust Fund. And secondly, in the selection of proposals, of course, because the GBFF is a competitive window, countries don't have allocations. They have a ceiling to which they can request funds according to concepts that they have to fit into the GBFF programming directions, which by definition are complementary to what the GEF is funding. And because they are competitive, of course, we have a process hopefully to bring to council the best concepts respecting a lot of the targets and geographic distribution and so forth that the GBFF has. So we can revisit that in the GBFF Council. In terms of Gabriela's comment on the remaining resources of GEF 8, as I mentioned, we still have 40% of the resources in GEF 8 to program. We will hopefully be doing that in the next 4 work programs. We do have, and this was approved in the GEF 8 negotiations and the replenishment package, a very comprehensive country engagement strategy, which basically builds on the successful decades-old country support program with a set of activities and resources to help support countries in their accessing GEF resources. And we had pretty much engaged in this in the latter part of the GEF 7 cycle, which allowed us to formulate the comprehensive country engagement strategy for GEF 8. This resulted in GEF 7 to us being able to program 97% of all of the resources that were dedicated to SIDS countries, for example. So there's a lot of work behind the scenes that Council does not see, but that results in the work programs that we keep presenting to Council for consideration. And a lot of this is done through the wonderful Secretariat staff, which are all present here, And they are grouped into regional teams of a variety of focal areas, variety of experts, and we engage, trying to engage as a one-stop shop for countries to access the diversity of funds that we have at their disposal. So we do put a lot of effort, and again, you know, we're all going to be pivoting as of December towards the GEF 9 negotiations, but many of us in the Secretariat will continue to work very diligently in supporting every single one of the countries so that they can access the resources, and we will continue to report back on that. As a complementary aspect to that, there was a question in terms of reporting on LDC countries. We do that as part of the scorecard, which I think the scorecard will be published this afternoon if the adoption of the work program is done. We'd be happy to include that data in the cover note if that's of use. So we'll take note of that as well. In terms of the chemicals and waste focal area, I did respond to some of the questions of under programming. There were questions also of perhaps blending finance from country star allocations, and that's something that will perhaps be able to integrate in two of the big programs, this tourism and the agricultural sector, so the iCoast and the Farm 2 programs that we are developing. We're working to see if we can include certain country star allocations to complement the chemicals work on the tourism and agricultural sector. So it is something that we hope to be able to present in these two programs. And again, that would be a great way to integrate the chemicals and waste focal area into a lot of the other focal areas as well. There's, I think, an interesting disconnect between the data regarding regional development banks and IFAD and the contribution or the distribution of resources. I have the cover note document here, and let me just read the table 5 data on agency distribution of resources. If we include ADB, the African Development Bank, BOAD, CAF, DBSA, EBRD, IADB, and IFAD, the cumulative resources, including the June work program, sum to 9.5%. So unless we are working with a different set of agencies for this particular group, I think we are close to the nominal target of 10%. Now, again, we're not saying this can't be improved on, but I've heard at least 2 different, I think Annette had one figure and Ben had another. And we can perhaps have a side huddle at some point just to make sure that we're talking about the same thing, because we seem to have a third data point here, which doesn't match up. So I'd like to just reconcile that. So let's maybe just sit down at some point and agree or see where we're disconnecting on that important point. We take note of the request for additional review by Annette on project 11574. We'll put that in the summary of the co-chairs. On the NGI and in general on the rejection of projects, taking NGI out of the picture right now, we reject a very, very small proportion of any project and program that is submitted to the GEF Secretariat. It does occasionally happen. It is a provision that's included in the policy, the project cycle policy. But the only reason where we reject a project that is submitted by a country and an agency is when we consider that there is a total mismatch of eligibility of what is being proposed with the GEF 8 programming directions in a way that would be easier to start from zero with a new concept than rather trying to fit a square in a round a square peg in a round hole. We do take that very seriously. As I said, we don't reject projects that often. In fact, very, very minimally. But it does happen. In this particular work program, in this period, we did not reject any projects aside from the NGI, which doesn't mean that there are not projects in the portal which are in need of more work And that's what, when we say that the projects have not submitted all of the required documents, it just means that the projects are still under review and will be considered in the December work program. Now, regarding NGI, we need to start from the beginning. NGI is a competitive window, and therefore we do have call for proposals for NGI concepts to be submitted. And at each round, we analyze the concepts for two things among the many other things that we do in terms of due diligence and project reviews. First of all, we screen them for eligibility, like we do any other project. And secondly, we then screen them from the financial NGI perspective, where we have an ad hoc panel of experts that help us in that respect. For any concept to be considered further, it has to be competitive on both of those first initial screens. And it's just no surprise that many of the concepts are either good on one or good on the other, but they just don't represent viable NGI kind of projects. In GEF 7, we had over $500 million of demand through the different calls for proposals for an envelope of 136 million, which we eventually funded entirely. So this is just part of the way that NGI works, and I'm certainly not troubled by the 5 projects that were rejected. Again, we do not want to spend precious time of agencies and secretariat staff on concepts that we feel will never be ready for approval. And certainly don't present any of these to council unless we are fully cognizant that these are good, innovative projects that need to come to council. So again, I'm not terribly worried on this. This is kind of the way that these NGI calls have been going. And we are in discussion with 2 of the concepts that we are still considering, and we will have a 4th call for proposal to hopefully be able to fund the remaining 25% or so of NGI projects in the next work programs. And finally, there was a question on the innovation window. We have a couple of windows that we are now activating. We have the innovation window, which is $13 million that's available in GEF 8. We have the competitive window, which is $38 million of resources that are going to be available for 5 countries. And we have the SGP 2.0 window, which is also going to be activated or has been activated to basically fund the remaining portion of the SGP allocation. These 3 windows, as I said, are being sent out for agencies and countries to submit. We will be reviewing concepts over the summer and hopefully be able to submit projects and programs, if there are any, under these 3 windows at the December and June council meeting as we present them and based on availability of resources. So those are ongoing, and you'll hopefully see this in the coming work programs. With that, back over to you, Noemi.
Thank you, Claude. We will now continue with the intervention of Joko, representing Japan, who is joining us online today, followed by Laura. So, Joko, you have the floor.
Thank you, Noemi, and good morning to colleagues. I would like to also join others in congratulating Noemi for becoming the Secretary of the Council. And my apology for not being able to come in person, but I'll be joining online. Japan welcomes the formulation of this work program, which will cumulatively utilize almost 60% of the GEF 8 resources. We would like to remind that the GEF funding should reach not only to relatively larger countries, but also to smaller countries in need. In that sense, we would like to encourage comprehensive coverage of LDCs and SITs for those integrated programs, as well as to harmonize the standalone projects on the ground. The concentration of the implementing agencies continues to be the challenge, as mentioned by others, and we expect further diversification and applications from different agencies. With regard to the blended finance project, Indonesia Coral Bond as mentioned by the others too, is the first of its kind to realize the outcome-based finance with global environmental benefits, where bond investors become the direct co-financier for the marine protected areas and receive the conservation success payment in return. We believe that this kind of innovative project can engage not only private investors, but also various stakeholders to nature conservation while enhancing resource mobilization. We would like to request the GEF to appropriately evaluate the results as well as the of this project and utilize experience for the future project formulation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now continue with Laura representing Estonia, Finland, and the Netherlands, followed by Abigail. So, Laura, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, and good day, colleagues. We would also like to thank the Secretariat for your hard work preparing this week council meetings, and also we would like to thank William Still for his great work for the GEF, and happy to see you still here this week with us. And of course, we would also like to thank you, Noemi, welcome you, Noemi, to the GEF family, and we very much look forward working together with you. We would also like to thank Claude for the comprehensive presentation. We welcome the work program and its ambition level. It's also very welcoming that expected results are communicated in a very concrete and clear way. We welcome the Sustainable Cities Integrated Program and few comments on it. Cities and municipalities are key in implementing climate, biodiversity, pollution, and sustainable development targets at the local level with a whole of society approach. It is important that the solutions enhance both ecological and social sustainability simultaneously. This requires support for holistic, sustainable strategic decision-making. Urbanization creates demand for the building and construction sector. The sector uses vast amounts of natural resources and land, which then creates climate emissions, stress on biodiversity, and pollution. Thus, circular economy solutions need to be integrated in the sector holistically. Co-finance ratio is also very good in this work program, as is mentioned already by several colleagues, as $1 matches almost $13. And this is, of course, higher than in the previous GEF work program, and very welcoming trend. Like also already some colleagues like from the Spain and Germany emphasize the role of private sector, we would also like to better understand from which private sector sources this funding is coming, and we can definitely support the German proposal on drafting lessons learned, a better assessment on this topic. It is also good that 12 out of 18 implementing agencies are presented in this work plan, although UNDP still has a rather high percentage. We would, of course, like to see a higher ratio also for MDPs. And finally, it's good to notice that the chemicals and waste focal area has grown and was the second biggest focal area after biodiversity in this work program. Although the original focal area target allocation in GEF 8 is still lacking behind, and we already thank Claude for replying to this question earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now continue with Abigail representing the United States, followed by Wei-Feng. Abigail, you have the floor.
Thank you, Naomi, except for it's Rob who's representing
Rob.
the United States. Yeah.
I got the correct name, but
Yeah.
you have the floor, Rob.
Thank you very much. And first, welcome to the GEF Council. Welcome to the family. Really look forward to working with you in the future. And also, we'd be remiss if we didn't thank William for his years of invaluable service to the council. And I'm happy to see that you're still here, and hopefully you'll still be in some way a part of the GEF family. I can't imagine it without you. Also, welcome everybody that's here to Washington. Good morning, everybody. Always happy to host you in this, my city, my fabulous city. And this year it's forecast, we have extreme heat forecast. So it's gonna be a little different than it was in February, the weather is. Please, if you're outside, stay hydrated, be safe. But enjoy Washington, notwithstanding the extreme heat. Okay, well, thank you to the Secretary. Thank you, Claude, for that great presentation. Thank you to the implementing agencies and the countries for this work program for the 67th GEF Council meeting. We appreciate the ambition and scope. We appreciate the ambition and scope of these projects, as well as the wide range of environmental priorities that are represented. In particular, we are pleased to see the large number of projects in the chemicals and waste focal area, especially those supporting the implementation of the Minamata Convention on Mercury. And Claude, we really appreciate the descriptions of the projects that you provided, sort of forecast for the upcoming projects in this focal area too. I'm really interested in the one about tourism. I'm trying to envision what a project on ecotourism, how that incorporates chemicals and waste issues, but I look forward to seeing that. We also are pleased to see support for an outcome bond that will support marine biodiversity. I'm not going to pile on the agency concentration issue, just to say that it's still a concern for us. And I guess we'd really like to get at the heart of what is causing this issue and try and figure out what really next steps we can take to address the issue. I really appreciate your explanation of the situation, Claude. Also appreciate the paper that you're doing that you described that's coming out in December. I think we like your offer of options for agency concentration in December paper. That sounds like a good idea. This is an issue that as long as I've been on the alternate council member for the US on the GEF Council, we've talked about this issue. It seems like a perennial problem. And now it seems like we really need to, instead of just talking about it, we need to better understand what really is causing it and see if there's steps that we can take together to try and address it. Just welcome constructive input on that. Okay, now I'm gonna get a little more specific. We would like to request a second review of projects 11429, 11455, 11524, and 11553. In addition, the United States requests that the following statements be reflected in the written record of the council meetings. The United States, in light of its policies for certain development projects in countries that are state sponsors of terrorism, in light of its policies for certain development projects in countries whose governments are not addressing trafficking in persons, have engaged in a pattern of gross violation of internationally recognized human rights, or do not have in place a functioning system for reporting to civilian authorities audits of receipts and expenditures that fund activities of the armed forces and security forces. And in light of its policies related to development projects in China, Cuba, and Zimbabwe, we oppose and thereby do not join a council decision that would support GEF projects 11287 in China, Cuba, and in Zimbabwe. The United States, in light of its policies for certain development projects in countries whose governments are not addressing trafficking in persons, and in light of its policies for the development of projects in Nicaragua, opposes and therefore does not join a council decision that would support project 11520 in Nicaragua. The United States, in light of its policies for development projects in Zimbabwe, opposes and therefore does not join a council decision that would support project 11572 in Zimbabwe. I'd like to again express our appreciation for this work program, and we will submit further detailed comments by email. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob. And before we continue, may I just invite everyone to speak closer to the microphones because interpreters are having a hard time to follow when you're not that close. So thank you for that. And we will now continue with Wei Feng representing China, followed by Barbara. Wei Feng, you have the floor. So okay.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Naomi, and welcome on board. And we welcome the proposed work program and appreciate the hard work of the GEF Secretariat in such a short period of time since last council meeting, and also the joint efforts made by relevant agencies and recipient countries. Regarding the portfolio distributions in terms of focal areas, I would like to echo others on the end programming in chemical and waste. And thanks for the explanation. And we look forward to a big progress in the coming months. Regarding the specific project, I would like to request for a second review of one program before CEO endorsement. That is the Global Electronics Management Program. The GEF ID is 11553. So I will send our written comments of the meeting. Finally, we also look forward to continuous progress in diversification of agencies. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you. We will now continue with Barbara representing Canada, and then we will get Claude some time to address the comments. So Barbara, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. I hope you're not tiring of feeling the love, you and William, in terms of welcoming you and thanking William, and of course, welcoming all new council members. I'm going to make some adjustments here since so many good points have already been made. So first and foremost, Canada welcomes and supports the proposed work plan. We appreciate the effort to create a comprehensive work plan with this high co-financing that covers all areas, including the last remaining integrated program, which sounds promising. An integrated approach, and I know we've been saying this for some time, and we're really pleased of how that has rolled out and progressed as a priority for Canada, and there's so much to be learned from that approach. So we're excited about that in the context of GEF 8 and also 9 to come. Carlos, you mentioned this, Claude's mentioned it, many people around the table have mentioned it in terms of the good progress being made around the allocation, almost 60% in 9 out of the 10 metrics, over 50% of the expected targets. This is important not only in terms of where we are in the cycle, but it is concretely the way to demonstrate that these investments are working and GEF is delivering, and it's the right place to be. Also, echoing many people in terms of the supportive approach for the Global Chemicals Monitoring Program, implementation of Stockholm and Minamata Conventions. Really enjoyed seeing the diversity of projects there we saw, and it made for actually quite a bit of work back home as we consulted with a wide range of departments, which made me think we need to be a little bit more integrated, but in terms of water and forest and agriculture, soil. I believe Sweden made mention of gender inclusivity. Also wanted to echo that. They're really pleased to see that the gender action plans are being budgeted, that the projects are starting to be more systematic in their approach when it comes to allocating financial resources to gender-related activities. One of the questions or something we would like the Secretariat to consider, we're making some assumptions that there would be increased workload when it related to covering BBNJ and also the GBFF, and if there would be future consideration in terms of increased resources to support the Secretariat's capacity to integrate gender transformation approaches across the policies and programs. So in terms of is the current capacity sufficient given the additionality and the very important components that have come to GEF most recently? Also would like to echo the message we heard from the CSO network in terms of the importance of adequate resources and effective engagement of civil society. Extraordinarily important. Appreciate, Claude, you mentioning that it's the inclusiveness is I think above and beyond is the expression you use. That certainly we would want to hear. I would flag that we would be very interested in seeing the Secretariat work in the space of clearly outlining in the work program how Indigenous peoples are involved at the design and delivery of their projects. Recognizing there's some limitations around how the documentation is structured, there's still a pretty limited mention of Indigenous peoples, and we would like to see that, I think, be a bit more explicit and crunchy and concrete, so we can get our minds and arms around that and proceed with a high degree of confidence. And the last point I'd like to make is thanks, Claude, for a glimpse of December. Being from Canada, I'm not quite sure I want to go there quite yet from a weather perspective on such a warm day. But we do very much, I think the fact, well, first of all, we do very much look forward to the discussion that will come when it comes to the strength of partnership, and also now this private sector piece that Annette has suggested and the Secretariat is open to taking up. I think also the fact that we're on item 3 and the first probably substantive item of our discussions, and we're talking about the really important pieces that we need not to lose, and we're going to come back to in December, is probably tantamount to the group's ambitions and what we are looking forward to from GEF. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we will give some time to Claude to respond.
Thank you. The beauty of a long Q&A is that the comments are becoming few and fewer from my perspective, because I've addressed many of them, but there are several new ones here. First of all, thanks again for the strong support of the work program and many of the comments on co-financing. This is all very heartwarming from our perspective. Thanks to China and Rob, we've taken note of the projects that Council would like to see as a second review, and we will also incorporate the footnotes as appropriate once we receive them. In terms of, I think the only other comment, aside from the fact that we will again take all of the considerations of the private sector and agency distribution or concentration into the papers that we present in December. The question of inclusiveness, I think, is one that will continue to be an important and new topic that we develop. Just to give you a preview of our GEF 9 kind of byline, we're talking about integration, impact, and inclusiveness as the 3 I's that will kind of guide the strategy development and the policy package and the impact that we want to have. The inclusiveness is the third of the I's that kind of came to birth perhaps in the GEF Assembly. It was a very strong input into the Assembly, and it was obviously a kind of a new topic and a new theme that we have adopted now as we gear up towards GEF 9. And a reflection of this, and this is to address Barbara's comments on capacity, in the new structure of the GEF, we created a partnership division, which basically is all about the whole of society and inclusiveness agenda that we've been talking about, that has been also brought very strongly to the forefront by our CEO. And so on the internal side, it will mean that we will continue to have high-level expertise on all of these fronts, whether it's IPLC engagement or gender, youth, women, and other stakeholders, civil society. But it also means that, and those will be kind of outward facing in terms of how we integrate in these themes and topics and elements into the GEF 9 and the kind of business planning of the GEF. But it also will be reflected in how we also need to build capacity across our technical staff to be able to address these issues, to respond to your question, Barbara, of how we make sure that each project and each investment reflects the best way to engage these different stakeholders and themes, and that they're reflected adequately. So we're transforming both internally the way that we will have capacity and the way that we will build our own capacity, the way that we will bring in new capacity, and also to make sure that these themes are reflected outward. So I think that's a very exciting new development. And as I mentioned, we have a division lead now who is in charge of advancing all of these. And just to point her out, she's somewhere in the first 2 rows behind you, Adriana Moreira. Maybe if you can just lift or stand up just so people can recognize you, and so you can have chats with Adriana on the sidelines. I'm sure she'll be very happy to hear any of the ideas that you may have on that respect. With that, I will hand back to Noemi.
Thank you, Claude. So we will continue with the list, following with Richard, representing Australia, New Zealand, and the Republic of Korea, followed by Victoria. So Richard, you have the floor.
Thank you, and good morning, afternoon, evening, everyone. Like others, Naomi, welcome. William, as always, appreciate your support. We welcome the work program. It has many positive characteristics, but too important to us is the geographic coverage, plus also the co-financing. I think the work program represents a vast amount of effort that you don't really see in a work program being presented in the document. So I'd like to thank the work of the GEF Secretariat, the staff, the implementing agencies and recipient countries. It really represents a large amount of effort to get to this point and the implementation. So I just want to say thank you. I particularly welcome the information presented on the risk appetite framework in terms of the work program. Like has already been mentioned by Ben, I did note that the risk profile around innovation is only moderate and it's only early days, but I think it's something to look at in terms of future work programs, getting that risk balance to the direction where we agreed in the appetite paper. Catalyzing financing is very important, and welcome the blended financing instrument, the Coral Bond. I'd also be interested in seeing what more we can do in terms of progressing that work and information around the ones that were rejected. Overall, the co-financing is excellent, and has been pointed out, the private sector co-financing is not as high as others, and I would welcome that paper being presented in the council meeting in December. One thing that might be useful to consider is whether or not the private sector strategy, which was agreed, I think, almost 3 years ago now, whether or not it's still fit for purpose, and whether there's a need for a more extensive piece of work to update that strategy. I'm not saying it does need to be updated, but I think we've been talking about private sector for a number of years subsequent to the strategy being agreed, and we haven't been seeing significant progress, and it may be worth thinking about the structural approach we're taking towards the private sector. As has already been pointed out, 5 of the 8 non-grant instrument programs didn't meet the timelines, were rejected. We support further, as Claude has already mentioned, further work on that. We support the geographic scope of the work program. We emphasise the importance of broader representation across regions to ensure they're adequately represented, including Pacific and Southeast Asia, and we welcome that as part of the recent work programs. We also welcome the strong GEF 8 results so far. As others have noted, a lack of, a catch-up in chemicals and waste, and I won't repeat what others have said, and also the small grants program. One area we're interested in looking at is which isn't covered in the information provided, is a link to the streamlining process, is the timelines for projects being presented as part of each of the work programs, how long they've taken from their inception through to approval, what constraints there are in the projects being developed, for example, data constraints, and what more can be done to improve that, recognising it's not all about speed, but getting that information is useful, but having some context around that speed and what the constraints are and what additional support might be useful to address those issues. Concentration has already been mentioned. I welcome the discussion further in December. I'd also be interested to hear any updates on any plans for new agencies to progress towards accreditation, which can go some way towards addressing the concentration issue. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will now continue with Victoria, representing Austria, Belgium, Czech Republic, Hungary, Luxembourg, Slovak Republic, Slovenia, and Turkey, followed by Anil. Victoria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Noemi, and a warm welcome from us as well to you, and thank you to William for his excellent support over the very many previous years. Our constituency supports the work program, and we particularly appreciate the project supporting the implementation of the Great Green Wall initiative. We welcome the very high co-financing commitments that come with it, and would like to ask agencies to follow closely the materialization of these co-financing commitments. In the context of this project, it's also very encouraging to see the collaboration between UNEP and the West African Development Bank, as well as the collaboration with the GCF and the LDCF. Another project that we very much welcome is the proposed Indonesia Coral Bond project, which has also been mentioned by several others. We think this is very innovative financing and with great potential, and we look forward to hearing more about this project as it evolves. We also welcome the update from Claude on the chemicals and waste focal area, which was also an area where we had some questions. So thanks for the update and for presenting to us the strong pipeline that we can be expecting. Concerning the Sustainable Cities IP, we see that it is a major contribution to the global environment in terms of greenhouse gas reduction. We also very much appreciate the high IFI share that was presented to us at the beginning of the session, as well as the dedicated section on policy coherence. The one area where we would still see room for improvement with regards to the Sustainable Cities IP is on mobility aspects. We think that this IP could be even more impactful if there were a bit more focus on different mobility options. So in terms of e-public transportation and where adequate also on cycling infrastructure, because we think that these mobility alternatives can really have a benefit in different big cities. Finally, the one point that is of great concern to us that many others have mentioned is that of the ongoing concentration of resources. We also think, as many others, that we do not need just monitoring, but concrete solutions. And in that context, we very much welcome Claude's offer to include in a December paper concrete options, solutions for Council to consider, including incentives that can be provided, as well as different policy tools that could help to reduce the concentration and to reach a more balanced distribution of agencies as part of the GEF portfolio. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will now continue with Anil, representing Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Maldives, Nepal, and Sri Lanka, followed by Ahu Susten. So Anil, you have the floor.
Yeah. Thank you, and welcome all to DC, the warm DC to be very precise. Good luck for those who are coming in from colder areas, and for those coming from warmer areas, feel at home. Thanks, William, for all your support all these years, and I don't think your innings is fully ended. I think you can start a new innings in a different format, I guess, and I don't think Carlos is going to leave you off that easily. And welcome, Naomi, to the council, to the GEF, and look forward to working with you closely. Yeah, thanks for the update, and I really appreciate the chemical waste program which has been taken up, and look forward for some similar cooperation in my constituencies. And so is the case. Also, I appreciate the approach and the focus on the gender inclusion. Thanks for the support of the GEF team, especially in getting through the two projects from India on financing and conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity, as well as the sustainable management of wetlands and forest grasslands. One of the things which I would like to highlight is that there is a high pressure of the cities programs in South Asia, and look forward to a little bit more increased engagement of GEF in the sustainable cities program. And the second suggestion, which my colleague also earlier said, was regarding the private sector strategy. I think we need to review it as well as revise them with the flexibility, especially taking into account of the global private sector investment priorities, because this is also the same thing which we are also been discussing in the bank. But drawing on the experiences, another suggestion is that drawing on the experiences from your Coral Bond as well as from the Rhino Bond, I think we should explore similar programs, more such similar programs in other constituencies, and especially in India, where the bond market is pretty hot, and I think you should capitalize on that. Probably we can work together on that. And another one thing which is concerned with generally everybody highlighted is the distribution of allocations. I don't want to get into the nitty-gritties, but definitely I mean, we'd like to look into that a little bit more closely. And one more thing which I would like to request is that there should be an increased increased alignment with the MDBs, because they can not only leverage your engagement, your interventions, the knowledge inputs which comes from GEF, but they can also take it up to scale to achieve the results and the outcomes what we are looking in for. And well, talking on this, I mean, I didn't see anything on the plastics portion, and I would be happy if I could get some sort of an update on any of the, I mean, GEF's engagement status in the Plastics Convention. And last but not the least, just a small request, probably another screen here would help the people this side of the globe, on this side of the table, for a better vision of what is being shown on the screen. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Thank you for that suggestion, and we will take it into consideration. So now we will follow with Ahou Sustem, representing Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Guinea, Liberia, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and Togo, followed by Jonas. So Ahou Sustem, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour à tout le monde. Je voudrais d'abord signaler que je suis nouvelle. Je succède à Madame Kone Alimata, qui était la précédente point focal opérationnel de la Côte d'Ivoire. Je voudrais également, à la suite de mes prédécesseurs, remercier le secrétariat pour l'important et l'ambitieux programme qui nous a été proposé ce matin, mais également la forte capacité de cofinancement qui a été soulignée. Et aussi remercier le FEM de façon générale pour ses appuis au développement durable dans nos pays. Je voudrais toutefois interpeller le secrétariat sur l'intérêt en vue d'une mise en œuvre réussie des projets et des programmes qui sont contenus dans le plan de travail qui nous a été présenté, de pouvoir renforcer les capacités techniques, matérielles et financières des points focaux opérationnels. Pour nous, cela permettra, au-delà du choix des agences d'exécution, qui est justement de l'autorité et de la responsabilité des pays, cela nous a été rappelé ce matin, et aussi l'endossement des projets qui est de la responsabilité des points focaux opérationnels, de pouvoir contribuer efficacement au suivi de la mise en œuvre de ces projets qui sont aussi le moyen de mobilisation des ressources du FEM et des cofinancements qui ont été indiqués ce matin. Et je voudrais aussi, en termes de recommandations, insister sur l'intérêt, en tout cas pour le FEM, d'assurer une contribution assez importante du secteur privé. Et c'est à juste titre que je salue l'ambition qui a été présentée ce matin par le CEO sur l'intérêt justement d'aller vers des mécanismes de mobilisation tels que les obligations vertes et tels que l'épineuse question de la tarification carbone. Voilà, donc c'est sur ces points-là que je réitère en tout cas mes remerciements et j'indique que pour le compte de notre circonscription, nous sommes favorables au programme de travail qui nous a été présenté. Merci.
Merci, Ahou. We will now continue with Navan Uk, representing Cambodia, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Lao People's Democratic Republic, Mongolia, Myanmar, Thailand, and Vietnam. And then we will give Claude some time to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Our constituency welcome me for this new position, and we thank for the detailed presentation. From the presentation, we acknowledge the demographic balance of resource allocation under the GEF 8 program. However, we have some concern from our country in our constituency regarding capacity building. So we have to see some mechanism to support country in accessing GEF resource, considering from capacity building of our NDA up to forming any GEF country steering committee. We appreciate the high ratio of co-financing in public sector, but we would like to see GEF to mobilize more involvement from private sector. We welcome the consideration on sustainable city integrated program, and we accept the complement of CSO network involvement. For GBFF, some country in our constituency concerned about the time frame for GBF selection round. We worry that 1 month selection round is not enough. So we would like to request for considering on time frame extension. Again, for the selection criteria, we would like to propose for GEF Secretariat to organize a briefing session or workshop to further explanation on the GBF selection criteria. Last but not least, we will have 2 projects from Southeast Asia constituency proposed under LDCF. 1 project from Laos PDR and 1 project from Cambodia. So we would like to express our sincere appreciation to the GEF Council meeting here for considering the 2 projects. And we believe the 2 projects will benefit to address climate issue in our country level, as well as contribute to solving global climate. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Navan. So back to you, Claude, to answer the council members.
Thank you. Again, a lot of support, a lot of comments on topics that we've heard about already. On the private sector topic, I think it would be important, obviously, to present a paper in December on the contribution of private sector to co-financing, and to separate that from the review of the private sector strategy itself. And the reason is that, if I'm not mistaken, the IEO will be presenting a study on private sector engagement in December as part of OPS 8. And therefore, if we can complement that with specific aspects of co-financing, that will allow us to then have the elements to review the private sector strategy either for June of next year or part of the GEF 9 negotiations. So if you're kind of okay with that, that would be the proposal at this time. And we don't want to make, I want to make sure we don't miss on the commitments, but I think it makes sense to do it that way. On the NGI, again, we very much appreciate all of the warm welcomes on the Coral Bond. This is something that, I guess from a positive side, we are now seeing that the Secretariat is almost a victim of its own success with the Rhino Bond. We have at least 3 or 4 or 5 other species-based bonds that are being thrown at us as ideas and concepts over the past 6 months. To the point where we at the Secretariat decided internally that we needed to do a little bit more due diligence in providing guidance to agencies to make sure that what is being proposed is not just a bond that has a warm and fuzzy or a charismatic or a flagship species, and that it could represent a good investment for NGI, but we wanted to make sure that we had the depth of the actual conservation work behind this. And I'm going to use an example that's perhaps a little extreme, but that I know my CEO will understand, and that is not totally off the mark. If you were to develop a jaguar bond and only measure the success based on jaguar populations, you can basically reward people for deforesting and putting up cattle ranches because jaguars in general will do fairly well in mixed agricultural landscapes where there are cattle to feed on. And I don't think that's the kind of approach that we would like to fund. And I'm being a little sarcastic, but I'm just making the point that there has to be science and there has to be conservation approaches behind these conservation bonds. And we already sent the message when we got this coral bond concept originally that we wanted a more comprehensive approach to the actual investments that would benefit the entire ecosystem, in this case, corals. So we are working very closely with all of the agencies that have interest in this. We don't want to discard this. This is a new area. It's obviously straight in the middle of the nature-based approach that we want for blended finance. It could be something that becomes very interesting for the GBFF, but we do want to have an approach that is just not just, you know, pasting a charismatic species onto a bond of any nature. So this is more for information, but I suspect you will be seeing a couple more of these NGI kind of approaches, but I want to reassure you that we are putting a lot of thought into how to go about doing this. On the comment from Anil and the cities and your constituency, like every IP, this was a call for expressions of interest that we did over the first 2 years. In the case of cities, we only received one expressions of interest from South Asia in the 2 rounds that we made, and it was from Sri Lanka. And Sri Lanka was actually successfully included in the program. So we do hope to have as many countries in the IPs as possible. And I think in GEF 8, we have about 100 countries that have participated and are participating in all of the 11 IPs. But we continue, again, like any other window that we have, are dependent on countries buying into these ideas. But I think in the case of overall, in terms of GEF 8 for the IPs, we have been extremely successful. Overall, 100 of the 144 countries of the GEF participating in IPs, I think, is an extremely good result. In terms of plastic, there's a session on relation with conventions tomorrow morning, I believe, and certainly there'll be more discussion on that aspect. The treaty is being negotiated and there will be ongoing negotiations. We are engaged as an observer on financial matters as member states discuss options, and we will see where the GEF comes out in the end. We are not a promoter of the negotiations. Of course, we participate and we are an observer, and we respond to any requests from member states that want to engage with the GEF. The comment from Côte d'Ivoire on building capacity of OFPs, we are fully on board with this. Again, I'll refer us back to the country engagement strategy, where we are working very, very closely with every country and every OFP. If some of you feel left out, please continue to work with us, come to us. We have teams that are expressly designed to respond and work with you and your teams. We also have resources in the country engagement strategy to provide financial support to OFPs. We are finalizing, and hopefully we'll be able to activate this in the coming months. It's a little bit of a challenge with the World Bank administration to be able to give out tens of thousands of dollars to 144 different entities. So we're trying to find a way to wholesale this, and we're looking at different options. But we do have resources that will at least provide some form of financial support for OFPs to go out and visit projects, be able to, you know, be mobile and engage consultants and so forth. So we hopefully will be able to announce this in the coming months, if not sooner. And finally, on the comments from Cambodia on the GBFF and on LDCF, again, I would refer those comments to the next council meetings that will happen on Wednesday and Thursday. Back to you, Noemi.
Thank you, Claude. So we will now continue with Enid, representing Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, Nicaragua, Panama, and Venezuela, followed by Filippo. Enid, you have the floor.
Buenos días, tengo que apretar.
Adelante. Sí.
Muchas gracias, buenos días de nuevo. Soy miembro alterna de mi circunscripción. Como es la primera vez que tomo la palabra, quisiera saludar a la Secretaría y agradecer la calidad de sus documentos y a todos los miembros del Consejo aquí presentes y a quienes nos acompañan de manera virtual. Es un gusto conocerte, Noemi, y un eterno agradecimiento a William por su excelente labor. Agradece a nuestros países el programa de químicos y de mercurio de los cuales nuestra región se ha beneficiado ya. Pero en esta ocasión quisiera hacer hincapié en el proyecto presentado a este programa de trabajo para el que de antemano agradecemos su apoyo. Se trata del proyecto Mejorando la Gobernanza de la Fuente al Mar para reducir los impactos de los grandes ecosistemas marinos transfronterizos en la región del SICA. El objetivo de este proyecto es expandir el enfoque de gestión de cuenca a arrecife, fuente al mar, que se utilizó con éxito en un anterior proyecto del GEF del arrecife mesoamericano. ¿Cuáles son los impactos esperados? Realmente son muy importantes, ya que se espera la mejora en la gestión de más de 1.6 millones de hectáreas de áreas protegidas terrestres y más de 166.000 hectáreas de áreas marinas protegidas. También restauración de ecosistemas de más de 300 hectáreas de tierras y ecosistemas, la mejora de prácticas en 350.000 hectáreas de paisajes, la mejora de la gestión cooperativa de 2 ecosistemas acuáticos compartidos con el potencial de agregar más ecosistemas durante la fase de PPG. Tenemos beneficiarios directos 350.000 personas, incluyendo 175.000 mujeres. Así que este proyecto tiene como objetivo mejorar la gobernanza ambiental, regional, mejorar la gestión del agua y los ecosistemas y fomentar el desarrollo sostenible en toda Centroamérica. Como repito, muchas gracias de antemano por su apoyo a este proyecto. Buenos días.
Muchas gracias, Enid. So we will continue with Jonas, followed by Darnell. Jonas, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Naomi. As it's the first time I take the floor at the GEF Council meeting, I would like to thank the GEF Secretariat for its warm welcome and also recognize the immense privilege it is to serve our constituency as a council member. I also echo other colleagues in welcoming Naomi in her new role and thanking William for his invaluable contributions. So our constituency would like to thank the GEF Secretariat for presenting a broad and highly relevant work program. We are pleased to see programming within the chemicals and waste focal area, but note the program target for the focal area is not yet fully reached, and would therefore echo the comments from several colleagues that this work be given priority going forward. The work program targets all 5 program areas, with biodiversity comprising the largest share. In line with the previous comment from Italy, now that the GBFF has been established, we would appreciate if the GEF work program could include a brief explanation as to how the GEF Trust Fund programming within the biodiversity focal area complements the GBFF programming. We highly appreciate how GEF projects and programs are progressing from being merely gender sensitive to being gender responsive. This is clear from reading project proposals, and our constituency is of the view that this makes projects and programs not just more inclusive, but also of a higher quality and more sustainable. And we look forward to reading about gender results and results on policy coherence in the next monitoring report. We also note that the concentration of funding towards a few agencies continues. And as mentioned during the last council meeting, and just now earlier by my colleague from Germany, UNDP's share of GEF 8 as a whole is not in line with the aspirational ceiling of no more than 30% for any one agency. So we urge the GEF Secretariat and the country focal points to diversify the use of agencies, and we also hope to find new measures to address this issue of concentration in GEF 9. Lastly, we support the suggestion from France that the Secretariat follows up on the policy recommendation for data and analysis on barriers to participation by agencies with no or low share of GEF financing, and support the suggestion from the Secretariat to potentially include some options for the Council to consider when presenting the paper on the strength of the partnership to the December Council. And as usual, we will share some written comments after the Council meeting. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Jonathan. We will now continue with Darnell, and then we will follow up with Filippo. So, Darnell, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. On behalf of my constitution from Central African, we would like to express our gratitude to the Secretariat for organizing this council meeting. We also welcome Noemi. We encourage comprehensive coverage of LDC and seeds with allocated resources. We appreciate that chemical and waste has been ground in this IP. Agency concentration and the distribution must be taken into consideration. We appreciate that the GEF to continue the gender mainstreaming perspective. Small amounts allocated in the GBFF fund for the country should be considered, and the GBFF selection round timeframe is not enough in our perspective. We encourage GEF to provide additional capacity building for GEF focal point to strengthen country coordination and ownership. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Darnell. So the next in line is Filippo. Filippo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to take the floor. This being my first intervention, I'd like to very much thank the GEF Secretariat, and also I'm honored to represent my constituency here at this GEF meeting. I wish to acknowledge with gratitude the work that has gone into implementing decisions in relation to the work program from the last council meeting. We welcome the work program presented in this regard, and we note and are pleased with the progress made, and we look forward to the continue working collaboratively and improve strategically, and most importantly, to translate benefits and effectiveness of the program to reach those at the furthest and most remote areas of the globe, including us from the Pacific. And with that, we would like to streamline activities to take the aforementioned into account and further support the geographical scope and fair representation across the regions, especially us from the Pacific. If I may, Mr. Chair, just to try and reiterate the context, we are talking here, sitting here, representing essentially the whole world. For the Pacific Island countries, if I could just leave the two larger ones in my constituency, Indonesia and the Philippines aside, which jointly make up about 8.36 million square kilometers of maritime territories. For the Pacific, small Pacific Island countries, their maritime territories represent about 1.5 times the African continent. And the population sizes range from about 10,000 up to the biggest one, Papua New Guinea, is about 6 million. Yet the context, when we talk about sustainable development in order to address the global environmental challenges, if you look at our region individually as individual countries, and then there's absolutely no way we can build capacity in order to be able to build sustainable capacity to face the long-term environmental sustainability objectives that we are looking at. So my point is that if the GEF could look at, provide some capacity to look at our region, as our leaders have decided, because Pacific regionalism is the only way that we can move forward in terms of the economies of scale and benefiting from the best practices in terms of international collaboration. So within that lack of capacity is the inability to come up with credible project proposals that can reach the level of the council for consideration for improvement. So our leaders have created a fund called the Pacific Resilience Facility in order to try and bridge the gap between this lack of capacity and the funds that we sit here trying to administer at this Global Council. So I would urge on behalf of my constituency, if the GEF could step back and look strategically at our region in terms of its unique context, the tyranny of geography and small population spread over vast oceans, to see how you can address us as a single entity in order to benefit from the economies of scale and other factors going forward. Thank you again for giving me the floor. I yield it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Filippo. So this concludes the list of speakers as far as I can see. So back to you, Claude.
Great. Thanks again to everybody. And I just have a couple of comments here. On the biodiversity focal area strategy and the GEF Trust Fund and the GBFF, obviously there is and there has to be complementarity. We do, and we have incorporated a section in the GEF Trust Fund work program cover note that explains the contribution of this work program to the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Now, I think we can perhaps do a little bit better at explaining not just that aspect, but also the complementarity now that we are actually having work programs in the GBFF. So we will do that in the coming work programs. We appreciate the support of INID on the Central America IW project, and we look forward to working with the SICA countries to build out a more robust project. And finally, again, there were comments from Darnell about the GBFF, and I suggest that we take those up in the GBFF Council, which will be on Wednesday. With that, I hand back over to the chair, or co-chair, sorry.
Thank you very much, Claude, and also want to take this opportunity to thank the council members for those wonderful contributions. The recommendations going forward. And also want to take this opportunity to thank Naomi for the assistance. And I think we are almost around lunch, and then this being very interesting, I would actually suggest that we close for lunch, and when we come back, we can continue on this important topic. So on that note, we can now adjourn the meeting until after lunch at 1:30 p.m. Thank you so much for the time. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you, Dauda, for that. But before we go to lunch break, we are doing a change of the agenda. We will continue the agenda as it is after lunch with the budget, fiscal year 25 budget. But I would like to ask Council for the approval of this work program as it has been presented in the agenda. So I would like, yes, France, please.
Can you help us behind to open the microphone for Stéphane, please?
Oui, merci. Nous sommes prêts à adopter le programme de travail tel qu'il est, bien sûr, mais il y a quand même le sujet de la concentration des agences de mise en œuvre qui a été soulevé par de nombreux intervenants. Nous remercions le secrétariat pour ses explications, notamment s'agissant du projet de rapport qui sera présenté au Conseil de décembre. Par contre, il me semble quand même qu'il y a beaucoup de demandes qui ont été faites, et aussi pour rebondir sur la suggestion de Claude, de compléter ce travail d'analyse par des propositions concrètes qui, bien sûr, ne remettront pas en cause la liberté de choix des pays partenaires, qui est un principe fondamental que nous ne voulons pas modifier. Mais il me semble quand même qu'il y a peut-être des pistes sous forme d'incitation ou peut-être en modifiant les processus de décision qui pourraient être explorés. Donc encore une fois, c'est quelque chose qui a été mentionné par de nombreux intervenants et je me demande si ça nécessite un nouveau projet de décision qui compléterait la décision prise par le Conseil de juin 2023.
Thanks, Stefan, for your recommendations. So this normally goes into the highlights. This is, we take note, it goes as we normally do it in the highlights of the council. And yes, we will be working on that so it can be presented for the next council meeting in December. Thank you. So after the discussion of this agenda item, which is the work program, I would like to invite the council to adopt the draft decision that is included in document GEF/C 67/03/Rev01. I see no objections from councils, so the work program is approved. Thank you so much. So we will go now to our early lunch break. Otherwise, we will go in a very late lunch. I would invite you all to come 1:30 p.m. so we can continue with the agenda that has to do with the agenda item, the budget and fiscal year 25. Thank you so much.
Distinguished council members, colleagues, and
Merci,
GEF
los
Secretariat.
integrantes del Consejo.
My God. Yes.
Sorry, Dab, I think that we're having an echo from the interpretation booth. So if we can first fix this before we give the floor to the co-chair. Okay, I think that it's been, no, still not. Okay, let me try again. Mr. Co-chair, you are muted and we cannot hear you.
Co-président, je pense que votre microphone n'est pas allumé.
Hello.
On ne vous entend pas.
Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Okay, welcome back. There's a lot of echoing. I don't know. Okay, is it okay? Hello?
Hola.
I think we're good, Laura, but sometimes, yeah, there is all translation are in the same channel, and there is an echo from the interpreters. So if we can
Welcome back, all the council members from lunch, and then as we agreed.
That I think that you're muted. We cannot hear you.
Votre microphone est en sourdine. On ne vous entend pas, monsieur.
I think now. Okay, I get it now.
So maybe we can get some IT help because I see here in the Zoom that the co-chairs are muted, but we cannot hear anything in the room.
Car son microphone est allumé, mais...
Okay. Are you getting me?
Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
So maybe we can just fix the echo, please.
Welcome back, distinguished council members from lunch. And as we agreed before lunch that we're going to continue on this agenda. And I also suggest if you can get at least few intervention so that we can move to another agenda on this issue. So we can still get some intervention from council member on this work program, from which we'll conclude it, and then we move to the agenda item 4. So can you take up the lead in supporting the council members, or those who want to intervene or do want to come up with a contribution on agenda item number 3? Yeah, man, the floor is yours. Hello?
Thank you, Dauda. So we will continue with agenda item. Let's see how. Yeah, we got a problem.
Yeah, there's no problem.
I need someone from IT to tell us when we can start the session.
Stand by for a second. 1, 2, check. One, two, check. Yes, I'm sending audio here. And receiving Zoom, yes. That's how it was set up in the. How the Zoom is gonna hear. You're sending to Zoom? I can mute that.
I'm hearing you in all the channels.
In all the channels?
Yes, I'm hearing you on all the channels. I'm here. I'm listening through the microphone.
One, two, check.
Co-chair. And hello, everyone. It is my pleasure to introduce the GEF Business Plan and Corporate Budget for FY25. This document presents the combined FY25 budget request for the projected administrative expenses of the Secretariat, staff, and the trustee. The FY25 budget request for the Secretariat reflects the core priority to ensure full and effective delivery of the ambitious GEF 8 programming and policy agenda and ongoing project portfolio. It aligns to the 4-year administrative budget envelope for GEF 8 set at replenishment, which provided a significant increase in funding for the Secretariat to meet the higher volume of funding and work demands of GEF 8. As described in the budget document, key areas where the Secretariat will add capacity include programming work to deliver the nearly 30% increase in projects coming for review in support of strong work programs to GEF Council and CEO endorsements. The high volume of integrated program projects also requires more time and better capacities and skills in the experts and specialist professionals in the Secretariat. A second key area for expanded capacity is expanded support for the conventions and work in operations, policy implementation, and communications associated with the growing portfolio. A third is enhanced engagement and partnership with countries, indigenous peoples, and local communities, women, youth, and other partners and stakeholders. And finally, a fourth area is expanded capacities in data and analytics for improved monitoring, reporting, and planning. The FY25 budget also reflects a strong focus on efficiency and savings. For example, the budget request on consultants goes down significantly as staff capacity is enhanced. It also reflects savings through digital connections and efficiencies from the internal restructuring that Claude was discussing earlier today. Let me also provide an update on the issues of office space and administrative support from the World Bank. The earlier status on these issues was reported in detail in the FY24 budget request presented last year in Brasilia. The Secretariat is pleased to report that the issue on office space is resolved. Aligned to the Council decision last year, the World Bank agreed to work with the Secretariat to review and finalize the lease renewal for our offices. The renewal was completed in January on very favorable cost terms. We want to express our appreciation to the World Bank for its support in this renewal. The second topic is cost recovery for administrative support of the World Bank. The FY25 request aligns to Council's decision in June last year. In subsequent discussions with the World Bank, however, they proposed a higher level of cost recovery, leaving the matter unresolved. As noted in the document, however, there has been a recent potential breakthrough by separating out certain items from the charge rate to be handled and paid for separately by the GEF. This can be seen from the updated World Bank proposal as a starting point, which sets a rate for FIFs, financial intermediary funds, of 17% of total costs or 20.48% of direct costs. This rate already excludes legal support, external relations, and certain IT costs in a reduced services package. From this starting point for FIFs, the World Bank has also agreed to deduct GEF lease costs, which are paid separately by GEF, and more recently, the cost of World Bank BPS support. And BPS stands for the World Bank Office of Budget, Performance, and Strategy. This second deduction from the charge rate is based on recent agreement that GEF will fully handle and pay for its budget work and no longer receive this support from the World Bank BPS office. As explained in the budget document, this last deduction is significant. The Secretariat calculates that it would reduce the charge rate to around 11.2% of direct costs for GEF. As a result, even starting from the World Bank's own latest proposal, these adjustments come very close to the ceiling of 11% of direct costs set by Council last year. If this deduction were made from the Council set ceiling of 11%, the rate would go even lower to around 10%, as explained in the budget paper. The CEO provided its calculation, the Secretariat's calculation of the BPS adjustment to the World Bank for any comments and to explore this new avenue for resolution. The World Bank indicated that BPS-related data could vary somewhat by year, but would be transparent. They also stated that they could agree to the starting point of their last proposal with reductions for lease and the BPS function, but nothing more. While appreciating the progress, the Secretariat has concerns that this is still too high for GEF. Firstly, the Secretariat's analysis presented last year indicates, for example, that World Bank costing for support on human resources and the Office of Institutional Integrity, which is the anti-corruption office of the World Bank, is overly heavy for GEF and not accurate to GEF's unique governance and situation. We have also conveyed our comment and concern that the World Bank approach has not properly taken in consideration GEF's substantial benefits to the World Bank as required by World Bank policy on trust funds. The CEO, therefore, suggested a possible compromise, which was 10.5% of direct costs, this is mentioned in the paper, plus paying separately for the excluded items that I just referred to. We considered this to be a fair suggestion, but it has not been accepted. Nevertheless, we are pleased to report that the costing is much closer with this approach, somewhere between 10% and around 11.2% of direct costs based on data that the Secretariat has received. The separation of lease, BPS service, and legal support also aligns to GEF governance and independence and provides a more accurate and efficient basis for costing aligned to GEF's governance and business needs. The budget presented to Council follows Council's decision last year with a ceiling rate of 11% of direct costs. This is somewhat above the suggested compromise of 10.5% and slightly below the level of 11.2% that I just mentioned. This is for Council review and consideration. The document before you also presents the budget requests for STAP, the trustee, the CBIT Trust Fund, and the Nagoya Protocol Implementation Trust Fund. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Also, in my opening remarks, I've already referred to the importance of this GEF Trust Fund budget proposal in providing the Secretariat with the additional capacity needed to deliver the GEF 8 and the ongoing project portfolio and the work program. As I did last year in Brasilia, I would now like to provide a short additional comment on the topic of cost recovery from the World Bank. As you all recall, over a year ago, we received the first cost recovery proposal from the World Bank. It proposed a charge rate on GEF of 22.6% of direct costs. This will have a very heavy overcharge of the GEF Trust Fund, taking away significant funds intended for projects in GEF recipient countries for each year to come. This is why we have put so much time and effort into this complex topic. Throughout an extended dialogue, we are now discussing a charge rate that is less than half that level, between, as Peter mentioned, between 10% and around 11.2%, with certain administrative items now separated out in a way that aligns both to the GEF governance and more efficient costing. This is thanks to the Council decision last year in Brasilia and the ongoing dialogue with our colleagues at the World Bank. The goal has always been to get to a fair and reasonable rate for all sides, taking into account GEF's unique governance and situation, as well as GEF benefits to the World Bank. So I'm very pleased with this progress, and I believe it gave us the right path going forward. So I thank you so much for the presentation of this agenda item has to do with the budget and the fiscal year 25. Peter, I'll pass it over to our secretary so she can coordinate the exchange comments and questions that we may have with the council members. Thank you.
So the floor is now open. Martin, you have the floor.
Muchísimas gracias. En primer lugar, por la presentación. Nuestra circunscripción acompaña el proyecto de decisión. Dicho esto, hay algunos temas abordados en el documento que quisiéramos destacar. En primer lugar, muchas gracias por la actualización sobre el estado de situación de las conversaciones con el Banco Mundial para ajustar el costo de su asistencia de manera tal de que no supere el techo del 11%. Nos llamó mucho la atención y nos preocupa que la solicitud de este Consejo al Banco Mundial para que presente un informe escrito con la justificación para la propuesta de incremento en los costos indirectos, que eventualmente superaría el techo del 11%, no haya sido respondida de forma debida. Acá juego la carta de soy el nuevo en este consejo y no sé muy bien cuál es la relación con el Banco Mundial, pero entendemos que a un pedido formal le debe seguir invariablemente una respuesta formal. El documento menciona que colegas del Banco Mundial habrían dicho que lo que le preocupa es sentar un precedente. A ver, que se entienda bien o que no se malentienda, no es por supuesto esto una crítica a la Secretaría y al accionar de la Secretaría del GEF, sino a la modalidad de respuesta, hasta por una cuestión de cortesía profesional. Creo que habría que insistir un poco en esto. Respecto a lo complementado por el CEO, precisamente eso también nos llamó la atención y nos preocupó mucho la afirmación que está en el documento que según la cual un cargo irrazonablemente alto por gastos generales iría en detrimento de los proyectos o de los fondos para los proyectos destinados a los países receptores. Me parece que eso es, o nos parecería preocupante. Pasando a otros temas abordados en el documento, celebramos la nueva división de asociaciones y la designación de un lead specialist, la participación de las mujeres, la juventud, los pueblos indígenas y las comunidades locales nos resulta clave. Y a este respecto, nuestra región es un ejemplo de la importancia del programa Pequeñas Donaciones. Por último, quisiéramos destacar dos temas muy importantes para nuestra circunscripción. Por un lado, la Country Engagement Strategy, que para nuestros países es clave. Estamos hablando de fortalecer o de fomentar el country ownership de los procesos y la legitimidad de los procesos multilaterales, por lo cual creemos que esto debe reforzarse. Y ahora sí, por último, la iniciativa para la creación de capacidades en transparencia, el CBIT, el apoyo a nuestros países en la presentación de los informes de transparencia es vital. Como sostiene el documento bajo análisis 2024, será un año seminal por la presentación de los BTR en diciembre y coincidimos con la Secretaría acerca de sus expectativas de una alta demanda para actividades relacionadas con esta iniciativa. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias. So the next one in list is the CSO network, followed by Tsuyoshi. So CSO network, you have the floor.
Thank you. On behalf of the GEF CSO network, we commend the GEF for its financial year 25 business plan and corporate budget, which demonstrate a strong commitment to strengthening the GEF Secretariat and to better manage its program and manage global environmental challenges. We appreciate the focus on enhancing staff capacity, which will improve efficiency and reduce reliance on consultants. However, engaging civil society, particularly youth, women, farmers, and indigenous people, is also very vital and enable GEF business plan to be adapted to the proposed whole of society approach for inclusive and sustainable outcomes. We urge the GEF to expand this effort and ensure youth are actively involved in decision-making processes. Creating programs for youth-led educational initiatives can harness their innovative potential. Expanded and effective communication is crucial to achieve a whole of society approach. We note with concern that no increase in the communication budget line is proposed. We encourage GEF to enhance its outreach, focusing on engaging younger audiences through social media and digital platforms. This will broaden support and highlight the positive impact of GEF-funded projects. We also encourage GEF to work with the CSOs, such as members of the GEF CSO network, to undertake outreach and engagement activities in a cost-effective manner. We note the strong statement in the paragraph 121 and 123 on the importance of GEF to catalyze deeper engagement with civil society. We also note the aspirational target set by the CEO of the 10% of the GEF's resources following directly to civil society by 2030, compared to about 1% now. We are therefore rather concerned that the financial year budget of the GEF only allocates 55,000 or 0.16% for work directly with civil society, and it is expected that not funds will be spent on this financial year 2024. We strongly urge the GEF Council to increase the allocation on budget for the Secretariat to work with civil society over the coming year to prepare for the targeted whole of society approach for GEF 9, and at minimum carry forward and spend funds from financial year 24 to financial year 25. Sustainability practices within the GEF workplace should continue to be prioritized. We need to walk the talk. We commend proposed effort to reduce single-use plastic and explore renewable energy options, but why have we waited 30 years for this? Expanding this initiative will further demonstrate GEF's commitment to sustainability and call on all partners and implemented agencies to do the same. Transparency is budgeting and spending is essential. We call on the GEF to provide detailed report on budget outcomes, especially those affecting civil society and youth. This will build trust and ensure effective resources use. In conclusion, the GEF CSO network support the financial year 25 corporate budget plan, provided more action is taken to enhance engagement and outreach with civil society. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now give the floor to Tsuyoshi, representing Japan, followed by Jonas. Tsuyoshi, you have the floor.
Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you, Naomi. First of all, I'd like to thank the staff for your preparation of corporate budget of FY25, which includes an increasing in staffing with reforms such as streamlining programming and operations and strengthening engagement with non-state actors. We recognize the situation that the total of the 24 estimated actual and the 25 requested budget is 46.8% of the 4-year corporate budget of $127 million agreed to in the GEF-8 capital increase negotiations. We can basically appreciate this situation since the requested budget for 25 is within the appropriate range of progress for the entire GEF-8 period. However, at the same time, I'd like to ask following three questions. Firstly, regarding the staff cost, the significant increase in staff cost in FY25 budget is basically understandable as an unavoidable cost increase for the strengthening its organizational capacity to cope with the increased operations and the next capital increase. But at the same time, we believe that effective budget execution is much important. In this regard, while successful recruitment is an important factor in strengthening the organization, the plan is to hire considerably more staff at the end of fiscal year 25 than at the end of 24. In order to succeed recruitment in such a short period of time, just 1 year, we believe that strategic and systemic recruitment is essential. I would like to hear Secretariat views if you have any specific measures in mind regarding the recruitment of appropriate personnel during this year. Secondly, while an increase in the budget in real terms is unavoidable due to the expansion of the size of the GEF, it is important to execute the budget efficiently with an awareness of cost effectiveness. For example, the World Bank has an indicator such as the cost-to-income ratio, but I would like to know if there is any indicator that can be used to quantitatively measure efficiency in the execution of the GEF's budget. Lastly, I'd like to just confirm that in this FY25 budget, about $2 million of the amount saved in the GEF 7 budget will be utilized. If there is a balance in the GEF 8 budget, I would like to hear whether it will be carried over to the GEF 9 Secretariat budget. Thank you. Back to Chair.
Thank you. So now I'll give the floor to Jonas, representing Denmark, Latvia, Lithuania, and Norway, followed by Abigail. Jonas, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. So our constituency would like to thank the Secretariat and the trustee for the business plan and corporate budget for FY25. We are pleased to learn that a longer-term lease renewal was secured. We are, however, concerned to see that the administrative cost issue has still not been fully resolved, and that a reduced percentage would be linked to less tasks being carried out by the World Bank. Our understanding was that the GEF Secretariat was of the opinion that the administrative cost as a whole were too high. In light of this, we would appreciate a full explanation from the World Bank regarding what these costs entail and why they are relevant and accurate for the GEF. We note and we've read the report provided by PwC. However, we would still like more information directly from the World Bank on this important issue, and also to be held informed in real time of any progress in the discussions. Given that the replenishment negotiations for GEF 9 are approaching quickly, we note that it is important to ensure that this issue is resolved before the start of the negotiations. Regarding greening of the office space, as mentioned by the CSO representative, we would like to encourage the GEF to expand its efforts to include this more broadly in its operations. For example, by mapping your environmental and carbon footprint and developing an action plan to reach set goals. We would like to request that such a plan is presented at the 69th Council meeting. And further down the line, the GEF could also look at influencing the operations of its agencies so that GEF's investments also become greener in their implementation. Related to this, we would like to receive some more information on GEF's travel policy and ask for the policy to be in line with GEF's efforts to green its operations. Lastly, we highly appreciate the enhanced work taking place in partner countries as part of the country engagement strategy, including work on policy coherence. And we would like to ask the Secretariat to provide a short update on this work at the next Council meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Abigail from the United States, and then we'll give Peter some time to reply.
Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. So first of all, I'd like to to start off by thanking you for the presentation of the work plan and budget and on the update of the cost recovery saga. I think it seems like we are making progress on that issue, albeit a bit slowly. And I just want to state that from the perspective of the United States, we very much agree with the Secretariat's point that the GEF is a unique institution. It has, unlike many others, a separate relationship serving multiple environmental conventions. And it has always operated with a certain degree of independence from its administrative host, which happens to be the World Bank, for that purpose. And we don't see it as appropriate to apply a one-size-fits-all approach for cost recovery for all financial intermediary funds to the GEF. Financial intermediary funds are really just an administrative structure that can accommodate a lot of different types of institutions. And in the GEF's case, I think your mission is much broader than many of the other FIFs, many of which are much smaller, have much more targeted missions, and have staff who report more directly to parts of the bank and are more dependent on the bank's services. The fact that you independently carry out many of the administrative functions that the bank actually provides for other FIFs, such as budgeting, having your own office space, et cetera, I think further supports and bolsters this position. So we are pleased to hear that the conversation with the bank seems to be going in a positive direction. We support having the cap of the indirect range that the GEF can pay the World Bank in fiscal 25 at about 11%, which could be adjusted downward in line with negotiations with the bank. I think that it would be helpful in this budget decision, as we did last year, to have that captured in the decision so that it is clear to everyone sort of what the council's view of what the cap should be. So I'd like to suggest to my colleagues, if they're open to it, that we have similar language related to this issue that we did in last year's budget. And I am also pleased to see that the bank and the GEF are reaching an agreement on allowing the GEF to deduct some of the charges for budgeting, because obviously, as we've seen, Peter is very much in charge of the budget, and he seems to, like all good budgeting people, trying to negotiate as best a deal as he possibly can on our behalf. So it's good to see that the bank is recognizing that. On the substance of the business plan and budget, we had a couple of questions and comments. One question was really just to understand a little bit better the pace of the Secretariat restructuring. It sounds like it's been a little slower than expected, and would like to hear a little more about why that is. We are pleased to see, as others have noted, the reduction in short-term consultants and kind of replacement with full-time staff that oftentimes, too much reliance on consultants can kind of generate a degree of uncertainty within the Secretariat that isn't always helpful for productivity. However, like my Japanese colleague, we are a bit concerned about the lower than expected level of budget execution in FY24. And so we'd like to hear a bit more about sort of why you, think you can execute on the 25 budget at the rate that you have put in here. And then in closing, I'd just like to say that we were pleased to see that the joint pavilion with the other climate funds at COP28 resulted in cost savings. We find this approach valuable from a policy perspective, and we do encourage the GEF to continue with this approach where it is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. So Peter, back to you.
Thanks, Noemi. Thanks very much to everyone for the comments and observations and the feedback. We We very much appreciate it. Let me start with the first intervention from Argentina. Martin, you mentioned the concern about the no response to the earlier request last year for an input from the World Bank. Yes, we mentioned that in the document. You're absolutely right. But since then, as we also went on to say in the explanation and also today, the dialogue has been ongoing and has reached a more positive stage now where we think we're getting closer to a resolution. So there's good news as well. I think, of course, the World Bank did do, and we explained this, their external review of this issue. We had some issues with that, but it has now provided a basis in the way I've explained, reducing certain items or eliminating them from that particular charge rate to get us closer to a resolution. Yes, indeed, you mentioned that what's at stake, that an unreasonably high charge rate on the GEF would cut into funding for the projects and programs that we're trying to do as part of the partnership here for recipient countries on all of these things, climate change, biodiversity, the work program that Claude spoke about. That's exactly what's at stake, and that's why we've had this very lengthy discussion, and we hope that did come across in the document. We appreciate you mentioning it. Also, thanks for mentioning, I think if I understood you, appreciating the investment that we're making in specialists as part of the staff increase for youth, for communities with Indigenous peoples, working in the partnerships division. Yes, that's very fundamental. Claude introduced Adriana, our new head of the partnerships division, and so we want to make strong investments in that as well as in the various other things I mentioned on the programming side with the much higher volume of projects so we can do justice to the expanding portfolio. And thanks also for the comment about the CBIT and the importance of transparency. There's quite a description of the activities under the CBIT in the budget document, and this is why we have the budget request for that. We agree this is a very high priority, and so we appreciate you mentioning that. From the CSO network, the comments, thank you for the appreciation of the budget and the business plan, and on the emphasis on being sure to engage with youth and a whole of society approach. And you mentioned a concern about I think it was the communications line. You mentioned a couple of points. One of them, why is there no increase? Why is it flat? And so we did a careful bottom-up analysis with our colleagues from the communications team, looking at the experience of FY24, and there was solid information to indicate that amount, which is I think $1 million, it's a very substantial amount with the efficiencies we'll have from digital opportunities and also the combined efforts for pavilions at the COPs will be a cost-saving feature. So we're confident that will be a sufficient budget. And let me also say that for the communications work, we agree it's fundamental, the outreach and the building connections with partners. There's a different part of the budget line where the communications team will be strengthening, and that's part of the staff increase. And so there are folks that were ETCs that are converting to, have the opportunity to convert to full-time staff. So part of the staff increase also is for the GEF communications team. So there are a couple of ways I think that we're confident and we put the budget together with the belief that it will be very strong in the communications and the outreach work. You also mentioned the concern about the $55,000 level of the budget line on CSO support in the budget. So just a quick background on that. That didn't exist in the administrative budget until a couple of years ago. And that's essentially a kind of separate seed money for dialogue and conversations with the GEF CSO network and other colleagues in civil society to facilitate and support the engagement. But it's only a drop in the bucket of what GEF does to support civil society and civil society engagement. And Claude was mentioning earlier today, we have the country engagement strategy, which is for GEF 8, 27 million plus 13 million if you include the Gustavo Fonseca Fund, and a new budget line on supporting participation in COPs and related meetings, and also opportunities for council to do project sites. So there's $40 million there, much of which is focused on strengthening the engagement with partners, participation in meetings, We've had some efforts to actually support training of young people who could participate in COPs and related meetings to strengthen their participation, so it would be effective participation. So I think it's important to look at that particular budget line as just one part of a much larger set of financial support, including, attending council meetings, the GEF Assembly and things like that. But nevertheless, you're right, our CEO, and he's here if you might want to say more, has made a much larger commitment looking into the future for funding and directly to civil society through our programming work and in other means. And we're gearing up in GEF 9 for exactly that. And so there's much more to come on that. I think you mentioned the, let's see, the greening of the office. I think that was a comment that came from a couple of folks, which this is also something we very much are committed to. We want to walk the talk. And so we've had in the past 2 or 3 years a budget amount for a small team in the GEF to make sure we're looking at opportunities to green the workplace. This includes mapping the footprint. Actually, as part of the travel of the World Bank system, there's already a footprint calculation for any amount of miles traveled. So we're part of that. We have in the new lease that we negotiated, I've kept pushing on this. We have the landlord agreed to put in language to consider putting solar panels on the rooftop of the GEF building. They didn't agree to pay for it, but we got a very favorable lease anyway. So we're doing things like that. We have a policy that we're updating. It's going to be no single-use plastics, just like here. We're trying to have, we saw there might have been a couple in the room down there, but I asked the staff to make sure that for the rest of the days, no. So we have a policy, and also as part of the restructuring, let me just say, Claude mentioned it, we have a new general management division. I'm the head of that division, and that gives us a little more capacity to have a greening and a social fairness group to make sure our workplace matches what we're doing, in our work. Japan, thank you for the appreciation of the staff increase. You asked about how can we be confident that we can do it in such a short time. Do we have any measures to do it strategically? And thank you very much. Yes, you're right. You noticed that in FY24, we had an underrun on the staff cost line. And it was mentioned in the paper that it just took longer than we expected to bring on the new staff that we had planned. But part of the reason there was because we were still doing the restructuring in FY24, and that took some time working with our colleagues in HR, which we did appreciate. We appreciated that work with them. And so we needed some time to get that in place. And we also, speaking strategically, it's mentioned in the budget document, we wanted to hire the manager and director level, Claude's the new director, and the manager levels as early on as possible so that they could then participate in the hiring of the next set of staff so that we could have a full, let's say, all of GEF approach to hiring the new staff. So we have budgeted. We tried to be reasonable in the budgeting here. There is a substantial increase in the staff salaries, but we also calculated that based on the idea that there would be a staggered start. So these are not all budgeted starting on July 1st because we're not going to have them all on July 1st. So we tried to learn some lessons from the experience in FY24, but thank you for noticing that. Claude may want to come in if there's anything more detailed on that. And so you mentioned about the GEF envelope and looking at the calculations, which we are too. There's a section in the paper about how we're working to be on target within the increased envelope in GEF 8 of $127 million. And the answer about whether there would be a carryover is that, and the trustee is here, whenever there are unused resources in the replenishment cycle, there is a carryover process and a possibility, and there's a table from the trustees, so they could be carried over. Whether they would be applied to administrative costs in the next replenishment would depend on council decisions. And that's what we're doing to cover the extra cost of the cost recovery. As you might have seen, we're using money from the underruns in the GEF 7 administrative budget to help pay that extra cost. From Norway, thank you very much for the interventions. You mentioned the question, or I think a concern about how, even if we've made progress on getting the numbers closer, there will be tasks that are now now carried out by the GEF Secretariat. So is this really working out in a cost-effective way? The good news on that is, I think the answer is yes, because especially if you consider the two cost items that, well, one of the cost items that's been taken away is the lease, because we pay that out of the GEF Trust Fund. But the other two major ones are legal support and the budget, the BPS support. Those were two of the cost items when we met at Brazil last year that we mentioned, and in our view, were very much inflated compared to what the GEF's actual needs were. And it was a question of governance. You know, we lead the budget process. We're not like the other World Bank operations where there's a much bigger investment from the World Bank BPS office. And the same on legal. We spoke with our lawyers and they said, yes, that's several times beyond what GEF's needs are. And so even though we will be paying for those going forward, so in a way, there's still some additional cost beyond the 11% or the 10%, it's much more efficient from a cost point of view. It removes a distortion in the figures and it also aligns to our governance. And so that's why we've gotten so much closer. You also mentioned about expanding the greening work. I mentioned that within the GEF office. The GEF travel policy, we follow World Bank policy on that. We'd be glad to share it with you. It's staged according to the type of travel, and so we follow that. And I think you asked for an update on the country engagement strategy at the next meeting, and Claude is leading on that. We provided an update last February. I think we did in February. We provided the first update on the country engagement strategy, and of course, we'll continue to do that. We're making good progress, and the restructuring has helped us a lot. We've just updated the mapping to be able to do that. United States, Abby, thank you very much for the comments about GEF being unique, sui generis in governance. And yes, it's very important that unlike maybe any other FIF, or in a way, our uniqueness is because we are a financial mechanism to multiple multilateral environmental agreements. The independence from the host institution is an important matter in that context as well. And this is the point we've been making in the cost recovery discussion, that one size doesn't fit all, in fact. And so to tailor, to accurately map, to go through the data in light of GEF's unique governance and situation has been a key, I think, to getting us to where we are. And this is also recognized, by the way, and we mentioned this in our document, in World Bank policies and in guidance about FIFs and about trust funds, that GEF's sui generis nature, referring to the GEF governance. So we very much appreciate that comment. And your appreciation of the progress in the dialogue with the World Bank. Yes, whether we need additional language, so that we leave that to the council members. What we have put in the decision, there's one line in there which would say that the council reiterates the decision from Brasilia, and that was the decision which said a ceiling of 11%, otherwise 7%. So maybe that captures at least a part of what you're saying, but we're in your hands on that. Thanks for the appreciation of the effort to negotiate this. And on the pace of the Secretariat restructuring, slower than expected. I think that was you, Abby, that mentioned that. And can we really expect to hire at the necessary speed? I mentioned the factors. We've got the restructuring done. We've got the first tier of hiring done. So I think we're in a good position to go forward on that. And also, I think you mentioned lastly, Abby, appreciating the pavilions, sharing the cost and the efforts. It's both a cost sharing, but it's also a cooperation effort, so that with the GCF and the other climate funds, we're working together. Thanks.
Thanks, Peter. And let me add a few other additional comments. To Martin, thanks for your comments on the biannual transparency reporting. We appreciate this recognition of the importance of the GEF to support enhanced transparency for the Paris Agreement. This is Article 13. We have been redoubling our effort to support countries to meet their first BTR submission by December, the last day of December of this year, and the need for the continue building capacities for transparency. We will continue to reinforce our support on this topic in the fiscal year 25 and beyond. To our friends and colleagues from the CSO network, a couple of comments. One is that the whole of society approach and the funding will not come from the administrative budget. It will come from the programming of the GEF. And we've been doing a big effort in terms of enhancing the capacities of the communication team so they can be able to fully implement the visibility policy that was agreed in this council last year in Brazil. We went from 5 staff to 9 staff, and we're still a couple of more staff for the communication team to be higher. So with that, we feel confident that we have all the capacities to be able to fully implement the visibility policy that came from the council. I want to take this opportunity to thank the implementing agency that has been working very close to us. With your communication team, we've got a comprehensive strategy. And yes, of course, we want a top-down approach in terms of the implementation of this visibility policy, as well as a bottom-up approach, as there is a big number of communicators working at the project and the program level at the country level. With that, I think that we'll be in an excellent position to really deliver on what was the decision from the council with regards to the visibility. With regards to the different comments on the cost recovery policy of the World Bank, I think that it was instrumental, the decision that was taken by this council a year ago. Yes, the World Bank did not respond to what the council asked. And I want to be super transparent with this. I didn't pressure them or follow up on that because I'm conscious about the different governance structure and reporting lines. Nevertheless, one of my original recommendations to have a third party review the methodology for the cost recovery was done. Unfortunately, it was not done with our input. When this was being assessed by the World Bank, we request them to participate, to make us part of the definition of the terms of reference for the contraction of this third party. And we explicitly ask for an interview of this third party who was going to do the review. Unfortunately, neither of these two requests was done by the bank. They hired a consultant and they did a report without even talking with us, which was quite unfortunate. Nevertheless, the process has, as Peter has mentioned, has gone into, I will say, a much better circumstances that we had. And we are in the middle of kind of a determination of what this should be. I totally agree with Jonas that this needs to be settled way before the next replenishment process, because we cannot go with those uncertainties. My final point has to do with the fact that, yes, the restructuring exercise is ending as we speak. And as I said this morning, it has included many consultations with staff, the council, and the wider GEF partnership. We merged the two large divisions. We created teams, and we brought these teams under the supervision of a director of operational strategy, which is Claude, where we are now where we just finished the hiring of the new managers and leads of these divisions. And we are remapping all of our staff in the new divisions and teams. And as I said, we are still hiring around 10, 12 more people that will fit our projected needs so we can be able to deliver in GEF 8 and beyond. So I will say that the restructuring is basically done. It will be concluded with an all-staff meeting that will happen this summer. So we are on track with what we plan. My final comment here is that with all of these adjustments, the GEF Secretariat continues to have an overhead of 3% of the GEF 8 budget. Thank you so much. Over to you, Noemi, so we can continue with the council members that want to address the floor.
Thank you. So I will now give the floor to Victoria, representing Austria, Belgium, Czech Republic, Hungary, Luxembourg, Slovak Republic, Slovenia, and Turkey, followed by Karin. Victoria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Noemi. And thanks a lot to the GEF Secretariat for the update on the admin costs. We hope that an agreement can be reached that, as Carlos Manuel said, is reasonable and fair. And also very much appreciate the information on the greening efforts. So thanks for that as well. One point I would like to raise is has not been mentioned yet, and that is on the venues for the council meetings. So we very much appreciate the GEF-SEC's efforts to secure this venue for the council meeting, which we understand was not an easy task. And I would just like to use this occasion to remind council colleagues that there are a lot of cost savings if the GEF council meetings can be organized in the World Bank premises, as we had in the past. So we understand that meetings outside the World Bank premises are 2 to 3 times more expensive than if we have them where we historically had them. But we also understand that the present auditorium at the World Bank, which we would need due to the large group, needs to be reserved 2 years before meetings in order to be available. So I would like to just make a call to council colleagues that we agree to dates for council meetings well ahead of time, and that we then stick to these dates so that the GEF Secretariat can also secure the most cost-effective option for our meetings. And finally, we also encourage the GEF Secretariat to continue looking for the most cost-effective options when organizing our meetings, so including conference facilities, hotels that are being provided, as well as travels. This way, if we make our meetings more cost-effective, more financial resources remain available for GEF projects. And with this, we can approve the proposed budget. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Karen, representing Sweden, followed by Sofia. Karen, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank the Secretariat for the business plan and corporate budget and the presentation made by Peter, and also the responses to questions already raised, both by Peter and Carlos Manuel. We really welcome the news that the GEF's new organization structure is now in place. It's also very positive that the recruitment of new positions continues, and that in the long run, it reduces consulting costs. I imagine that with your very heavy workload, new colleagues coming on board, I assume is very positive for those that are already there. So we're looking forward to that. We also welcome the information that the vent issue has now been resolved and that the World Bank has been supportive in that process. Also appreciate all work that the Secretariat and Carlos Manuel have invested in resolving the budget issue. I mean, you have already responded to some of the issues raised by Norway and others. I also had the same about the total cost when you take out some of the service and has to be paid. But if you have lower costs within the Secretariat, that's good. So I'm sure that we will be able to see that matter be resolved at the best possible way. Regarding the World Bank travel policy, I agree with that question as well. And if we use the World Bank travel policy, maybe we should try to look at that going forward. I mean, to be able to lower our footprint from us traveling, if we need to look into that, what policy do we use? I think that is worth doing, maybe at least in the GEF 9 replenishment. Also, what Victoria said, I agree with that totally. We need to stick to the council dates so that we don't increase the costs of the council meetings unnecessarily. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Sofia, representing Brazil, Colombia, and Ecuador, followed by Laura. Sofia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Peter, for the presentation. Our constituency would like to thank the Secretariat for the preparation of this comprehensive business plan and corporate budget, and for also updating us on the state of especially these negotiations. So we will start there, clearly. So on the recovery cost, regarding the budget. So again, like we would like to express our concerns regarding this outstanding issue. We have seen like this unreasonable increased proposal of this cost to be paid to the trustee. And we have also witnessed the long negotiations to find an avenue for this. So thank you very much also to the GEF Secretariat for all of these efforts. And then we would like to also echo some of the comments that Abby was bringing here. And it's the fact that the GEF is serving as a financial mechanism for different conventions and that it has a unique situation and governance. So along the lines of what we have been discussing and hearing here, we would like to better understand what the difficulties are for the World Bank to recognize this and provide a corresponding treatment. And in this, if in the future, will the GEF continue to be understood or taken as a financial intermediary, like as one of the financial intermediary funds? And if so, what are the implications? And if there are implications beyond financial, maybe legal or others, that we could also have here in the council. And we think that this is not a good precedent for the GEF, like beyond these negotiations and whatever the ratio we agree on. But like there is a more substantial issue here, and it's how the GEF is being treated. So we would like to highlight this and re-emphasize on the uniqueness of the GEF so that it continues to give the place it should. Well, we're seeing here alternatives for finding a solution, as it has been like very much explained throughout this discussion. Like finding maybe a 10.5 or like the rates we happen to agree, understanding that there may be some other responsibilities, but we understand that some of those the GEF Secretariat is already undertaking them. But we may need to also include those additional costs that may not be included in this for services that will be required. And again, like this also sets like some terms for negotiation for future fiscal years and how are we going to manage this in the future. We support Norway's proposal to hear directly from the World Bank, which could also help address some of the concerns that other colleagues have mentioned regarding also on how the process went. So that could also provide more clarity to the council and also have like allow us the opportunity to be part of this conversation somehow as council and to send a strong message. In any case, we should be very careful not to affect the resources that otherwise would be allocated to projects that would translate in environmental impact. We saw on the document some reflections about the what would entail for the GEF IEO. So we would like to have further information on that. And then on the GEF Secretariat budget request, we also saw that we are starting to move forward on the staffing plan. We would like to have a little bit of more information about like how is this moving forward, and where do we stand in relation to the expanded GEF 8 corporate budget envelope that would contribute to the improvement of it, and how this will contribute to the improvement of implementation. Now, on variable cost, we also welcome the efforts to increase civil society engagement. We think this is fundamental also for the activities and the impact that we're trying to promote. This is the right direction so that we can enhance inclusivity, especially of different like populations, including youth, women, indigenous peoples, and local communities, among others. Now, on the extended term consultants, we also recognize the reduction of this cost. And we would like to also have more detail on two additional budget lines, the new events line item with 200,000. So if you could provide a little bit more of details on this category and echo some of the comments regarding travel, not only because we see 17% increase in travel costs, understanding also the changes that the Secretariat is undergoing right now, but also like to stress the importance of rationalizing this cost, promoting virtual engagement when possible, not only because of the financial implications, but also, and as Karen was just mentioning, the carbon footprint. Then on the country engagement strategy, so this is fundamental and strengthening the operational focal points. So we're glad to see here reflected some of the measures to be taken for that purpose. We would like to ask the Secretariat about their plans on how to channel these resources. Some of recipient countries, at least in our region, face challenges to access these resources directly. So we would like to know what alternatives have been considered up to now to overcome this issue. On the data systems development and management, so we underscore the importance of the IT-based platforms, but still we continue to experience difficulties to access, and the surface is not really user-friendly, and we believe that there is room also for having more functionalities that so that it is fit for purpose. So we would like to, because we see that it's a very limited scope that's being proposed in the document on what relates to the IT platform. So maybe to hear a little bit more on that. On the CBIT, echoing some of the comments that Martin also mentioned, and this is a great, like this is also a great year for transparency under the UNFCCC and what it entails for countries. We welcome that the CBIT projects supported by the CBIT Trust Fund have reached the implementation phase, and that more projects are expected to reach project completion in fiscal year 25. But then, and as we were mentioning, as we approach the submission of the first BTRs, we would like to, encourage and stress the relevance of maintaining the financing providing to developing countries to the so that they can strengthen institutional and technical capacities to establish, enhance, and improve their national reporting systems. And also considering what is expected from this year, also we would like to ask if this will have budgetary implications, because we see that we are maintaining the budget from last year. So if the higher demand that this year will entail additional costs, or if they will be under, because we see the budget having the same levels, and if the additional demand that this year will require has budgetary implications, what are the Secretariat plans to be able to deliver on them? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Laura, representing Estonia, Finland, Netherlands, followed by Konko. Laura, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the update on this agenda item. We're also very satisfied that the GEF has managed to solve the office space issue with the World Bank, including favorable provisions, and hoping for fast settlement of the administrative support question. It is, of course, regrettable that it has been going on for so long and causes uncertainty in budgeting. We also welcome the further internal restructuring of the GEF, although it has been happening at somewhat slower pace as anticipated. And this is, of course, in the interest of all of us as we are getting closer to the CBD COP16. We were happy to see the private sector engagement being one of the areas where GEF wants to prioritize its work. And as was pointed out in the previous agenda point, we would be eager to hear even more about this topic. We welcome very much the enhanced cooperation and coordination with other sister funds, for instance, sharing pavilions during COPs, as well as enhancing awareness and visibility of GEF's work. And finally, we also support GEF's aim to reduce the environmental footprint of its work and, for instance, organize more virtual meetings. Also, it is good to read about GEF's efforts of greening the workplace. So thank you, Peter, already touching upon this topic in your earlier response. And we would also like to support Norway's proposal to hear more about these activities in the future council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Konkon, representing Angola, Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. And then we will get back to Peter to answer some of these comments. So, Konkon, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter, for the presentation on the business plan and corporate budget. We appreciate the efforts made by the Secretariat to work effectively and efficiently within the Council-approved administrative budget. which ensures that most of the funds go to recipient countries. We look forward to finalization of outstanding cost recovery negotiations with the World Bank. We support the Secretariat's increased commitment for integrated programs, focal areas, blended finance, innovation, and SGP2, which call for increased consultations. We also support continued implementation of GEF policies, which include stakeholder engagement, gender equality, environmental and social safeguards, and the programming of resources to recipient countries through the STAR. In order for increased generation of more impactful projects, we urge the Secretariat to continue working diligently to support and enhance the capacity of operational focal points and all country-level stakeholders, including the civil society, through the country engagement strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. So now back to you, Peter, for the response.
Well, thanks again, everyone, for the comments and observations. Greatly appreciated. Let me begin on the topic Victoria raised about the venues for the council meeting. And thank you very much for the way you expressed that, the reminder to all of us of the importance of sticking with the schedule because of the challenge of if we change dates of securing the Preston Auditorium. It is true, it is less expensive there. That's especially because the Preston Auditorium is set up with audiovisual IT systems, which do cost a fair amount of money. Here, the hallways are basically coming with the package of that we're having rooms here, but it's absolutely correct that Preston is less expensive. And we will, you mentioned to us, to look for the most cost-effective ways, options going forward. We continue to do that. We will. Noemi is here. She's under the good hands of the mentorship of William, and we now have a bit of a team working with her. We're constantly looking for ways to be as efficient as possible in the foods, in the venue, and in the hotels and things like that. And now we have, of course, this new modality of one in-person and one virtual council meeting per year, as mentioned in the document. So that will also both save a lot of money, but also save, reduce the footprint of all the travel that we do. So there's some benefits just from that. Karen, Sweden, thank you for the comments and noticing, yes, in fact, as we also mentioned last year, as we increase staff capacity, that will lead to a decrease in consultants. It's very much a relationship like that. And it does indeed help our staff to get the additional staff capacity. They've been super stretched, overstretched. And so it's important to make the work sustainable and to be able to deliver and for their own, let's say, well-being to, to have the capacity to be able to do that. We can look, the World Bank travel policy, we're the GEF. I mean, we can, as you say, maybe looking forward as we go in toward the next round of discussions to take a look to make sure we're mapping to the needs that we have and being as efficient as possible and as cost-effective as possible. We're all World Bank staff here, technically, so that's in a way how we map to that policy, but we're also the GEF. And so thanks for mentioning that. We'll be glad to take a look into that. And also, I think you said to stick to the council dates. Noemi, I think we have already booked, well, we'll talk about this at the end of the meeting, I think, to make sure that we confirm our bookings, because at least the one for next year, I think, is reserved in the Preston Auditorium. And I think we've scoped it out. So for FY26, there is a possibility, if we book it, also to do it if we can stay with the dates. So Sophia, thanks for mentioning the appreciation on our efforts on cost recovery and also your support for what Abby in the US was saying about the uniqueness of the GEF. It's fundamental to that conversation and to who the GEF is. You asked, what is the concern about the World Bank, as far as we can understand, on the about differentiating GEF from other FIFs, other financial intermediary funds. We put a little bit of that in the document. They are expressed to us that they have a concern that it would set a problematic precedent if they apply something differently to GEF compared to what they are referring to as other financial intermediary funds. But as was mentioned by a couple of folks, a financial intermediary fund is kind of a technical term, but the GEF is much more than that. We're a financial mechanism to multiple environmental agreements. We have the GEF instrument, which sets out our unique governance system. And so what we have answered back to them is it's actually we don't see it as a problematic precedent to treat different things differently. It actually is more fair if you have differences in governance that make a difference on the cost structure. But that's been their concern. We've tried to help on that to explain how GEF is unique in the governance structure. Yeah, you mentioned the concern that we also put in the document about the impacts also for the GEF Independent Evaluation Office. Gita is here. They'll present their budget and they can talk about that. But what we mentioned in our budget document is that for the GEF Secretariat, we had underruns in GEF 7 from our administrative budget of some $10 million over the course of the 4 years of GEF 7. And so with the council's agreement, we have been applying $2 million each year, agreed to, as a way to sort of handle the additional cost of the cost recovery, even at 11% as a ceiling. But the IEO situation is slightly different. Gita can explain that, and they may not have exactly that same option that we do. So this is why we mentioned that in our document. It was based on a consultation with with Gita, the director, and the IEO. Just to say that down the road, as we get eventually to the end of the budget cycle, there may be a need to be sure that it doesn't cut into the Independent Evaluation Office's ability to carry out their crucial work. So that was what we put in there, and that may come up again in the later discussion. Yes, indeed, the support for the civil society, the CEO came in on that point, I think to emphasize his leadership on that and the priority. The new events line, yeah, a little bit more detail. We explained that a big part of that in FY25 is for preparation for the replenishment meetings. So there will be quite a lot of costs. So that's a lot of it there. But also, as we mentioned, in the past couple of years with Carlos Manuel as CEO, there are opportunities for, significant events, priority events that can be held, and we just don't have a budget line for them. For example, recently there was a convening of park rangers from around the world to get together and share experiences. And if the GEF can contribute to that kind of a meeting, another one was parliamentarians with an environmental mandate to create. The GEF has a very strong convening power. And so if we have some ability also follow up to COP meetings to bring people together, we'll be very careful. I mean, that's, with that budget line, of course, and report on it, but that's the other idea of that budget line. You asked if we're within the GEF 8 envelope. I think with the actual costs from FY24 and this, so we're still on track. But we're watching that very carefully. You mentioned the country engagement strategy and the important priority of strengthening, empowering operational focal points. Yes, we're fully committed to that. We completely agree. It was discussed earlier. One of the new lines of the country engagement strategy for GEF 8 is $5.8 million to financial support to GEF operational focal points to be able to more effectively oversee and monitor their portfolio of projects, especially during implementation. Because at the beginning, they do the CEO endorsement letter with the agency, but then there's the downstream effort. And so we have a team now that's looking at options. Claude mentioned that it's a little bit challenging to work through the World Bank process, which we do. We follow the rules on the modality for funding transfer, but we're also looking at opportunities to see strategically, could we use that funding to help get operational focal points in the field, maybe at the midterm review point or other things like that. As part of the broader agenda, it's not just that line of the country engagement strategy, but we still do the regional workshops and the upstream dialogues as a way to build capacity. You had a question about whether there's an additional demand for something and if it's feasible to cover it, but I couldn't quite, maybe I missed it. So if you want to come back, I'm sorry, that last point, or if.
Yeah, can you give the floor to Sophia, please? Thank you.
Thank you. So this year we anticipate, and it is also evidence in the document, higher demand for civil-related activities because of being this year in which we are to submit BTRs coming up. So the question was, if this higher demand that could come this year would have budget implications and if we would be able to cover them for like CBIT related, like CBIT, CBIT, CBIT.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, well, Chiz is leading the budgeting on the CBIT, and she may come back to that. But we tried to put in the budget, you know, a sufficient amount for this higher work, and as you can see, there's a significant list of activities in the budgeting. So I think we're strong on that. We very much see the priority for it. Yeah, yeah. Laura from Finland, thank you very much. You mentioned the importance of the investment to strengthen the private sector work. We appreciate that. And the cooperation with the sister climate funds and other funds on the joint pavilions and things like that. It's part of the broader effort for cooperation and also the reduced environmental footprint. We will, in the next year's budget document, if not in other places as well, provide more details. We do have more capacity now with the reorganization. We have tried to work with the landlord on various things, so we will follow up on that. Thank you very much. Congo, thanks for mentioning the appreciation of the work on cost recovery, the increased investment for the integrated programs, SGP, the small grants program, and other core priorities of the work, and the implementation of GEF policy. All of these are part of the GEF 8 agenda, and this is sort of mapping the staff capacity increases to delivering the GEF 8 agenda and encouraging the support for operational focal points. So yes, I mentioned that just in my last response. We very much want to continue and strengthen our efforts on that.
I just want to say that the CBIT BTR support has been mainstream in the GEF Trust Fund. That means that we're very good with resources remaining as set aside for all the countries to be able to access them. So we're in very good shape, Sophia.
Thank you. So we will now continue with the participation, starting with Annette representing Germany, followed by Richard. Annette, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. So much has already been said, and I'm hoping not to reiterate too much, sorry. And thanks very much for all your very comprehensive answers so far, Peter. Just to add, Germany also welcomes the detailed presentation of the administrative budget for FY25 and would like to thank the GEF Secretariat for all your efforts on this. We are pleased that a long-term office space lease contract has been signed finally on favorable terms. So, and we thank the GEF Secretariat for its efforts and transparency, in particular in the negotiations regarding the administrative costs with the World Bank. We know that's been far from easy, and so we welcome the new proposal drawn up by the GEF Secretariat to an adjusted rate of 10.5%. And very much hope that this might be the beginning of the end of these discussions in order to conclude it before GEF 9. I have a tendency to agree with Abby that we should include additional language in the decision to be slightly more specific than you mentioned. It says Council reiterates, blah, 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 and then you find the decision in the annex. Yes, but maybe also something to reflect on this a little bit more, because I also tend to agree with my colleague from Argentina that this behavior of the World Bank wasn't professional courtesy. And so much appreciation for your continued efforts on greening the office. Every time coming to Washington, this is, it's a little bit shocking how people go about resources here. And becoming a role model for that, because it's also your purchasing power and your role model that might change things for others. We share GEF Secretariats and IEO's concern on their budget envelopes in GEF 8, as approved by GEF Council in June 2023 in Brasilia. GEF Secretariat should use its underruns from GEF 7 administrative budget to cover the increased indirect charge rate. And a decision on additional funding for GEF IEO should be discussed on agenda item 11. Hang on, there's just one more sentence. We're extremely grateful for and very much support the ongoing GEF reform, the organizational reform, and thank you for the brief update on that. That's much appreciated. And like Sophia said before me, would appreciate regular updates on this, as this is obviously of huge concern to interest to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will now continue with Richard, representing Australia, New Zealand, Republic of Korea, followed by Stefan. So Richard, you have the floor.
Thank you. This on? Yep. Thank you, Peter, for the presentation and the comprehensive answers today, which means I can be quite brief. We support the business plan and the corporate budget. I think it makes tremendous sense, and it also represents an increase which is commensurate to the increase in work required by the Secretariat in terms of additional projects. We support the additional priority that's been given to recruitment to bring the Secretariat up to manage the task at hand, which of course is paramount to ensure that there's not delays in processing of projects, and support, make sure there's sufficient resources there to support implementation. Like others have said, we support the idea or intention to achieve savings through virtual meetings. That's, I think, an important thing for us, and also looking at options to improve the operation of the GEF Secretariat. We, in particular, express appreciation that we've now resolved the lease issue. And it's good that the endeavours of the Secretariat to progress the issue of the administrative charges. It is disappointing that it has taken so long to get to the point of not having resolved it, despite the best endeavours. As Annette said, it would be good to have this resolved well ahead of GEF 9, but it is still disappointing that it's taken so long to get to this point. As highlighted by Norway and others, we remain concerned that the items taken out of being charged are now being done by the Secretariat doesn't artificially inflate the percentage rate well beyond what was the parameters set by the council last time. So it'll be good to get an understanding of what is a true an apple comparison for what that percentage rate looks like once those things have been taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now continue with Stefan, representing France, followed by Enid. You have the floor.
Merci. Donc, comme je m'exprime parmi les derniers, je vais essayer d'aller très vite en rebondissant sur les points qui ont déjà été soulevés par les collègues. Donc, tout d'abord, pour remercier le secrétariat pour la présentation de ces documents et souligner que la France approuve cette proposition de budget qui, certes, est en hausse sensible, mais de manière justifiée, puisque cela correspond à la fois à des nouveaux enjeux, au recrutement de nouvelles équipes, à la mise en place d'une nouvelle organisation, ainsi qu'à la préparation de GEF 9. Nous voulons aussi, parmi cette proposition, saluer la baisse du recours à des consultants externes, saluer aussi, comme l'ont fait des collègues, la tenue d'un pavillon conjoint avec les autres fonds verticaux lors de l'COP climat, et plus généralement, nous soutenons beaucoup tous les travaux qui sont conduits actuellement entre les 4 fonds verticaux pour explorer les synergies et les pistes de coopération. Parmi les points soulevés par les collègues, et certains ont déjà reçu une réponse, d'autres non, nous approuvons la proposition du Japon d'accompagner la présentation du budget d'indicateurs de performance, des KPI, qui permettraient d'avoir des points de référence sur l'efficacité. Nous approuvons aussi la proposition de la Norvège, soutenue par la Colombie et d'autres, la Suède, pour réinterroger la politique de voyage. Nous approuvons aussi le rappel de l'Autriche et d'autres sur la nécessité d'être vigilant au coût des conseils et au coût de la localisation de ces conseils. Et comme vient de l'indiquer aussi mon collègue australien, nous sommes favorables à la tenue de réunions virtuelles. Et enfin, s'agissant de la facturation des coûts administratifs par la Banque mondiale, donc c'est un point de vigilance important pour nous. Nous espérons qu'il sera possible de converger autour de la dernière proposition du secrétariat. Et à ce titre, nous soutenons d'une part le point de la Norvège sur la nécessité de la Banque mondiale de justifier précisément la hausse de la facturation demandée, prestation par prestation. Et nous soutenons la demande la proposition des États-Unis d'avoir un langage un peu plus précis dans la décision du Conseil sur l'encadrement de ce coût. On pense que ça peut être un soutien utile au secrétariat dans ces négociations avec la Banque mondiale. Voilà, merci.
Merci, Stéphane. So we'll continue with Enid, followed by Filippo. Enid, you have the floor.
Thank you. Our constituency reaffirms its commitment to the GEF mission and its strategic objectives. We look forward to continued collaboration with the GEF Secretariat, partner countries, and stakeholders to advance our shared environmental goals. In this regard, we acknowledge and support the proposed FY25 corporate budget, recognize also the careful use of the GEF 7th administrative budget underruns to support the FY25 budget. Also, we recognize the GEF Secretariat for its strategic focus on delivering the GEF 8 programming and policy agenda, particularly in areas such as biodiversity, conservation, climate change, mitigation, and sustainable development. Our countries fully support the continued emphasis on effective delivery, strengthening partnerships, and advancing GEF reform initiatives. We support the Secretariat's plan to enhance staff capacity to meet the increased workload and strategic demands of GEF 8. The addition of technical, operational, and support position is critical for the successful implementation of the ambitious GEF 8 agenda. We appreciate the Secretariat's efforts to balance consultant support with increased staff capacity, ensuring sustainable and efficient operations. It is important to mention that our constituency welcomes the inclusion of support for the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework Fund and the Treaty on Biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. These new mandates are vital for addressing global biodiversity challenges, and we are committed to collaborating with the GEF to ensure their successful implementation. We appreciate the Secretariat's commitment to implementing guidance and relevant decisions from the conferences of the parties and other conventions for which GEF serves as a financial mechanism. Costa Rica and the other countries of the constituencies are particularly supportive of efforts to advance the objectives of the coming Montreal GBF and the BBNJ Treaty. Finally, as we look ahead, the constituency supports the preparatory work for the GEF 9 replenishment process. Early consultation with council members, experts, and stakeholders is essential for developing robust strategies and communication products that will guide the next replenishment phase. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Enid. I will now give the floor to Filippo.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I'd like to add my voice on behalf of my constituencies to thanking the Secretariat for the hard work that's gone into the preparation of this business plan and the budget. I thank Peter for the detailed explanations and the responses to all the questions that have been raised, and also to Carlos Manuel in your explanation of the actions that you have taken or decided not to take judiciously in your overall stewardship of GEF in the relationship with the bank. The constituency I represent obviously will approve this budget. We add our voice to the need for an accountability framework against which to measure progress and results as we go forward. One of the questions that I had wanted to raise, which was essentially raised against by Australia, which is a follow-up to the original question from Norway, is to try and this 11% that we are left at after we took out the legal and the budget support from the negotiations with the World Bank, to try and come up, give us a percentage of where we are in real terms for the totality of the efficiencies that have been gained by removing some of the activities from the cost recovery list. And my final point is, I thank you and I'm encouraged with the 5.8 million that has been provided for building capacity of OFPs. And I wonder how that 5.8 million was arrived at, because this being my first meeting, and quite literally just the last couple of days I've been trying to understand what my responsibilities entail here, in addition to a lot of other things that I have to do. And conscious that I sit here, because I sit on other forums and bodies in the UN system, GEF is obviously a growing fund. There's lots of gaps in how we manage the environment globally, and other initiatives will come into play to try and cover the existing gaps. And I'm encouraged to see that the BBNJ and the GBFF have been added to the mandate, and I have no doubt that in future this will be added on to. But the overall point of such institutions, such bodies, such funds, is to ensure there's implementation on the ground. So we spent a lot of time, talking about the efficiency of the Secretariat, and I must say that from what I know about the Secretariats, this is very good news. Efficiencies will always be an agenda item in our conversations going forward. But on the capacity building at the sharp end, so to speak, at the ground level, if we are not showing how much implementation success, that should really be the measure of our success. So I just wonder how the 5.8 million was arrived at. Is this just a provisional figure based on additional information coming forward? Because in my constituency alone, I can see there's a lot of work to be done in order to improve the efficiency of the process at country level to capture all the needs out there and be able to have an honest or rather transparent conversation with the donors at this level, by us having in our back pocket list of bankable projects that we can bring to the negotiating table and show the other side of the divide, the developed world, so to speak, and the donors, that this is the cumulative result of the needs that are out there in order for us to be prioritize as a council in how we spend the funds that are entrusted to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will now get back to Peter to get some reply.
Well, take the headset off. Thanks again, everybody, for the last comments and observations. And also mentioning, yes, we're also very pleased, Annette, thanks about that we resolved the office space and that we've worked through to where we are, at least on cost recovery. We thought the 10.5% was a very good place. We're still in that last part of the dialogue at the beginning of the end on that. And we hear you with the US, and I think there was maybe Stefan on having a bit more text in the decision. That's okay. We're in your hands on that. We can go forward and work out that text, and we can bring it back to make sure everyone agrees as we the rest of the document of the budget seems to be in good shape for approval. And thanks for mentioning again the concern. I think I discussed this before about the IEO, the Independent Evaluation Office. They will be, I think, referring to that maybe in their budget in their presentation when they come up. And for highlighting the GEF reform, the restructuring, the broader reform, it's in the budget paper. It's a priority of the CEO, and it helps on efficiency and also on delivery. So indeed. Richard, thank you very much for also your interventions supporting the budget, mentioning commensurate to the need. That's exactly what we're trying to do, and it's a big need. And supporting savings through virtual meetings, yes, at every opportunity. And we're very glad also to have resolved the lease issue and making this progress. It is disappointing that it's taken so long on cost recovery. It's also not been really, it's been a long discussion, but we're glad we've, especially lately, had the kind of potential, what we think is a pathway to resolution and breakthrough that we've just gotten. Stefan, again, thanks for the appreciation of the joint pavilions, the cooperation with the other climate funds. It's a way of saving funds and promoting complementarity. It's good on several counts. And on indicators, we can look at that, of course, going forward, as Japan mentioned, if we find the right way to make sure we're getting the right data points as well as explanations of the budgeting. And looking also at the travel policy in that light and using virtual meetings whenever we can. Yes, and I think you also supported the idea of having some additional text in the decision. So we're in your hands on that, if and we're available to look at what might be the most useful additional text as we finalize the document and the decision. Costa Rica, thank you for appreciating, I think, a number of dimensions in the document. We really appreciate you taking the time to go through those. Also, the biodiversity, the biodiversity beyond national, the BBNJ beyond national jurisdiction, and implementing the COP guidance. So we spelled those out in our business plan part of our budget document to try and indicate the priorities that we have on all these fronts. Also, which is the way the restructuring is aligned. And Filippo Fiji, you asked a question. This is a slightly different question about how much efficiency is gained by removing the two items of legal support and BPS budget support. And it's described a bit in the document, but it's substantial because even back in FY21 values, the original proposal from the World Bank folks was for the budgeting support of $800,000 per year. If you take that to a percentage of today's budget, it's over 1.2 million. It's far beyond what and that's what we tried to say. It just was a mismatch to GEF governance. We basically lead the budgeting and all those elements, and we had relied on specific support from BPS. So the change is very significant in terms of making the costing much better, and that's a much better efficiency. And also on the legal support cost, it was $400,000 per year in the original proposal, costed with the methodology of the World Bank. And we asked our own lawyers, and they said they told us it's much less than that, multiples less. And so now, because we're handling that and paying for it according to GEF's needs, and not sort of being connected to a methodology that doesn't fit, there are very significant efficiencies there. You mentioned the appreciation of the steps to help operational focal points. Yes, thank you very much. I mean, the $5.8 million, that's a new part of this country engagement strategy, was arrived at by quite a long analysis. There's a history when there used to be also some support levels provided to operational focal points. So our teams took a look at that, and they focused in on the task, the empowerment task of helping support the capacity to monitor and review project implementation. So it was based on that analysis as part of the country engagement more strategy, but also in the context of the fact that there are other elements of the country engagement strategy that support operational focal points, like the expanded constituency workshops that we do. I think that might be about it. And just to say on that, of course, as we go in, what we're trying to do is for the operational focal points, that funding line, once we have the modality in place so that we can actually make it happen, that will give us the additional experience so that we can then look in GEF 9 and see how we carry the country engagement strategy forward.
Thanks, Peter. I want to close this agenda item with a couple of comments. First, Victoria and Karen, thanks for bringing the topic of where do we meet as council. We plan this to be the last time that we are outside the Preston auditorium. So please help us to stick with the council dates. I mean, we are here because we were unable to agree on a date, and we were unfortunately not being able to coordinate with our colleagues from the World Bank. Second point on my side is the operational focal point and the budget that was approved a year ago. I've been doing a lot of research in the post-pandemic world in many of our recipient countries. And as an average, ministries of environment, where most of the operational focal points are located, has had budget cuts in between 20 to 25%. So our original idea is still very valid. And yes, it's not just being able to complement to those institutional realities at the country level, but we need to see this investment on the operational focal point in the bigger picture of what we want to achieve with the streamlining and the simplification of process. A stronger operational focal point will give us multiple effectiveness and efficiencies throughout the whole project cycle. So please connect the support of the country engagement budget, country engagement strategy budget on operation focal point with that other overarching effort that we're doing. We call it the streamlining, the simplification of it, but it has to do with building the capacities and the strength at the country level so they can be fully empowered and being in the driving seat of what happens in terms of execution and implementation at the country level. My final point is thank you so much to the US, Germany, France, and others for supporting a proposal to be more specific on the language for the support of the Secretariat in our efforts to settle down this issue with the World Bank. Because of that, I want proceed with the with submitting the council decision as it was presented in our agenda. We will be working with US, France, and Germany later today, so we can come up with a proposed language, and I will be opening this agenda item once more tomorrow, and I will be working with Noemi and my colleagues on the proper adjustments of the agenda. So there is at this point no need for to take a decision on this agenda item. If the council agrees with this, we can proceed that way. I see no objections, so we will proceed that way. Thank you so much. With this, I would like to go into the next agenda item, which has traditionally been one of the highlights of the GEF Council Week meetings, which is the report of the chairperson of the staff. I would like to invite Rosina Bierbaum to present the staff report. Rosina, can you join us over here, please? The floor is yours.
I have to turn that on. Good morning, good evening, or good afternoon to all of you who are here joining us in the room. It's only been 4 months since you last heard from me. They went by incredibly fast, but we've been very busy, as I will soon tell you and share with you. And we will have even more in December to talk about. So let me start as usual with a wonder of nature. This one is an Ethiopian wolf fox. Cannot stump him. Also called a red jackal, yes. And this is the rarest species of wild dog in the world. There are only a few hundred of them left, and they're in the highlands of Ethiopia. And this one is from the Baal Mountains National Park, which supports the largest population of these gorgeous canines. Here is our changing face of STAP, and I want you to please join me in welcoming our two newest members, which I can't make show up on the screen. There we go. Well, you'll have to realize they are the right and leftmost bottom people. There you go, thanks. Dr. Ermias Betamarian, who I think is here, is also from Ethiopia, not a wolf. And he's our newest panel member for land degradation, and Dr. Jonathan Barnett is our new panel member for climate adaptation. So you'll have to stay standing while I read your very long. This isn't working. Yes, Dr. Ermias Betamarian is a land health scientist from the Center for International Forestry Research, or CFAR-ICRAF. He has a PhD in ecology and natural resources from the University of Bonn in Germany, and his research focuses on land degradation and restoration, on soils, and spatial science to understand land health constraints, target interventions, and importantly, influence policy. And he has served on the science policy interface of the UNCCD, the Convention to Combat Desertification, promoting dialogue across science and policymakers on those issues. He also contributes to the IPBES, the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, which looks at the underlying causes of biodiversity loss and determinants of transformational change and options to achieve the 2050 vision for biodiversity. And he's also an adjunct professor at Addis Ababa at the University in Ethiopia. And our other panel, or you sat down now? Our other panel member, Jonathan Barnett, is a human geographer in the Department of Geography, Earth and Atmospheric Sciences at the University in Melbourne. And he looks at social impacts and responses to environmental change and has been conducting field research in social vulnerability and adaptation in China, in Timor-Leste, and other Pacific Island countries for 25 years, looking at environmental change on cultures, on food, on water security, on inequality, on migration, and political instability. His current research is on enabling responses to environmental change that promotes social justice and peace. He also leads the Future Islands project for the Australian Research Council, which is seeking to transform knowledge about climate change adaptation on atoll islands, and was also a lead author for the IPCC Fifth Assessment. Okay, Ermias and John, well, you are already sitting down. You can now sit. But as you can see, STAP continues to add members with both deep and broad expertise, and I hope you notice that both of them use transform in the descriptions of what they work on. Other panel members are also here, and we'll make sure to connect you throughout the week, including at the reception this evening or at other times. But this is also the last meeting for our biodiversity panel member, John Donaldson, who now has to at least wave. And the search for replacement has begun, but Dr. Donaldson's expertise is so broad, it's going to be very hard to find a perfect replacement. So thank you, John. The president, are you clicking? Okay. As usual, I will start with some new science, then I'll sum our recent papers. We'll discuss our initial perspectives on GEF 9 and some future work we plan, and then we'll conclude with our observations on the GBFF, on the GEF Trust Fund, and the adaptation work programs. So let's start first with new science. And while there is a lot to show, I want to just say that none of this is more than 8 weeks old. The new science is coming at us so fast and furiously. This photo finalist, Guardians of the Reef, shows members of the Alor Sea tribe from Indonesia fishing with their traditional equipment. And these tribal members are really known for their efforts to care for and replant the reef. This has been a year of amazing monthly temperature records, which the CEO already mentioned. And what you see happening, this animation from NASA, is showing a red line that started with 1899 and went to each year and has now stopped, showing that monthly temperatures. We seem to have two mice, I think. Showing monthly temperatures. Is it running again? Did I do that? We were trying to make this stop. The numbers started in 1899 and then they end with 2023. And you can see across each month for each year, the red line has been climbing and we have an unprecedented streak in the last 12 months. And if you can make it flip on its side, is that possible? Yeah, if you can make it flip on the side, you can see that top number is approaching 1.5 C, 1.5 degrees Celsius just for this past 12 months. So we can't say we've passed that important number yet, but we are awfully close. Next, record temperatures have also increased the number of extreme heat days. And this report's just from May, looking at the role of human-induced climate change on dangerous heat waves, again, in the last 12 months. So over the last 12 months, 6.3 billion people, which is about 78% of the Earth's population, experienced at least a month of really extreme heat. And that was made 2 times more likely due to climate change. But if you look at those deepest red colors, the 5 countries with the most extreme heat were Suriname with 182 days, Ecuador with 180 days, Guyana with 174 days, and El Salvador with 163 days, and Panama at 149 days. So each of those countries actually had 4 months more of extreme heat than they would have had without climate change. The extreme heat is also leading to other extreme events. And last week, thousands of dead fish were found lying in the dry bed of the Bustios Lagoon in Anahuac in the Chihuahua state of Mexico. And on the left, you see a municipal worker applying quicklime to control the smell of the decaying fish. But heat-related drought has been affecting nearly 90% of Mexico, and some parts of the country, including Mexico City, are facing severe water shortages due to depleted reservoirs. And that, of course, has significant impacts on water security, on food security, and on livelihoods. 2 recent reports from East Africa and Brazil look at how human-induced climate change affects floods. And so if you look at East Africa on the map on the left, those countries experienced prolonged drought over the last decade, but also many episodes of extreme rainfall that led to severe flooding. And this kind of ping pong of opposites leads to complex humanitarian emergencies, including displacement, infrastructure loss, health risks, disrupted livelihoods, and weakened resilience. We're also seeing that climate change is interacting with the rapid urbanization that's occurring in East Africa. And we're also seeing more increased precipitation events that occur twice as often. And so the combination of these effects are particularly strong in large informal areas without adequate infrastructure. But in Brazil, on the right, during April and May, there were unprecedented floods in the Rio Grande do Sul, which affected over 90% of the state. It was actually an area about the size of the UK or Uganda, and displaced more than 500,000 people. Again, particularly in informal settlements and indigenous villages. The dot on the map is Porto Alegre, which is the capital of the state. The analysis found that the likelihood of this 10-day heavy rainfall event had also increased by more than a factor of 2 due to human-induced climate change, as well as an increase in intensity. And so while we also had El Nino, which helped exacerbate this, the combination proved deadly in a number of cases. Another new paper in Nature looked at how climate change affects income. And this concludes that the economic shock is likely twice as high as other previous analyses showed. And this is because they're using a different and more sophisticated methodology. Previous studies considered only damages related to rising temperatures at the national level. This one now looks at rainfall, extreme weather, and at 1,600 subnational regions. And that's important, of course, because climate is a local event. It's not national or global. And then the study also looked at how it's not just the days of those extreme events, but some of those events will persist over months or years. So their answer is that globally, average incomes could fall almost 20% by 2050 compared with what they would have been without climate change. And most striking are the figures on the permanent average loss of income and worldwide. So if you look at the US and Europe, the reduction, or those paler red colors, are about 11%. But in Africa and Asia, the permanent average loss is going to be more than 20% of what it would have been. And some countries much higher, which I list there: Botswana, Mali, Iraq, Qatar, and Pakistan, approaching 25 to 30%. Now, it's not all doom and gloom. We are seeing some positive trends in reducing greenhouse gases. This just released report from the International Energy Agency concludes that the world now invests twice as much in clean energy as in fossil fuels. So the overall investment in clean energy pushes total energy investment to 3 trillion for the first time, 2 trillion in clean energy. Solar surpasses all others combined, actually, but there are major imbalances in where the investment is. For example, emerging markets and developing economies outside of China only account for about 15% of that clean energy spending. So while encouraging, meeting the Conference of Party 28 goals requires a doubling of this clean energy investment by 2030 worldwide. We've talked a little bit about waste, now to chemicals and waste. A new global electronic waste report assessed first how much of this e-waste is being generated and how much is being recycled. Unfortunately, we're not doing well, and e-waste is defined under the Basel Convention as electrical equipment that is waste, electronic equipment, all the components. Just think about it, a huge issue. And so on the left chart, the black bar shows the amount of e-waste produced per person by region, and the green bar is the percent that's collected and recycled, and that ranges from less than 1% to 43%, but it averages out to 22% being recycled. Well, e-waste is increasing. This year it was 62 million tons. And to give you an example, 62 million tons would fill more than 1.5 million 40-ton trucks. And those trucks would be enough to form a bumper-to-bumper line around the equator. So that's a lot of waste. And that total is going to increase by another 30% by 2030. So we are losing resources worth more than $62 billion, including rare earth elements that are needed, for example, for renewable energy generation. And we are increasing releases of toxic substances, including mercury and persistent organic pollutants, into the environment. But as we heard, GEF's new global electronics management program is tackling this complex problem to reduce waste generation, to encourage more circularity, and to increase recovery of resources, and very importantly, increase access to finance. Okay, well, now on to the oceans. The ocean temperatures have also broken records these last 2 years. And so far, 2023's trend of exceeding previous records is continuing. We're seeing mostly greenhouse gases to blame, but as I mentioned, El Nino contributes too and leads to a new wave of coral bleaching. But on the map, you can just see how big the ocean temperature anomaly is now. And that's compared to the previous 30 years. So just to tell you, the darkest reds on there are between 1 degree and 3 degrees Celsius above the 30-year average, which is quite a leap. And on the right, the orange line shows you the ocean temperatures in 2023 by month. And you can see every month from January to December set a record. And then you see the red line above that, which stopped yesterday, because that's all the data we have. But that red line for this year is exceeding last year's record every month as well. World Ocean Day was the 8th of June, and UNESCO released their State of the Ocean Planet for 2024. Lots of information in here. First, of course, we know problems persist: plastics, acidification, warming oceans, bleaching corals, too many nutrients running into the ocean, particularly phosphorus and nitrogen. But setting aside marine protected areas, or MPAs, and protecting coastal ecosystems are creating refuges for marine life against stressors ranging from overfishing to sea level rise. And there's an increasing attention to marine spatial planning, known as MSPs, as a tool for sustainably managing human activities in marine areas. And then these plans are developed with strong public engagement to balance demands for development with the need to protect the environment and deliver social and economic outcomes in an opened and planned way. And by the end of last year, a total of 126 countries and territories were engaged in marine spatial planning, which is an increase of 20%. So that's good news. And we have seen that marine spatial planning has become the focus of calls for social inclusion and social justice, especially concerning Indigenous people and local communities, as well as the inclusion of gender and poverty issues. And the GEF's Blue and Green Islands IP will contribute to addressing these challenges by encouraging nature positive development in the food, in the tourism, and in the urban sectors. And the GEF's Clean and Healthy Oceans IP will help reduce land-based sources of marine pollution, lessen nutrient loads entering coastal marine environments from agriculture, industry, and municipal sectors. So some bad news, but some good news, and we are helping improve conditions. A new global assessment on mangroves came out. This is the first global assessment of an ecosystem group using the IUCN Red List. And this was released on the International Day for Biodiversity, which was the 22nd of May. So mangroves have now been assessed entirely across the planet, which is really a significant milestone because ecosystems are what's called a headline indicator of a global standard under the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And so this assessment has identified the primary threats to degradation and loss, which I think you know: deforestation, development, pollution, dam construction. But increasingly, climate change is beginning to affect these ecosystems too. And so you see in the leftmost box, climate change, specifically sea level rise, now threatens 1/3 of the mangrove ecosystems. And the middle figure shows you 50% of the mangrove ecosystems assessed are at risk of collapse. That means they're either vulnerable, endangered, or critically endangered. And I just want to say those mangroves hold 2 billion tons of carbon stored in them, which we really do not want to release. And the rightmost figure shows the areas most at risk, and that includes the North Indian Ocean, the Red Sea, South China Sea, Gulf of Aden, and parts of the Atlantic. And as you might expect, the assessment recommends better maintenance of ecosystem integrity, both preserving mangroves and restoring them. And equally important, though, as sea level rise, maintaining sediment flows and allowing space for mangroves to expand inland so they can cope with that. A new report on infectious disease just came out. Scientists looked at 1,000 studies of global environmental drivers of infectious disease covering all continents except Antarctica. And they looked at both the severity and the prevalence of disease in plant, animal, and human hosts. You see, they looked at 5 drivers. The biggest environmental drivers are biodiversity loss, followed by climate change, invasive species, and chemical pollution. But they note that there can be, I guess you would say, unfortunate synergisms across these drivers because, for example, climate change and chemical pollution can cause habitat loss, which in turn can cause biodiversity loss. Again, though, GEF's critical forest biomes IP is contributing to tackling these drivers, biodiversity loss, invasive species, and helping to enhance resilience to stressors. Well, now let me say a few words about research on protected areas. On the left, in 2011, STAP published a report on terrestrial protected areas and their effects on human well-being. And following the literature analysis, the best we could conclude was the social impacts of terrestrial protected areas are highly variable and context dependent. The literature at that time was not conclusive about a positive impact of protected areas on human well-being. But fast forward 14 years, the evidence about protected areas and biodiversity conservation measures look very different. And research conducted by a large international group of experts, including the GEF's own Director of Strategies and Operations, Claude Gascon, now clearly shows the effectiveness of biodiversity conservation actions. So this was a huge meta-analysis of 186 studies that measured biodiversity over time and compared outcomes with action compared to those without action. And in 2/3 of the cases, conservation improved the state of biodiversity or at least slowed the decline. And it concluded that interventions targeted at species and at ecosystems such as invasive species, habitat loss reduction, and restoration are highly effective. But the study did stress, although conserved interventions are working, there are not enough of them and not always in the right places. And it would require substantially more funding, perhaps up to between 180 to 524 billion a year. It's a big number, but it's really important. I did want to say, though, that I'm hoping this bird might stump the CEO. Do you know the new name of the African pizza there? No, it's been changed. Oh, good. It's been given its isiZulu name now, which is Uno Thingo, which means rainbow. So you're right, it was a pita, but now, okay. On to end the science section, though, I want to highlight that we are still finding amazing new wonders of nature. More than 100 new species of alien-looking marine life have just been discovered, living deep in the sea near the underwater mountains off the coast of Chile, in the very large Nazca Desventuradas Marine Park, 850 miles off the coast, northwest of Santiago. And you know, that name means the unfortunate, but it actually may be one of the luckiest places on Earth because it protects 8% of the ocean. And here are 2 new life forms. The critter on the left is likely one of the Dumbo octopus, named for the Disney movie about the elephant with the big ears. And the red walking fish on the right appears to be a new sea toad with a gloomy expression, but its skin looks like it's actually been knitted, but it's really made up of little needles. We have so much more to learn about the creatures we share this planet with, so I wanted to end the science section with exciting news. Okay, but now on to the STAP reports. And to illustrate the hard work that went into our reports, here's a family of lions exerting great effort to keep cool and seeking shelter from the blistering African sun in a tree in the Serengeti National Park, Tanzania. And given the blistering sun in DC this week, we may all need to do the same. First, one of our reports is STAP's Blended Finance Information Note 2. As we heard, the GEF has designated 195 million to 9 grant instruments in GEF 8 so far, and that's blended finance in its various forms. Back in February, I presented a staff note on blended finance that pointed out these projects are generally more complicated than conventional trust fund projects. The logic behind the global environmental benefits, or the GEBs, and the finance logic were often considered separately, and entities outside the GEF partnership end up having great responsibility for delivering the GEBs. And the pathway from funding a project to eventual delivery of the GEBs may also be longer. So our first note focused on the diversity of blended finance types. This note explores the equally diverse features of the pathways that seek to deliver GEBs. And for example, some pathways, some interventions to deliver GEBs are well known, and the finance sector can be confident that they'll deliver, and others will be more experimental, if you will. So putting solar panels in might fall into what you call a more mature category, whereas new technologies, say to reduce or remove mercury, might be more experimental. And similarly, some of the global environmental benefits are quite easy to measure, like carbon dioxide emission reductions, whereas others get harder, like changes in biodiversity. So in short, with this, we are stressing the importance of converging the finance logic and the global environmental benefit logics in project design and implementation. So we propose 3 considerations going forward that could help improve project design. You see these on the slide. The first asks project developers to be more explicit about the impact pathways that will deliver the GEBs, the global environmental benefits, and how quickly they'll be delivered and how easily they can be measured. So, for example, loans to some farmers can be used for practices that improve livelihoods quickly, but might improve the GEBs more slowly, such as fertilizer management that might ultimately decrease land degradation. But the converse can be true too. Some practices might lead the GEBs to appear more quickly than they actually enhance the livelihoods. So timing issues like these can affect whether, for example, the farmers can repay their loans in time and whether or not we'll have the enduring GEBs by then. The second consideration asks the project developers to explain who will be involved in delivering GEBs and what are the incentives to do so. So for example, the GEF may support a bond issue to enable a domestic development bank to lend to farmers. So what are the incentives and how do you measure the GEBs of better land management? And the third considers a related question. How will the project's governance ensure the delivery of both financial returns and the GEBs? And how will it be monitored so that we can learn what works and what doesn't work? I mean, staff really looks forward to continuing to advance blended finance projects because their potential is enormous and they can really support GEF's mission. So we offer you the second offering along the way to continuing to think more about blended finance. Our second paper, Adaptation Benefits from the GEF Trust Fund. At the February Council, I told you we were looking at whether the GEF Trust Fund projects were, in addition to the GEBs they plan to deliver, delivering adaptation benefits. And so we analyzed 37 projects and we asked 3 questions. How is climate change adaptation characterized in the project, if at all? Will it deliver adaptation benefits? And then finally, could it deliver adaptation benefits importantly, without compromising the intended GEBs? And so we found that a quarter of the projects in the trust fund were likely to deliver a climate adaptation benefit as they were designed, in addition to the GEBs, which were the purpose of the report. And we found with some minor tweaking, about 60% of the projects could deliver adaptation benefits without affecting the delivery of the targeted global environmental benefits. But the characterization of climate impacts might require adaptation have just not been described in those projects. So just to give you one example of a project that could deliver adaptation benefits with really minor adjustments is the guarantee mechanism for renewable biogas in India. This is a very good World Bank report, which will reduce greenhouse gases by encouraging use of organic manure in agriculture and the production of biogas. But as we looked at it, we said, well, you know, that manure can also provide adaptation benefits by improving soil quality and water retention, and it will make perhaps the agricultural production less sensitive to climate impacts. So that adaptation potential could easily have been considered in the project design. So based on our analysis, we suggest the following: improve the characterization of climate change impacts in projects and if adaptation is needed. And then second, think through the expected climate trends which are relevant to the project's activities and goals in the theory of change, of course, and then ensure that adaptation benefits are appropriately tracked and reported. And across those projects, here is the distribution of the three kinds of adaptation benefits we found in the projects. Most of the projects focus primarily on reducing sensitivity to climate. That's the green part. So for example, changing to a drought-resistant crop. Next, in red, building adaptive capacity in communities occurred in, what is that, about a third. And least on reducing exposure, which really means moving out of harm's way. So there may be limited capability to do that. But as we evaluated what benefits projects got, we realized some of them could have gotten more than one. Our third paper is on transboundary water projects. And this paper follows from our work on environmental security and project design in fragile and conflict affected situations, which I presented at the February Council. So this is an information note that addresses transboundary water management, both marine and fresh, and how cooperation and conflict affect the achievement of GEBs and potential socioeconomic co-benefits. So we looked at the scientific literature at GEF and non-GEF experience, and we present a conceptual framework and look at the implications of this framework for GEF investment. So the conceptual framework shows how transboundary interventions can lead to a virtuous cycle or a reinforcing cycle in a good sense, in green, that could begin, say, with cooperation over a shared water resource that leads to global environmental benefits, that leads to further cooperation beyond just water to create even potentially the possibility of peace building and achievement of broader socioeconomic co-benefits. So that's all the green. But a vicious cycle in red is also possible, where fragility and competition for scarce resources can lead to conflict and deterioration of natural resources. So clearly we want to be virtuous. Avoiding or resolving a vicious cycle requires an understanding of the root causes and the drivers of change. So designing and implementing projects that address these causes and drivers can promote long-term cooperation and deliver both global environmental benefits and other co-benefits. So that is explicitly addressing environmental security during project design, and of course, engaging stakeholders, developing narratives of possible futures that recognize fragile and conflict situation, and identifying links between conflicts and environmental outcomes right in the project's theory of change. There are numerous GEF examples, including in the Danube River, with positive environmental outcomes as a result of transboundary action to address pollution, and transboundary cooperation in Lake Victoria over the last 2 decades, which has decreased hyacinth infestation, water quality, and in the Okavango River Basin, yielding additional socioeconomic co-benefits, including ecotourism. All right, let's move on to future work, Jeff and beyond, Jeff 9 and beyond. First, let's start with our initial perspectives on the Jeff 9. This is the process. You know, we're thinking about Jeff 9 building on our assembly report that looked at emerging signals and trends in the literature. And since that last council, we've held 6 consultations, 3 in the East and 3 in the Western hemispheres, and those were all held in April and May. And we'll have an in-person meeting after council meeting, and we'll produce a stat paper in a few months for discussion at that. So as you know, Jeff 9 it must address a rapidly changing global context. We know the economic drivers continue to accelerate: consumption, energy demand, land and water use, resource extraction. And we're getting a convergence, if you will, of evidence on the nature of the systemic risks we face and the tipping points we mustn't exceed. I mean, there's real clear scientific consensus on urgency and the necessity for coordinated action. We see technological change as both a risk and an opportunity. For example, artificial intelligence has potential to transform energy, transport, food, waste management, environmental monitoring. But new technologies, novel technologies, can also create new risks, new chemicals, biological agents with unknown impacts. Policy coherence produces undesirable outcomes or environmentally harmful subsidies, not only at the national and subnational levels, but also at regional and global scales. And this is combined with stresses on the institutions that enable international environmental governments. Public concern about environmental change and its links to equity and conflict are increasing in some countries, and that is juxtaposed with mounting government debt and financial crises in many countries, and some backlash, or a new term that we're finding more and more in the literature called green hushing, or damping of green activity. And we know, of course, overseas development assistance has many competing priorities, and we have serious finance gaps. So we need to mobilize positive tipping points, and that led to the 3 questions that were discussed at our virtual convening, which are shown on the screen. Operationalizing this whole of society approach to catalyze action by all players. We know who they are: government, the private sector, the financial sector, civil society, women, youth, indigenous peoples, and local communities. And we especially need new mechanisms to engage those last mentioned. Achieving policy coherence amid continuingly competing economic priorities means, as the CEO has told us, reaching beyond environment ministries to finance, to agriculture, to energy, to transportation, to craft more integrated investment strategies and eliminate perverse subsidies, and catalyzing durable transformational change requires leveraging and influencing larger public and private flows, which absolutely dwarf overseas development assistance. And we need to take advantage of opportunities for innovation. Yes, innovation in financial mechanisms, but we can't forget those other kinds of innovation too: technological, institutional, policy, and social dimensions. So we looked at all of these in the workshop, and let me just give you a small flavor of it. On the whole of society approach, we're looking for synergies between global environmental benefits and other co-benefits and how to maximize them. And given Jeff has a unique role, what is Jeff's unique role, I guess I should say, given the suite of other actors at all scales? And a few points that came up in the convenings were policy change at the national level primarily responds to domestic drivers. That kind of makes sense. But that also means articulating a balance between local and global benefits to build that very important national support for change. A lot about power imbalance and poor representation of marginalized groups came up and how that hinders inclusive policymaking, particularly for women, youth, and Indigenous voices, and how we need specific efforts for collaboration with actors typically without a voice in decision-making. And a strong call for strengthening capacity in institutions, I guess I would say vertically, from local to national to international, they found crucial for promoting coherent and efficient governance. In the discussions on policy coherence here, we want to know what helps achieve it across scales, what mechanisms support that, and how to keep sustained engagement in policy reform. And a few points that came from those consultations was agreement that we need to have a systems approach that considers the interconnectedness of environmental issues. Natural capital approaches were raised, integrated land and water use management as ways to optimize decisions based on competing priorities such as climate, biodiversity, and food production. In this set of discussions, giving voice to all in the decision-making process came up again, as I mentioned previously. And a point that we have to recognize that complex problems will not be solved by one policy or one funding cycle. And the suggestion that maybe policy sequencing is important so that success is demonstrated, which in turn can increase support for further actions and minimize a conflict in implementation. This picture, by the way, is representatives from the Ayu and Moi in West Papua meeting a court official in Jakarta, where they are attempting to stop development of palm plantations on their lands, to which they hold customary rights. Okay, and then on our discussions on transformational change, we wanted to think about what are pathways to it, how to overcome resistance, given that there will clearly be winners and losers, and how to use adaptive management to support transformational change. And a few things that came out of this one, one, behavioral change is essential for transformational change. And that must involve a suite of actors, the local resource users, but also government, policy officials, private investors. It did come up that the GEF and its procedures are not always well understood by the private sector. So maybe more communication and outreach is needed. And there was also comments that we need to learn more about longer-term environmental benefits from private investment mechanisms, for example, green bonds targeting biodiversity conservation. I do suspect the CEO can tell me where this picture is from. Yeah, Costa Rica. And of course, he can also tell us more about a very innovative type of finance, the payment for ecosystem services that have proved to be such a long-lasting success in strengthening biodiversity conservation in Costa Rica. Okay, so we dared to ask these 6 groups, do you have some implications of our discussions for the GEF? So I want to make it clear the ideas offered here from the 6 consultations are what the participants had to say, not what staff's advice is. And staff will continue thinking about this after the expert convening following council. But I thought it'd be of interest to the council to hear where things are. So metrics came up a lot. How can the GEF construct metrics of transformational change, including leading indicators of systems transformation that can integrate socioeconomic co-benefits? A lot of argument that this would help to broaden the constituency for investments if GEBs, if you also can build the livelihood dimensions. Innovation and risk were discussed. And as we heard and know, in February of this year, the council adopted an explicit risk appetite statement differentiating among context, innovation, and execution risks, where we want a high appetite for innovation risks in pursuit of transformational change. It looks like we can have more ambition there from the results that we've seen. But the increased share of funds that we channel through the IPs in pursuit of transformation in key sectors and ecoregions could also present a key challenge. The participants said, how can GEF balance continuity with novelty, pursuing innovation without fragmenting sustained progress? So it was an interesting point brought up. And also how to ensure continuity across project cycles, replenishment cycles, financing sources. Transformational change obviously will not be achieved during the span of one project. So there were suggestions that GEF should essentially design for transformation at entry, knowing that it may take multiple projects or programs. Enhancing stakeholder engagement was raised. The whole of society approach, as we know, entails deeper and more effective engagement of civil society and private sector, as well as we've discussed, multiple agencies within the government and coordination across funders. The point that the GEF itself alone can't drive all the engagement is something that was recommended. GEF think about what the unique role is indeed. Capacity strengthening was raised. The GEF's ambition for transformational change highlights critical capacity gaps. For example, the CEO has increased the focus on country focal points to coordinate planning and wants to ramp up funding to civil society organizations. So what among all the possible priorities to achieve greater societal engagement should be top priorities? And you can't imagine I would give a talk without mentioning knowledge management and learning, but it also came up as in a number of ways in the 6 consultations. There were suggestions on better data access, for example, a need for data to track and evaluate project outcomes along the way, but including especially on attempted policy interventions and their outcomes, questioning whether, we focus more on the technological interventions and their outcomes. They also highlighted the importance of knowledge platforms that can bring together different actors to facilitate both joint financing that can promote behavioral change among governments, private sector, civil society, and local actors. And there was a huge suggestion that make sure you learn from past projects, including failures, because learning from failures can really improve future strategies. And this photo is a member of the Arhuaco tribe from the Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta in Colombia, a rich area in biodiversity and where the tribe has protected for a long time by engaging in the bioeconomy. It's actually possible now to grow manioc, coffee, bananas, and other crops. Used to be too cold for some of those because it's 5,700 meters high, but temperatures have changed. Anyway, the tribe's exemplary conservation practices raise awareness to the issues the GEF is working to address, including through the GBFF and other CBD efforts to be discussed later this year in the Arhuacos country of Colombia. In addition to what I've just mentioned about our work on GEF 9, we'll provide an information note on community-based approaches, or CBAs, in response to the IEO recommendation that the GEF Secretariat, together with staff, provide more clarity and guidance on when and how CBAs, or community-based approaches, can be used. We got that assignment in the 66 Council. We'll continue work on metrics, including thinking about transformational metrics and indicators, linked to, of course, our GEF 9 perspective. We're thinking of developing a paper on options for environmentally sound management of hazardous waste that can't be converted into materials or chemicals of value. And we'd be interested in holding a further workshop on blended finance. All right, so let me now end with the work program observations. First, I'm not sure why that represents our work program observations, but he's awfully cute. And I think he's from Costa Rica too. She's from Costa Rica. First, let's do the GBFF. We screened the first 3 Global Biodiversity Framework Fund projects, 2 in Brazil and 1 in Mexico. And our screening found that all 3 projects were based on sound concepts as well, and were well aligned with the Global Biodiversity Framework targets. And we found that all 3 proposals aim to support activities led by Indigenous peoples and local communities. So overall, the proposals address some essential elements of good project design and that are in the staff screening guidelines. We rated all 3 minor in accordance with our normal screening, and that means we identified some science or technical issues that should be addressed. There were strong aspects, a focus on globally significant biodiversity areas with substantial potential to generate global environmental benefits, good baselines on the systems the project was seeking to address, the adoption of technically sound approaches, such as in the Mexico project, the project's finance for permanence, and a significant potential to generate additional socioeconomic co-benefits, particularly for Indigenous people and local communities. Of course, we always have some shortcomings, so it may be because these were put together and had a shorter preparation period that we noticed that we would have liked more detail on stakeholder engagement, all of which clearly can't have happened by now in the less than 9 months period of preparation. A bit more explanation on the how and when inside the theory of change on how the project outcomes were going to be delivered and support by underlying assumptions, and more description of how different futures might unfold and building those into the design that leads to the selection of interventions. On the trust fund, we reviewed 23 projects and programs, and here's our ratings shown in the figure. Most of them also had a well-reasoned rationale. Several projects intended to develop knowledge management support systems to enhance their impact and scalability, which is great, but some lack clarity on the actual scaling part or strategy. Some of the theories of change could have had better articulation of the logical pathway to get to the outcome and impacts. Most of the projects had great commitment to stakeholders, but some didn't have a lot of detail. And on risk management, you know, the new risk appetite framework is being rolled out. It is clear that the risk tables in the project documentation are not consistently understood. So projects need to delineate between challenges that arise from the drivers of change, like climate change, like population, like economic changes. And those drivers are part of the theory of change and designed into the project, as opposed to risks that could affect the implementation of the project as it is designed. And those should be addressed in the risk section of the PIF under the amended categories adopted by the council. And, you know, staff is interested, if others want to talk about this more, perhaps we can come up with some guidance for how these risk categories can be incorporated going forward. On the LDCF program, we reviewed 14 projects, one of which is a multi-trust project. We had 13 minors, 1 major. Use of climate data is improving, including the use of different scenarios targeted to specific areas. For example, the UNDP projects in Cambodia and Comoros and the World Bank project in Guinea, I guess it was, do a good job of discussing a range of futures that captures the range of uncertainty about future climate. In other cases, though, sometimes the climate rationale for a project is still unclear. And remember, these are adaptation projects. And so some more work may be needed to integrate climate scenarios and other trends and the rationale in order to really lead to robust interventions. Let me highlight some exemplary projects in the STAR program. We talked this morning about the UNIDO Global Electronic Management Program. which is seeking to reduce the generation of that equator's worth of dump trucks of electronic waste and increase circularity and resource recovery in selected countries. And it has many facets to it to create an enabling environment, access to finance, technology, policy, and legislative changes that can foster behavior change. It had a good systems thinking of the problem, and it also considered the gender dimension of the challenges in the electronic sector and incorporates that dimension into the components. We also found the WWF project, Safeguarding the Future of Namibia's Protected Area Network through Financing for Future, to be exemplary. It will create a financially sustainable protected areas network by facilitating the enabling conditions for this financial sustainability, resource mobilization, and better knowledge management. So the project logic was very clearly laid out in the theory of change, and the suite of outputs and outcomes was very well designed to achieve the objectives. And the third one I wanted to mention is an interesting one, the African Development Bank Strengthening Zambezi River Water Basin Management Towards Climate Resilience and Ecosystem Health. And that one centers on this fourth largest river in Africa, shared by 8 countries: Angola, Botswana, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. So like all our transboundary projects, it seeks to enhance cooperation over shared water resources. But this project goes beyond water by bringing in energy, food, and environmental planning to coordinate the shared management of the basin. So that attempt at integration is really important to understand synergies and trade-offs involved in choosing different solutions. So we hope this leads to a virtuous cycle. All right, and finally, let me close with a picture of a sea otter who recently graced the cover of the journal Science. You probably know sea otters live along the coasts of Japan, Canada, the United States, Mexico, and Eastern Russia. And it's widely known that sea otters use tools like shells and rocks to help them process their often thick-shelled prey of mollusks. Otters actually have a loose patch of skin under their armpit where they can store the food they've foraged and their tool to crack it open. A group of volunteer otter spotters, I can't say that many times, watched 200 sea otters for an entire decade. And it turns out that otters who make regular use of multiple tools are better able to consume a diverse diet, have higher energy consumption rates, and show increased resilience. So I suggest that as we approach GEF 9, we too use all the multiple tools at our disposal to crack open and unleash public and private finance and innovation across all of civil society to achieve resilience and transformational change. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rosina, for your presentation, and we all welcome the new members of your team. With this, I would like to open the floor for questions and comments.
This is the CSO Network. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Respected CEO Jeff, council members, and virtual CSO participants, greetings from CSO Network, and many, many happy returns of the Eid. Thank you very much. CSO Network welcomes the report of Chair of STEP to the Council and appreciate the various reports review conducted by STEP during the report period. In terms steps perceptive on GEF 9, we welcome the priorities being proposed on operationalizing the whole society approach. While regarding the proposed focal question for issue, we suggest that focal question should be beyond recognizing synergies, but include considering how these synergies can enhance effectiveness and sustainability in the GEF 100 projects. The support for proposed priority on categorizing transformation change with specific focus on leverage, accelerating action by civil society. Regarding the STEP advisory document on delivering climate adoption benefits, numerous projects refers climate change impacts broadly without offering context of specific details. Nevertheless, 27% of the projects would deliver some adoption benefits. Projects in chemical and waste focal areas do not provide context of specific data on climate vulnerabilities. This gap affects identification of adoption benefits and undermine the effectiveness of these projects in addressing full spectrum of environmental challenges. We believe that more needs to be done to incorporate design marrying to enhance inclusion of adoption and co-benefits into projects when they are designed. Many projects do not provide the detailed data and analysis on specific climate impacts faced by vulnerable groups, particularly women and persons with disabilities. Civil society, persons with disabilities, and women and communities affected by the calamity, especially South Asian groups, are not adequately involved in planning and implementing of these projects. Regarding the science on heat waves, I request STEP to suggest some appropriate technologies to reduce impact on Asian and other countries. STEP has also presented a good report on protected areas and their threats. Taking this benefit for their expertise, I request STEP to kindly review South Asian protected areas, Ramsar sites, because they are most vulnerable at this time and they need some attention. And thank you very much for your cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Anil, representing Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Maldives, Nepal, and Sri Lanka, followed by Aliona. Anil, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, and thanks for the good presentation there. I just have two questions. Will it be possible for you all to share the list of the global experts you propose to consult while drafting your program for the G9? Because I think it will be critical to have institutions and experts from the respective countries where it's likely to have the projects, as well as who can carry forward the interventions, because it should not be because they'll know the local realities and the experience as they come forward. So it will be critical to have the local institutions as well as the local experts from there also. So I would like to have a list of that if you could share it to the council members. The second one is regarding your proposed paper on financing chemical waste and its disposal. Does it include any studies on the EV battery waste, which is still not issue now, but I think that is something which will come up 5 to 6 years from now when the EV vehicles start disposing of the batteries and replacing them as they move forward. It would be good if you have not included to also include that study, include it in the study so that it can inform the industry as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Anil. I will now give the floor to Aliona, representing Albania, Bulgaria, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Croatia, Georgia, Macedonia, Moldova, Montenegro, Poland, Romania, Serbia, and Ukraine, followed by Abigail. Aliona, you have the floor.
Well, thank you so much. And I'd like to welcome again this report, and I understand why the STEP reports are set in the afternoon, because they are really alive and they revive us. So thank you again. I reiterate, as last time in February, it's really colorful, it's really interesting, and it wakes us up. Nevertheless, I would like to say that indeed it's really important to emphasize and to deepen the research in the as you mentioned, transborder waters, and I will go deeper in transborder forests, transborder mountains, and so on and so forth. And actually, my recommendation is for us, and I think that's why it was depictured as authors, and I think the council members and alternate authors, because we are those who bring the countries together and bring the countries to share the experience and projects. This is what we have to go deeper and to set in GEF 9 is to have interconstituencies and to have regionally, not only country to focus, but to focus on a bigger region. Like, for example, now having the security in Ukraine, you know, and having a really big impact on security, environmental impact on, you know, in the regions that might, you know, blew up deeper in other countries. So we have to focus on that, and we have to focus to increase those regions and maybe to help, you know, and to see how we can help there. So interconstituency, that's the next step, transborder waters, transborder forests, and so on and so forth. So let's increase, let's think deeper, let's think on a longer time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Rob, representing the United States, followed by Annette. Rob, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Rosina, for that very comprehensive report. As always, we really appreciate the continued work of the staff and how these efforts can inform the GEF policies and procedures. I was especially struck by your State of the Science report. The summary that you did seemed mostly like bad news. We have our work cut out for us. I was especially struck by the your graphic on the ocean temperatures, not good news, and also by the report on the report on e-waste recycling and the you know what we know we don't recycle nearly enough, and we're losing out big time. We need to figure that out. So appreciate the GEF project there too. And also the good news in your State of the Science report about conservation, and that conservation works with some caveats. So really appreciate that. With respect to your reports, I should have said at the beginning too, we welcome the new members of the staff family and look forward to getting to know them at the reception tonight, hopefully, and then over time. With respect to your reports, we appreciate the follow-up note on blended finance and how it will support better project design through, though we wish, no, we do wish we had received that report earlier. And then with respect to the analysis on potential for adaptation benefits with effective project design, we see this as a critical issue. Consistent with implementing agency actions on Paris Agreement, we believe that the GEF should require implementing agencies to screen projects for adaptation risk and to design resilience into projects where possible and relevant. There has been much progress among the MDBs in determining a joint methodology on Paris alignment, which might be a good starting point for the GEF to consider. And then just with respect to some of the future work you're considering, like India, I'd like to have more information on the hazardous waste project that you're talking about. That sounded important and interesting, and I'd like to just hear a little bit more about it. Maybe we can talk about that offline. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now continue with Annette, representing Germany, and then we will give Rosina some time to reply. Annette, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Rosina and the staff team. As always, extremely grateful for your insights, particularly now on the science report. I found that profoundly depressing, and I guess that's what the world has come to. So grateful for a couple of good news. You also try to inject and give us the feeling that we are actually in a position to do something about that, because this position of being able to actually act is very, very important in order not to feel immobilized. We also appreciate staff's review of the first work program for the GBFF. I found that very insightful and highly interesting results, and I hope this is going to translate into results for the next round of applications. We thank the staff for sharing their initial perspective on GEF 9 and for identifying 3 guiding priority areas. We highly agree with them, particularly the need to leverage and steer private investments. We look forward to discussing the final paper at the next council meeting in December. Also, we'd like to strongly encourage GEF agencies to look into the greater adaptation benefits that obviously could be realized by using the untapped potentials found in 60% of projects and follow staff's recommendations here. Finally, welcome to the new members of the staff team. Very much appreciated that you're going to work with GEF. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So back to you, Rosina.
All right, I may answer some of these across the questions. So, well, the first one was about whole of society. We will be thinking hard about how to operationalize the whole of society in our perspective. There were a few other comments, though, related to this. I mean, one thing I would say, chemicals and waste is the only area where we found nothing in the program, the STAR program, that related to adaptation. And yet, of course, you can think about ways that that would be true. So our recommendation right now on the whole of society is to do a number of things. One, increase the analysis of climate impact in the design of projects, in all projects. Two, we'll be thinking more about the CSO network very explicitly in the community-based approaches paper that's coming up next. But 3, we are also really thinking hard along with Jeff Sack about what's coming through in the new projects and programs that are talking about increased engagement with civil society, indigenous peoples, youth. We will, in our discussion post-council, include some representatives from CSO and from youth, actually, some of the youth that you may have met at the assembly in Canada not so long ago. I guess there were fires there too, speaking of all the new science. But I did want to say that one of the reasons we held 3 small convenings in the East and in the West was to begin to consult with all the parts of the world, including those who are being most effective. This small meeting will be a second one. And again, we tried to cover disciplines, geographies, ethnicities, gender. But this is, as you know, kind of a big lead up to the TAG meetings, which will eventually start and really form the basis of GEF 9. And so what we've been trying to do is, help to build a knowledge base and a group of experts from which we can then pull many more into the discussions that lead up to the GEF 9 process. So we are just being proactive, and we're at the very beginning of what will be a much more inclusive phase, but to say that we are really trying to include people who are the most affected. We will share the expert group with you, that's fine. We are still developing a couple of questions on the chemical report. We actually bring it to you now because it's an idea, and council has asked me to bring you ideas that you can help shape. Well, this is one you can still shape. We are still developing the scope for the chemicals report, but we will, of course, include consider including EV waste and very much welcome thoughts from the countries on what that cannot be reused that we should consider, and how we should craft this to be maximally useful to you. What was there? I did, well, am I done? I did want to say for each of our papers, there's a particular author behind each one. And if you want to know more on blended finance, you should talk to Mark Stafford Smith. On the security, the water security, you should talk to Suzanne Schmeier. And on adaptation, you can talk to our newest member, John. And all of us have approved it, but we usually have one of the experts that takes the lead in assembling the initial information. I'm sorry, I'll let you go on.
Thank you, Rosina. So we will now continue online with Gabriela. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Noemi. And thanks to Rosina for the excellent presentation. Even here late at night, it keeps me well awake. So thank you so much for that. Similar to previous speakers, we very much agree with the questions you raised related to GEF 9 and look very much forward to the paper you will be producing for the GEF 9 replenishment. So thanks for that. In particular, the highlights on policy coherence and the catalyzation of transformational change. With relation to the climate change adaptation benefit paper you produced, thanks for this as well. And we do think that there's quite a bit of room for improvement, and we would very much appreciate if the GEF Secretariat would come up with concrete suggestions on how to take these improvements forward, and that we could discuss it at a future GEF Council also, how this could be taken up moving forward in the programming. On the blended finance piece, we would also appreciate a response from the GEF Secretariat, how it's planning to take up these concrete suggestions for improvements and or amendments. And we would like to better understand what the additional paper on blended finance would focus on that you were mentioning, in addition to the two that you have already produced. And I'll leave it at that since other things have been raised by others already. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now continue with Emily, representing Denmark, Latvia, Lithuania, and Norway, followed by Nora. So, Emily, you have the floor.
Thank you, Noemi. And first of all, many thanks to Rosina and staff for this very comprehensive presentation on the latest science. And also welcome to the new members of staff. We just have a few comments on two of the accompanying reports. Our constituency would like to thank the staff for the very informative document on climate adaptation benefits from GEF Trust Fund projects. We believe that the findings provide basis for an evaluation by the IEO to be included in OPS 7. We strongly support staff's 3 recommendations and would like to ask how the GEF Secretariat plans to follow up, including with regards to the GBFF. We would also like to suggest that this should be a subject of discussion in the harmonization work taking place between the 4 multilateral climate funds. We believe that there is potential to share experience and lessons learned on how to increase climate adaptation co-benefits in these funds, projects and programs. We would like to know to what degree staff provides comments for strengthening adaptation benefits in the project design in the review of PIFs, and also if you have looked at how PFDs include potential adaptation benefits. And also echoing Rob's comment, we would like to encourage all GEF agencies to include adaptation aspects in the PIFs and in the PFDs to a larger extent. And our constituency expects all projects to assess the impacts of climate-related risks on project activities and to identify ways to mitigate such risks through comprehensive and integrated project design. We look forward to exploring this issue in further detail during the GEF 9 replenishment negotiation and would welcome any suggestions for possible policy recommendations or recommendations for the programming directions from both staff and the IEO. And secondly, our constituency also appreciates the report on blended finance. Like Switzerland mentioned, we note that the following comment by staff design principles that the delivery and monitoring of GEBs need to be clear at the project design stage and embedded in governance arrangements. How does the GEF Secretariat plan to follow up on this recommendation? And we would also like to ask the IEO to include an assessment of blended finance project design in its review of the private sector engagement strategy that is planned for OPS 7. And finally, we would like to ask staff whether they have looked into at what degree NGI executing entities are assessed with regards to how they green their businesses and other activities or investments are assessed. Thanks.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Laura, representing Estonia, Finland, and the Netherlands, followed by Ahu Susten. So, Laura, you have the floor.
Yes, we would also like to thank the staff for your excellent work and very inspiring way of presenting, although not many good news on the status of the planet this time. In these turbulent times, it is essential to base our decision-making on science. So thank you so much for bringing these new science and all these reports to our attention. Finland and the Netherlands have for long been bigger than its size in the field of transboundary water cooperation, and we are very delighted to note the staff has looked into the GEF's transboundary water projects. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We will now continue with Ahu Susten, representing Benin, Côte d'Ivoire, Ghana, Guinea, Liberia, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and Togo. So, Ahu, vous avez la parole.
Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais me joindre à mes prédécesseurs pour également féliciter et remercier l'équipe du STAP pour l'excellent travail qui a été abattu, dont les résultats ont été brillamment présentés par la présidente. Je voudrais en tout cas appesantir mon propos sur les perspectives qui ont été rappelées par l'équipe du STAP, notamment sur le renforcement de la communication en vue justement d'améliorer la compréhension des procédures du FEM par le secteur privé. Alors, pour moi, c'est une initiative qui est appréciable dans la mesure où, pour pouvoir effectivement mobiliser la contribution et les investissements du secteur privé, il faut que ce secteur-là, il faut que cet acteur important puisse effectivement comprendre tous les mécanismes financiers et tous les instruments financiers qui sont promus par le FEM. Je voudrais peut-être proposer qu'en termes de recommandations, on puisse tenir compte aussi de la promotion de tout ce qu'on a comme taxonomie verte, de sorte à ce que ce secteur-là puisse effectivement savoir exactement qu'est-ce qu'il y a comme activité, comme initiative, comme domaine en fait, qui serait justement ou qui serait aligné en fait aux interventions du FEM. Je voudrais poursuivre avec les observations qui ont été faites sur le Fonds pour la biodiversité. J'ai compris que sur les soumissions qui ont été faites, le STAP a approuvé un certain nombre, je crois 3, mais il y en a, tout comme la Côte d'Ivoire, qui ont soumissionné et pour lesquels il n'y a pas eu de retour. Ce serait peut-être bon qu'on ait la notification sur les raisons qui ont prévalu justement au rejet de ces projets-là, de sorte à ce qu'on puisse orienter de la meilleure façon la formulation des nouveaux projets à soumettre. Je voudrais terminer mon propos en revenant avec votre autorisation sur les propos liminaires du CEO ce matin, qui indiquait qu'en termes d'ambition, le FEM envisage prendre en compte les questions de tarification qui intègrent notamment la taxation carbone et les marchés carbone. Alors, ma question, c'est vraiment de savoir comment cette prise en compte se traduirait justement dans les perspectives pour ce qui concerne le FEM 9. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. So this concludes the list of speakers. So, Rosina, back to you.
Well, fortunately, some of the hard questions are really for the CEO, but let me answer those that I can. With regard to GEF 9, I mean, we are really, again, at a very early stage. We really want your ideas on what would be most important to focus on, what questions we're not getting at, and how to better pull together information in time for the TAG meetings that'll start shortly after the next council. So this is the perfect time for you to be throwing out these ideas. We'd love to get the agency ideas and the CSO ideas as well, of course. On the adaptation issues, there's long been this discussion in council about whether adaptation should be mainstreamed or not, but it's a different funding mechanism, et cetera. I mean, I think from the point of view of STAP, we see it as simply, if there are co-benefits we could be touting and they're easy, we should be looking for them and accounting for them and reporting on them. So exactly how that happens, whether it's officially mainstreaming or not, I think with our now implemented climate risk screening and our request that future narratives be played out in the theory of change. That is, you're thinking about how climate will change, demographics will change, maybe security, et cetera, that these storylines will emerge that will offer both co-benefits as well as the potential for adaptation benefits. I mean, I think all of this thinking up front about both what could go wrong and what could go right and what outcomes you can maximize at the end it is really important. So I think the narrative discussion, which I did highlight, yes, is still not very well done in projects, is something the staff would be very interested in potentially developing some kind of training on. How do you actually think about including, not just climate risk screening, but thinking about changes in other stressors that could affect the outcomes that you're seeking. We did not look at the adaptation benefits in full IPs or PFDs in our review. We looked at trust fund projects per se. The question about the subsequent blended finance paper, I guess in its simplest form is we would be focusing on, what is kind of a theory of change for blended finance and this importance of being sure that the GEB, the global environmental benefit logic, and the finance logic are synergistics, are strengthened and work together. If you look at the second finance paper, and apologies, yes, Rob, that it showed up so late. Sometimes our late night thinking takes a lot of time. If you look at the first box in there, there's some examples of, where one project involves 27 companies that are going to reach 20,000 farmers. And, so there's these very long chains, and if everything works, it's absolutely fabulous. And so as we all seek to enhance blended finance, as we go into the GBFF, et cetera, I think, understanding appropriate thinking in the theory of change across the finance model and the global environmental benefit outcome is really important. We did sit with the GEF SEC in a 3-day seminar on blended finance, and a number of questions that were in our original paper are still things that are quite important to look at. And so I guess I would say thinking about theory of change for these projects so that we can be confident we're getting the outputs and outcomes and durability that we want would be the next thing. Sunday, was there another one that I was supposed to, adaptation, mainstreaming? Is that it? Okay, I think the others were actually for the GEF, so I'll let them answer those.
Thanks, Rosina. I kind of felt a little bit some confusion within the roles of IEO and STAP. And let me try my best to clarify that. STAP is our scientific and technical advisory panel. So what they do is giving us guidance. They don't do recommendations. Recommendations are being done by IEO, and we need to stick to those recommendations. We very much appreciate all the guidance that that STAP gave us. As a matter of fact, they're always ahead of the curve. This is something that we really like and love at the GEF. But I would like to clarify that what they do is giving us, the vision in terms of the technical and the scientific contribution to the overall goals and objectives, but also to the portfolio. Everything that comes to the attention of council through the work program goes through them, and your contribution is highly valuable to the organization. Claude, do you want to expand a little bit more on this one?
Yes, thank you. And thanks to all the good questions and to staff for continuing to push us in the cutting edge of the business that we're in, which is, as you probably realize now, very complex and not getting any simpler. I just want to take a couple of minutes to just reassure council of the backroom processes that are already in place and that we have continued to engage in with staff that are not always apparent and not necessarily codified, like the relationship that we have with the IEO, with management responses and so forth, but that from my perspective, and I'll explain this, give me assurance that we have a way of incorporating this guidance in the work of the GEF as it evolves and as it comes to us. We have worked with staff pretty much, at least in the GEF 8 cycle, since the negotiations started in terms of, as Rosina mentioned, the tag meetings and the build up to GEF 8, to the programming, the final programming directions, which I think were based on a solid scientific and technical framework, the Healthy Planet, Healthy People, and led to the programming directions, which we know, which also included every guidance element that we thought collectively was important in the strategy for GEF 8 and was put in practice. That then takes on a nature again that is a little bit of backroom sausage making, but I do want to outline this because it is something that I think is not visible to council, but again should reassure you that we have a working relationship. In GEF 8, we simplified, yet we strengthened the templates for project documents, both at the PIF stage and at the endorsement stage. This was done basically hand in hand with staff to make sure that all of the guidance that and the best practices were reflected in the new documents and the new logic. And I remember some very, very engaged discussions with staff on making sure that we had a narrative for projects that actually included a lot of the elements that were prior to the new templates kind of dissociated from the actual narrative of projects. And a lot of this had to do with guidance that was received during the previous years by staff. These documents now are what you see in the PIFs, and I think we continue to have some very good documents that are, I think, much stronger on average and are hopefully a little simpler to digest. I remember in the first couple of work programs of GEF 8, I did a quick analysis of the length of the documents, which is not obviously necessarily quality, but certainly in terms of the simplicity. And we were on average about half the size of the previous documents that we had in GEF 7. So a lot of this is reflected there. We followed that up with workshops that we had with staff to train our own project managers and agency folks to understand the new narratives, understand some of these tools and best practices, again, to build capacity so that we had better quality at entrance on all aspects of project design and project quality so that it is reflected in the documents as they evolve. We have focal area teams that continuously meet with agency folks and establish communities of practice. The focal area coordinators that we have in the GEF Secretariat have a specific role to maintain the standards of quality of the best practices in each of these domains. And this is a function that is taken from the scientific literature, from the conservation literature, if we're talking about biodiversity, from the different domains of literature, but also from staff guidance. And the role of these people, and we hold them accountable, is to continuously improve the best practices in project design, project implementation that incorporate all of this information. And they reach out and they have usually communities of practice with agency technical staff. And so again, that's another way that all of this is taken into account. that is not visible at the council level, but that is reflected, I think, in the results. And finally, in GEF 9, I wish, in GEF 8, we now have, as part of the new structure, an entire division on integration and knowledge management and learning. This is, again, in response to staff's guidance, as well as council's guidance on making sure that we have a knowledge management and learning strategy that will now help guide the direction of the investments of the GEF, not just in the integration domain, but across all of the different approaches and divisions and modalities that we fund. This, again, a large function of the knowledge management and learning will be to take the information at a macro scale and start to funnel it back into the design of strategies, into the design of our big integrated programs, and help us understand how the results are being delivered or not, and improve on all of this. So again, just to give you an idea of a lot of the work that is undergoing or ongoing to respond and do the uptake of this guidance from STAP. And I am confident, and I won't speak for STAP, but I am confident that we continue to do a very good job on this. And I would suggest that the proportion of ratings for our work programs over the 9.5 years that I've been at the GEF have been consistently on the order of about 5% of projects or less that receive major ratings. Now, if you think about that, if we had not done a good job at incorporating the guidance of STAP and of others into the project designs, basically our grade, if you take that 5% and equate it to an A+, our grade would be decreasing because we would have maintained the low quality of standard of projects as the guidance becomes more and more complex and more advanced. And we know that this guidance gets reflected in the way that STAP reviews projects because they continuously update their screening tools with the elements that they are looking into when they do the screens. So I'm also confident that we are maintaining at least a level of standard that is not perfect, but it does, I think, reflect the way that we are able to incorporate all of these elements into the work, and that this relationship, I think, is very beneficial. And I would suggest is probably something that we want to encourage at this point as a way forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Claude. For information of council, there is no decision to be adopted under this agenda item. I want to thank Rosina, Sunday, and the whole staff team for presenting today with us. Thank you. With this, I will go to our two last agenda items for today. The first one is agenda item number 5, streamlining the GEF project cycle, report from the working group on streamlining processes. I would like to invite Jonathan Caldicott to present document GEF/C67/01, streamlining the GEF project cycle report from the working group on the streamlining. Jonathan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm sorry, I don't have any nice pictures of new species or sea lions, but I do have the pleasure to introduce this document. It's called Streamlining the GEF Project Cycle, Report from the Working Group on the Streamlining Process. So we have prepared this report on behalf of the Council Working Group on this issue that was established by Council decision at the previous meeting in February 2024. The document is the second in a series on this topic and follows up to the report from the Secretariat provided at the last Council meeting prior to the establishment of the working group. It summarizes where we are on this GEF 8 program of work and presents a number of process-related recommended decisions for Council at this point in the process. It also outlines where we're headed over the coming months and some of the options that are being considered by the Secretariat and by the Council Working Group on this issue. I would also just like to note that in the version we posted in May, a table was mistakenly deleted. So we have posted a corrected version on the website that fixes this and a few related typos to that. The reinserted table is table 4, which shows an analysis of the time taken from CEO endorsement to first disbursement on projects. Just to remind Council of the starting point for this process, the GEF 8 replenishment policy recommendations include a decision to explore areas for streamlining the GEF project cycle with an objective of reducing transaction costs and facilitating access to GEF resources by countries, while at the same time, of course, upholding the GEF minimum fiduciary standards, environmental and social safeguards, and other requirements that have been introduced in recent years with a view to enhancing the quality of results and of GEF interventions. And I know there have been some questions from council members regarding that. I just wanted to reconfirm that indeed the minimum standards and upholding quality is really what we're about. The ad hoc working group was established following the decision by council in February and has met 3 times so far. I would say a good portion of the work to date has been on looking at the data and asking questions of the Secretariat in terms of what additional data is required on where time is spent in the project and program cycle. The substantive work on project design and implementation is, of course, done by agencies and by countries. And this is where we see over 3/4 of the time spent from the time of concept to the time of funds actually hitting the ground. So this is therefore where we need to focus attention. The working group is now expected to continue work until the next council meeting in December, at which point a number of proposals will be developed and will be submitted to council for decision. It's also expected to seek opportunities to engage with both agencies and countries through OFPs over the coming months in doing this. And we'll meet, the working group will indeed meet with agencies this week as a follow-up to the recent agency retreat where some of these issues were also discussed. I would like to say that we have also received some expressions of interest. This is an interesting issue for many council members, and there is some interest in additional members joining the group. It's of course extremely valued and welcome, but in the spirit of keeping the group to a manageable size, we would recommend that interested council members reach out to either the current members or to the Secretariat directly, and we will ensure that any ideas and inputs are taken into consideration by the group. And then, of course, it goes without saying that council will have the ultimate say on what changes to the GEF project cycle are introduced and approved at the recommendation of the Secretariat. As the changes to the project cycle will be implemented by the agencies, by countries and the Secretariat together, advanced consultation with different parties will take place prior to bringing recommendations to Council in December, also in accordance with the recently amended rules of procedure of Council. And as Council will be aware, we've already taken steps in the direction of streamlining by increasing the cap on medium-sized projects, which provides an opportunity for a much higher proportion of GEF projects, potentially up to 2/3, up to 2/3 in total, to benefit from a one-step approval process. One early lesson we can offer from this action is that changes to the project cycle have implications. They have implications for other GEF policies, for GEF systems, and these also need to be adjusted to accommodate changes that we will make in the project cycle. Finally, the paper outlines the options to be pursued with a focus on the project cycle, in line with the guidance received from Council at the previous meetings. We have been discussing with agencies other related issues, and these still need to be tackled, issues such as the dual execution and implementation, the adequacy of project management budgets in relation to co-financing, for instance, And another one that has come up recently is the role of national taxes that may be imposed on project activities where executing partners may not benefit from preferential tax treatment, among other issues. But the focus of the working group will remain on the project cycle as decided by the council at the last meeting. The proposed decision, therefore, before council includes an encouragement to all parties involved in this to look at their internal processes and how we interact with each other in the GEF partnership to find opportunities to improve and streamline the way we do that. With that, I would pass the floor back to you, Chair, and we're pleased, of course, to respond to any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan, for your update on the streamlining of the GEF project cycle. With this, I would like to open the floor to council members for any reactions or comments and questions.
To Yoshi-san, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Firstly, we appreciate the detailed analysis by the working group. We look forward to further considering about the recommendations which will be presented at the next council meeting. In coordination with the Secretariat, implementing agencies, GEF stakeholders such as the recipient countries and other climate funds. We can support the working group's intention to explore the possibility of further shortening the project appreciation process to improve access to GEF fund. At the same time, the risk associated with streamlining, such as governance aspect and the impact on project quality, should also be carefully considered. In addition, as long as the procedures are simplified, it's likely that a large part of the work will be beyond the reach of the Secretariat and the judgment will be left to the implementing agency. Therefore, it is important to ensure that each implementing agency does not have project beyond its own capacity, where case management and monitoring by the implemented agency will become even more important. Furthermore, it should be noted that the emphasis on speed and efficiency should not lead to neglect of engagement with stakeholders, such as recipient countries and local communities. Regarding the working group's proposal to be limited the number of elements for the review of the project by GEF Secretariat and leave the decision on other elements, such as gender, stakeholder, and knowledge management to the implementing agencies. We would like to see consideration of how to ensure the quality of certificate by implementing agencies and whether a sufficient time reduction effect can be expected. In order to increase the speed and efficiency of the process, it is necessary to minimize rework in the review by the Secretariat or implementing agencies. In order to eliminate rework while ensuring project quality, capacity building of recipient countries is required. Seminars for the purpose are an effective tool and should be strengthened. In this regard, I'd like to present some examples. For examples, GCF has been holding GCF program dialogue or webinar. Finally, I'd like to mention, just in case, that the discussion of expanding the scope of activities of implementing agencies, which was added to the agenda this time, we think it is not directly related to improving the efficiency of the project cycle. Therefore, we recognize that it remained outside the scope of the discussion. Thank you very much. Back to the chair.
Thank you. We will now go with Barbara representing Canada, followed by the CSO network. Barbara, you have the floor.
Thanks so much. I'm parched because there was no break, just putting that out there, but that's okay. We'll just forge on. We're all in it together. So just wanted to express my strong appreciation for the working group and the Secretariat for their efforts to identify opportunities for streamlining and simplification. We're hopeful with the passage of a little bit more time, we'll have some really interesting lessons learned in terms of the simplification efforts that we saw put in place for the GBFF and also under the medium-sized projects where there was different thresholds introduced. What does that actually result in? What are the positives? What are the risks to that? And hopefully building upon those lessons when there's a little bit more time has passed and we can see where that goes. In terms of the paper, really in the work that's being done, significant appreciation for the efforts underway to assess what other potential efficiencies or gains from harmonization with other climate investment fund processes and procedures, and also the adaptation fund. I would say in terms of how it's currently scoped, we certainly support the development of proposals for a decision at the next meeting, 68th meeting in December 2024, with a view of really keeping momentum in this space so that we can identify those opportunities, get them down, flesh them out, see what that looks like, and then hopefully build that into an ambitious reform effort in time for GEF 9. Thanks.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to the CSO network, followed by Martin.
Thank you very much. Let me contribute on the agenda item number 5, report from the World Working Group on streamlining process in reference to the GEF project management cycle, the GEF rates, replacement participant, as well as the last council, requested the Secretariat to introduce further streamlining measures aimed at reducing project processing time through simplification of proposal templates and information decentralization of responsibilities to increase ownership by recipient countries, thereby scaling down the transaction and administrative costs for all agencies, reducing administrative costs, and facilitating increased access by the multilateral development banks. Therefore, building on the report of the working group, the GFCSO network put forward to this council the following recommendation. 1, further effort must be made to reduce the time between project inception and preparation and first fund disbursement. The frequent long delays lead to significant losses of opportunities, such as some project may need to be redesigned at inception. 2, streamlining the project cycle should not result in the inadvertent impact of reducing options for engagement of CCO and IPLS. In fact, we urge that most resources be allocated by GEF agencies for the early engagement and consultation of civil society and indigenous people and local communities in the formulation of GEF projects. Number 3, we also encourage options for sharing of information on pipeline GEF projects prior to the submission of the work program to the council. We believe that this can increase the participation of many stakeholders. And we also believe that GEF network could assist in early screening of projects and inputs to initial project ideas. Number 4, we also recommend to encourage the engagement of civil society representatives in national GEF steering or review committees to highlight perspectives of civil society in GEF programming. Also, the GEF CSO network would like to encourage consideration in the process of streamlining new potential pathway to flow GEF resources to community levels. These could include, for example, additional GEF agencies or intermediaries to ensure that GEF resources reach key communities on the ground in expected and timely manner to transform land use management and enhance sustainability. And for this, GCN would like to also advise that GEF could explore options of engaging agricultural development banks, such as in developing country, particularly in Tanzania. We have Tanzania Agricultural Development Bank, and these could be used to reach more CSO engagement and also subsequent increase the disbursement of GEF resources and funds to civil society organization. These development banks have the potential to enhance the sustainability of traditional livestock farming into sustainable, low emission and nature positive livestock farming that protect our planet. This could be implemented through setting up special climate-related or biodiversity positive fund windows in agricultural development banks using blended finance. Finally, but not least, the GEF CSO network would like to thank the CEO of GEF, Mr. Carlos Manuela Rodriguez, on his effort to strengthen the partnership division at GEF, and also to thank GEF in general for their support to the civil society organization, particularly the GEF CSO network. Also, GEF CSO network would like to thank all council members, to mention a few from Norway, Cambodia, Canada, Sweden, India, and all other council members that contributed positively to advise GEF Secretariat to increase more support to the GEF CSO network, including other agencies like STAP and others. And therefore, for these few remarks, I would like to support this agenda item number 5. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Martín, representing Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Paraguay, Peru, and Uruguay, followed by Annette. Martín, you have the floor.
Muchísimas gracias. En primer lugar, gracias por la presentación. Nuestra circunscripción quisiera resaltar la importancia del trabajo presente y futuro del grupo de trabajo. Creemos que el documento presentado proporciona una base sólida para la búsqueda de mejoras estructurales y procesales. Para ello, y esto es algo que fue mencionado durante la presentación y con lo cual nosotros coincidimos, Creemos que es vital consultar a todos los actores, con especial énfasis en los países receptores. Sus puntos focales, particularmente los puntos focales operativos, tienen la experiencia y los conocimientos necesarios para desarrollar propuestas robustas. Por ejemplo, será importante consultar las experiencias en materia del enfoque de un solo paso para la presentación de proyectos y su conveniencia o no en la presentación de determinados proyectos en el marco del ciclo de proyectos del GEF. Por último, creemos que es necesario trabajar en temas relacionados con las funciones de implementación y ejecución, sobre todo en materia de los costos de gestión de los proyectos, teniendo en cuenta las particularidades de cada país. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias. And now, Annette, you have the floor, and then we'll give Jonathan some time to reply.
Thank you very much, Noemi. We thank the working group on streamlining for their interim report and for all the hard work that went into it. And we do support their ongoing work. We also note the link to our discussion on the joint declaration and the draft action plan, which we are going to discuss under agenda item 13 tomorrow. We need to make sure that both work streams are well coordinated. Raising the cap for medium-sized projects from $2 million to $5 million at the last GEF Council meeting in February, and the establishment of this working group were, in our view, important first steps in streamlining. We agree with the working group's approach of consulting stakeholders within the GEF. We just heard from Argentina about how that could be done and how important it is, and collaborating with other multilateral climate funds. Germany considers the one-step approval process under the GBFF a good approach. If this proves successful, it could be a blueprint to the entire GEF family of trust funds. Lessons learned and an extensive evaluation of GBFF projects' outcome and sustainability are therefore essential. We support the working group's proposal to review GBFF projects by the end of 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will continue with the participation of the council with Sofia. You have the floor. Yeah, you need to wait for them to open it, because if you click again, you will close it. So, all right. You're good. You're good to go.
Thank you. So first, thank you, Jonathan, for the presentation. Our constituency is glad to contribute to the working group through the participation of one of our members, and we will continue to support this so that it effectively serves to advance our simplification and harmonization efforts while maintaining the quality of the projects to be approved and procedures. We're encouraged to see concrete measures to be further developed at different levels, including the GEF partnership, GEF secretariat, agencies, internal OFPs, and executing agency levels. We would also like to echo the comment that to foster wide consultation when needed. In this context, there are some considerations that we would like to also put here, and so that they can be taken into account. First, efficiency gains cannot come at the expense of project quality or capacity building. This is one of the elements that we would have to take into account throughout the whole process. When we see the project decision, when we're talking about encouraging agencies so that they also identify areas for further streamlining, some of our members are having certain difficulties with the coordination between agencies and executing agencies, in particular in the implementation of global and regional projects. So this is representing delays in the implementation, especially at the national level. So we would like to also hear from this as part of the working group work. When we are speaking on point D of the decision, And also on the same spirit of opening the possibility for wider consultation, we would like to request an amendment to the wording that we have right now, so that we have at the end and others as appropriate. Then decision point D would read, endorses further development of proposals for decision in December 2024, considering advanced consultation requirements for any proposals requiring changes to policy and guidelines, in others as appropriate, so that we enable a consultation when needed. Echoing what Jonathan was saying, we understand that changes have implications, and we're going to refer here to the one-step approval. So we know that the GBFF and the medium-sized projects is an example, a piloting example that we would like to drive lessons learned from, and that will inform the streamlining process of our GEF Trust Fund cycle. But we would also like to encourage the working group to consider the applicability and the limits of the applicability of these kind of modalities, in particular for full-size projects, so that we can continue to have a robust project pipeline. So the experiences of some of our the countries in our constituency with one-step approval for medium-sized projects is that it has even increased project preparation time, with a substantial request of additional information that in certain cases is not consistent. So taking the complexities of full-size projects, we would like to assess the potential implication of these measures, including how the country ownership and incentives or disincentives of agencies' participation, considering the cost and risk that they would have to undertake. Also, on modalities and procedures adapted to the, we would also like to encourage to have more work on modalities, so that the modalities and procedures are adapted to the convention's deadline as part of the process streamlining, the project cycle streamlining, so to allow access to funds in a way that, for instance, allows continuous and simplified and efficient processes, in particular cases, for instance, the ETF, so that to avoid gaps in funding between cycles. We would also like to encourage further efforts on harmonization across climate funds. And at this point, we would like to ask the Secretariat if they could share a little bit more about the conclusions and lessons from the workshop that was convened in April 2024 here in Washington. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Victoria, followed by Laura.
Thank you, Noemi. Our constituency also appreciates the work of the working group and the interim reports. We would be interested to hear if there are any measures that can be prioritized, and if so, which ones these are. As Germany, we see potential in the one-step approval process and also in learning from the simplified GBFF project cycle. And finally, we appreciate that countries and agencies will be consulted in the following months. And for us, it would be very useful to learn more in this context about the bottlenecks for MDBs and how streamlined processes could potentially help with their engagement with the GEF. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now continue with Laura, and then with Gabriela, who is joining us online. So, Laura, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. We would also like to thank the working group for its work, and we also appreciate the time dedicated by the Secretariat to explaining all the processes and timelines. And our constituency, namely the Netherlands, also participated in this work. The working group started relatively late, and therefore, so there is still some work to do. We would also like to move forward to discuss outstanding issues beyond project cycle, as we only have time until the next council meeting. We also welcome further consultation with other stakeholders for this work. We also just mentioned the dialogue with the GEF agencies this week, which we find a necessary step forwards. Next year will be a year for starting the discussions on the next GEF strategy, and preferably some of the outstanding issues have been already solved by then. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Now I will give the floor to Gabriela, who is joining us online.
Thank you, Noemi, and thanks to the Secretariat and the working group for the good paper. A few comments on figure 1. This is a very helpful overview of the policies adopted in GEF 6 and GEF 7. It would be even more useful and helpful if you could add the GEF Council meeting numbers where these policies were adopted. So if we want to go back and have a look at them, they're easier to find. In paragraph 11, you list a number of issues that have been deferred, and Jonathan was referring to that also in the presentation. Can you further elaborate what you mean by deferred, and when can the Council expect suggestions on these deferred issues? And then in the connection with the work by the 4 multilateral climate funds on complementarity and coherence, the documents state that further analysis is required and mentions country endorsement as the issue to be further streamlined now in the first step and harmonized. Can you elaborate what has led to this conclusion and why are none of the other elements mentioned from paragraph 33 taken up? We expect that the work of the multilateral climate funds to go well beyond the element of country endorsement and tap into the priorities mentioned in paragraph 33, and that's why it would be interesting to understand what your suggestions are in that front. You also mentioned that in the GBFF project cycle, the one that I think also just now was referred to, is the agency is responsible for project implementation and directly accountable to the council. And we weren't quite sure how this is different from the regular GEF projects with regards to accountability. Could you maybe further elaborate on that? And then similar to what we just heard from Austria, we would very much appreciate if you could tell us how you're planning to prioritize the list of activities you've identified, and what outputs does the working group expect to present at the next council in December? Thank you.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Richard. Andrea. Yeah, you have to wait until the microphone is green, and then you can, yeah, let's. Can you help us open the microphone, please, thank you, Andrea. You have the floor. Yeah, when you click on it, you are actually canceling it, so you need to, yeah, there you go. So, yeah, just address the floor. Yeah.
Okay. Got it. Thank you. This is the first time I've taken the floor. We'd like to thank the Secretariat and the Working Group for their efforts to date and for providing this useful paper. A priority for our delegation is ensuring streamlined processes so partner countries who most need support can access GEF funding in a timely manner. We strongly support measures to enhance the accessibility of multilateral funds to ensure they remain fit for purpose and work for those who need assistance to address growing environmental challenges. As GCF and GEF members, we have a particular interest in ensuring the harmonisation across the multilateral environment and climate funds and encourage the GCF and GEF to continue working together to achieve this. We also support measures to streamline processes across funds operated by the GEF, and we note this is one of the strengths of the GEF, serving as the financial mechanism for a range of conventions. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Enid.
No toco nada, ¿no?
You're free. Yeah, you have the floor now.
Thank you. The constituency thanks the working group for the report presented, which compiles useful information for countries to know how long projects are taken throughout the project cycle. The constituency remains committed to the goals of the GEF and supports the continued efforts to streamline its project cycle. We believe that through collaborative efforts and innovative approaches, we can achieve greater efficiency and effectiveness in delivering global environmental benefits. We share some of the reflections that were received from the constituency. The reduction of implementation times favors project compliance and efficiency. The work and synergies between implementing agencies and executing agencies are essential. We believe it is important that this working group not only interviews and collects experiences from the implementing agencies, but also from the executing agencies. Also, we support the continued work of the Council Working Group and the Secretariat as endorsed by the recommended Council decision. We look forward to further developments and proposals that will be presented in the upcoming Council meeting in December 2024. The constituency highlights the importance of holding working sessions with implementing agencies and executing agencies, pilots in regions, to identify areas of improvement in current processes, policies, operational rules, among others. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Jonathan to reply to the council.
Thank you very much, and thanks to council members for these comments. They, for the most part, are in the category of helpful, constructive comments. There were a few questions in there, and let me address those. Indeed, on the concern about interning, that we making sure that we maintain the review of minimum fiduciary standards and quality. That is indeed something we're working on. The question from Japan about internal reviews at the Secretariat, we are doing some thinking already on how we undertake that internally with a focus on the fiduciary and environmental and social safeguard components of that. Claude had already talked about the template adjustments that we've made. Annette, thanks for your comments on the one-step approach. And you bring up a very good point in that for us to really have meaningful lessons on the experience with the one-step approaches will take some time. And we certainly won't have those lessons before we have to come back to council for a decision on recommended approaches with the paper in November. So this is one of the challenges that we're looking at, and we'll try to address that. Agree that there's a need for that efficiency can't come at the expense of quality or capacity building. And I think Sophia had a suggestion about changes to the decision to add others as appropriate under D, and that should be we should be able to accommodate that if the council is in agreement. And thank you for that comment on your experience with the one-step approach so far, and that in some cases it's resulted in fact a longer time to prepare. So an important finding, I think, there is that it's a cautionary tale of being aware of potential unintended consequences of what might be introduced. There were a few questions about harmonization and what practical recommendations have come up so far from the 4 funds deliberation that happened is now over a month ago. I think that will be picked up tomorrow when colleagues talk about the convention's paper. And indeed, there's among the 4 funds, a division of labor in terms of bringing forward the kind of recommendations. And so I don't think we're in a position yet to speak to that unilaterally from the GEF perspective. What from Austria, a question about what we would prioritize, and those would be the steps that are internal to the Secretariat that we can take without council decision, without the need to to work with other entities, and that has to do with internal processes on the review process and enhancements to things like the GEF portal. Again, with the caveat that those IT improvements take time and also need to be prioritized because we use the IT services of the World Bank. Gabriella, your question about, I take your point about adding the council numbers to that table. That table actually came from a document from the GEF 8 replenishment, so we can go back and have a look at that. The deferred decisions in paragraph 11 that you ask about were those that are listed in the section 8 at the end of the paper. So that's the dual execution issue, co-financing, and other issues that are important, but have been those are listed at the very end. Again, on paragraph 33, agree, and we'll talk about harmonization in a broader context tomorrow. Gabrielle, you had a question about the comment on accountability to council. Yeah, maybe it could have been stated more clearly, but it's perhaps the obvious that council takes decision on policy and any policy amendments. A working group of the council has a role of advising both council and the secretariat, and the role of the secretariat is to propose changes and put them before council for approval. So it was just an acknowledgement of the governance and how this would be done. Thanks.
Thank you, Jonathan. I will now give the floor to the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group, followed by Abigail.
All right, thank you, Chair. I think this is the first time the IPAC is speaking, and IPAC welcomes the efforts to reduce the time that it takes for GEF projects to get on the ground. At the same time, we have some concerns that rushing the project cycles could reduce the time available for consultations of IPLCs. The recent IEO evaluation on community-based approaches highlighted the challenges in the co-design of projects with communities, with one of the major challenges being the lack of time in the project cycle. In particular, the remote or indigenous communities may only be accessible to outsiders during certain times of each of the year, like during the dry seasons. IPAC is concerned that the efforts to speed through project design and discourage working with these communities in favor of closer communities that likely have a greater access to government services and supports. IPAC is ready and willing to contribute to this streamlining working group to avoid these unintended consequences. Noting that IPs are stewards of much of the world's biodiversity and receive funding far lower than their role. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Abigail, followed by Maher.
Thank you. I'm amazed by this microphone. First off, just many thanks to the council members and the secretariat team who've been participating in the working group for the time that's spent on this issue. We look forward to seeing detailed proposals presented in December. And we expect that streamlining the project cycle will be a process, and that the December council meeting is not the final opportunity to propose or accept changes. Some of this work may require a longer timeline to do so thoughtfully and effectively, especially obviously to learn from the GBFF project cycle, which we've only put into effect a few months ago. Like others, we share the desire to deliver a simpler and faster project cycle. However, as others have said, and I just want to emphasize, streamlining efforts can't come at the expense of necessary safeguards, consultations, and quality, which are critical to making sure that projects are effective and have the support of local communities. And in that, I concur with the comments from the IPAC observer who spoke just before me. We note that in GEF 7, more than 3/4 of the project cycle timeline for full-size projects was agency planning and preparation. So as we think through how to streamline, our chair feels like we also need to find ways to help agencies and countries expedite their own processes to help get efficiencies there, but without sacrificing the steps necessary to develop effective projects. As we've said before, we are very open to intersessional review of full-size projects if it's helpful in expediting some of the approvals. In closing, like others, I just want to mention that we're really very pleased to see the leadership role that the GEF is taking in work with the other multilateral climate funds to assess potential efficiency gains from harmonization of certain processes. This work is a valuable part of the effort to make access to climate and environment finance quicker and simpler, and to make the larger multilateral fund architecture as effective as it can be in this space. So as we take the work forward to streamline the project cycle, I think it's very important that we, as I think you're doing, thinking about how this approach at the GEF level complements the broader effort. And again, I just want to close by commending the working group and the Secretariat for their leadership and being proactive on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Maher, representing Afghanistan, Jordan, Iraq, Lebanon, Pakistan, Syria, and Yemen, followed by Laura, who is joining us online. Maher, you have the floor.
Thank you, Naomi. And thank you for the Secretariat and for the working group for the very informative document. One of the most interesting ones that I've read for this council meeting. Well, I've noticed one thing, so I don't want to repeat what the colleagues and the fellows has been identifying. It's a very informative and very important document. But even before and beyond the mandate of the working group, before submitting the CEO endorsement, there's a process that nobody knows about. Probably the recipient countries and the OFPs, and speaking of empowering the OFPs, signing the letter of endorsement for the project, and that would be utilizing from our internal as a recipient country, utilizing our STAR allocations to that GEF agency. That would take time, and a long time, for reaching to the start of this project cycle. I know it's not about the GEF Secretariat to look at this beyond or the preparation before the project cycle has started. But I would advise the working group, since they are going to have some consultation with the recipient countries, to also discuss how long does it take from the date of signing the endorsement letter by the OFP until we reach to this to the start of the project cycle. I know, and for facts, and some of my constituency countries, we know that the OFP probably could sign a letter dated maybe 18 months or more until it reaches to the GEF. And that would put more pressure onto the GEF implementing agencies to work more extensively on the preparation of a concept note. It's just a small thing that before you start, it's just a small work that you need to do. But we can see the competition, and I'm sorry to say that word and to use it, among the GEF agencies when they go to the recipient countries, trying to get that the endorsement letter to get that money at least preserved from the STAR allocations or from the other IPs before starting all these processes. So I would advise that for the working group. I'm sorry, probably it's outside the scope of this informative document, but also I would suggest to have or propose to have a validity or an expiry date for the endorsement letter by the OFP, so that you can encourage the implementing agencies to work within a defined timeline, like one year. You have a 1 year, and then other than that, you would need to get a new OFP endorsement letter before starting this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Laura, who is online representing Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, Nicaragua, Panama, and Venezuela, followed by FAO. So Laura, you have the floor.
Gracias, Noemi. Thank you. I'm going to speak real quick in Spanish. Being this the first time I take the floor, I just wanted to say hello to everyone. And since my colleague Enid, who is there in person representing our constituency, already took the floor, I just want to thank Jonathan for his brief presentation of the report, but I wanted to take the microphone to request something that is very important for us. In Mexico, we have noticed a significant difference of perceptions of challenges with projects at the level of the implementing and the executing agency. So as we move forward with what we will be reviewing in the next council meeting, we wanted to emphasize the importance of working sessions and consultations with the executing agencies as well. We think these are complementary views. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of the session in case I don't take the microphone again.
Muchas gracias. So we will now continue with FAO, followed by Emily. So FAO, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. FAO thanks the council members who are part of the working group and are dedicating their time and effort to this important topic. And many thanks also to GEFSEC for facilitating this important work and for preparing this report for the working group. The report delves into some of the nuts and bolts of how we work all together. And as such, we'd like to offer a few comments and suggestions for consideration. FAO is continuously looking to improve the efficiency and speed of our own internal work cycles and look forward to contributing to this process. We wanted to briefly touch upon the issue of when a GEF agency plays a dual implementation and execution role, as covered briefly in section 4 of the report. Paragraph 32 states that when an agency plays a dual role, this means lost sustainability and durability benefits. The paragraph states that dual implementation and execution by GEF agencies can undermine country institutional capacity, engagement, ownership, and sustainability of project outcomes. But is there really evidence of this? Our experience tells us that countries can and do request agencies to provide dual role support while still maintaining strong ownership, control, and leadership of the project and its outcomes. We make this intervention not because FAO wants to play a dual role in every one of our projects. Far from it. Indeed, more than 90% of our projects are fully executed by country, regional, and global partners. There are a wide range of circumstances that cause countries to ask for agency dual support. For example, sometimes countries ask FAO to play a targeted and limited role to help them build technical capacity in their national technical authorities to enhance durability and sustainability. We ask that this issue be explored in more detail and depth by the working group with input from countries and agencies and underpinned by evidence. In closing, we thank the working group and GEFSEC for your work on this and look forward to contributing to the important work of developing new streamlining solutions for a faster, smarter, and more efficient GEF partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now continue with Emily, followed by Karin.
Thank you, Noemi, and also thanks to Jonathan for the presentation. Our constituency would like to thank the GEF Secretariat for the report and also for facilitating the working group. Echoing what others have already said, we very much support the efforts of the working group, and we look forward to receiving the recommendations at the upcoming December council meeting. Not to repeat too much here, but we very much welcome the efforts to harmonize processes among the multilateral climate funds and look forward to further updates on this regard, including as part of tomorrow's agenda item on the relations with the conventions. And finally, as mentioned by FAO, we note the findings regarding the dual role of implementation and execution functions. We would like to understand better if and how GEF agencies track capacity building efforts for executing entities especially in cases where agencies have a dual role. And we hope that this is something that the working group could also explore in further details and together with agencies. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Karen, followed by Samantha.
Thank you. Sweden would like to start by express our thanks and appreciation to the working group and the Secretariat team for the preparation of this document. We look forward to the presentation of proposals for potential decision in the December Council meeting. We wanted to raise the importance of the need to also have further conversation with agencies and operational focal points, and I'm happy to hear from Jonathan and the Secretariat that this is already planned. Our full support to this, as we find it important to collect their views to identify which specific streamlining measures that would really result in actual change for the Council to potentially decide on. And like several others, we very much appreciate the references made as regards the need to streamline processes with other climate funds. This is very welcome. We look forward to hearing more about this work in a broader context tomorrow. And lastly, just to note that we support the continued focus on the already identified mandate of the working group, as we find it important not to risk any potential confusion with parallel and/or overlapping discussions that we may have in the upcoming replenishment process in the Council or in other forums already existing. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Samantha, who is representing Antigua and Barbuda, Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Cuba, Dominica, Dominican Republic, Grenada, Guyana, Haiti, Jamaica, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Suriname, and Trinidad and Tobago. Samantha, you have the floor, followed by Anil.
Thank you and good afternoon. The Caribbean constituency supports measures to improve project cycle and operational efficiency and reduce transaction costs. And in that regard, we applaud all measures recommended to date that have positively impacted project cycle operations and the GEF's effectiveness. We commend the working group's efforts to further elaborate options to streamline the GEF project and program cycle. Noting that there isn't SEED's representation on the working group, we strongly encourage the working group to make every effort to engage SEEDs and OFPs in inclusive dialogue in the development of additional recommendations for streamlining, so that measures identified do not adversely impact us. We hope that the working group assesses the possible risks associated with the measures identified, and where they exist, make recommendations for mitigating those risks. Further, we caution against compromising quality for speed, with respect to reducing the length of time from project concept approval to first cash disbursement and implementation, particularly noting the limited resource capacity within which some countries, such as SEEDs, operate. Lastly, we wish to reiterate the need for countries to maintain autonomy in selection of executing and implementing agencies, and that the dual role of implementing and executing agencies remain a decision made at the country level through endorsement by respective OFPs. We believe that where these dual roles are managed well, the enhancement of country institutional capacity, engagement, ownership, and the sustainability of project outcomes will not be undermined. That being said, we look forward to the recommendations of the working group. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now continue with Anil, followed by Stefan. Anil, you have the floor.
Thank you. I wish I could have all the constituencies of Samantha. I think the next council meeting should be there. Such a lovely place she comes from. Thank you, Samantha. Okay. First and foremost, as a member of the group, of the working group, I think I would like to thank all of you all for at least accepting that we have to reduce the processing time. Time is the essence. In a fast-changing climate scenario and environment, I think if you're going to deliver, start working on project proposal, which was prepared 2 years ago, God bless. I don't know what we'll have to do, but we'll be only restructuring the processes as what my CSO colleague was telling in the beginning. Yeah, so that brings in, let me tell you this, I mean, that as many others in this room who have enough experience, hands-on experience on preparing and processing projects, especially with international financing and funding. It is, the quality should not be compromised, agreed, but at the same time, I think this is where I'm just going back to the previous session of staff. Staff should limit itself to the science of the technology and have that dissemination of the information and capacity building to the country units, to the executing agencies, to the implementing agencies, so that the quality of the proposals could be improved. I think too much of straying into the operational side should be limited. They give the technical know-how, the knowledge behind. That's what the staff should be concentrating more, because that's one thing I found. There is, Carlos also came back, I mean, to address this issue, there's been a little bit of an overlap with staff and the IEO roles. I think that's one thing should be separated, and staff concentrates on the science and technological part of it and disseminate that, improve the capacity building of both the CSOs, the implementing agencies, and the executing agencies there. And the next thing I was hearing in the room a while ago, that everybody, a couple of them saying that we are still, the one-step process of the GBFF is still in its early stages. We'll have to see how it turns out. Friends, I think we'll have to see beyond GEF projects, beyond GBF projects, how a lot of other funds are working. Because many of them, even for that matter, even the MDB proposals, which comes up to us, and how they are able to bring it up much faster. I think we should be open to that. And thankfully, I must say that Jonathan has been very, very cooperative on that. And we've been having an excellent working Canada with him. So I think we should learn to accept that fact and only not limit to only to GEF or to GPF or any particular fund. That is my next request to you all. So once we have the basic process and the templates, the revised templates and everything, I think this has to be backed up with a very good MIS system, which will be on a real-time basis, whatever the corrections or the inputs coming in from the secretariat, from staff, or from the implementing agency executing is done on a real-time basis, because we all living in different time zones, and that can be helpful, which will actually expedite the process. And there are examples to it, which I can definitely, when we are working, I'll be sharing it with the group also to work towards it. That's one thing which we will have to, and parallelly we'll have to come up with those architecture, the system architecture too, the workflow and the processing architecture. And finally, I think since we are here and talking on this, being the last speaker, I can take the little bit of liberty, if Jonathan permits me on that. Let's fix a timeline of the processes involved in before we come up to the December meeting with the final proposal. I think we should have the first cut of the revised templates, the processing and the draft procedures and processing, how we have produced everything, so that within the group, which we can finalize it, so that October, November could be used for our consultations with the working groups, as well as the CSOs, with the implementing agencies, the executing agencies, and put this together before we formally circulate it in December. If that is acceptable to the council, I think we should go for it, Jonathan. That's my last suggestion. Thank you very much, and thanks for the great inputs from all my colleagues here. Thank you. And some.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Stéphane, followed by Hoda. Stéphanie, vous avez la parole.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais m'exprimer en français. Je ne serai pas longue, d'abord parce que je participe à ce groupe de travail. Donc, le plus important, c'était d'entendre chacun d'entre vous. Et je vous remercie beaucoup pour ces commentaires dont on va essayer de prendre bien note. D'autre part, parce que on suit à peu près à ce stade, on est très aligné avec ce qu'a résumé Abigail pour les États-Unis. Mais je voulais prendre la parole pour poser une question à Sophia sur la proposition de rajouter en point D à la décision « and others as appropriate ». Quel others penses-tu à partir du moment où on a déjà dans la phrase au-dessus, changes to policy and guidelines. Et je crois que tout est couvert sur ce point D. Merci.
Merci. I will now give the floor to Hoda, representing Algeria, Egypt, Libya, Morocco, and Tunisia, followed by Ben. Hoda, you have the floor.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Thanks for giving me the floor. Today, I want to mainly this part when it comes to the cycle and giving, to shorten the cycle a little bit. It has been improving a lot. I can see this throughout the approved project to our countries. But at the same time, I want to support Jordan's recommendation when it comes to set a deadline for the agencies a little bit. Because we raised this early a little bit when it comes the work program. Lots of our constituency countries already submitted the endorsement letters a couple of months, almost a year ago to the agencies, but till now we couldn't see this reflected either in the work program, neither our country's priorities. We cannot see this so far. So maybe I can recommend to set this to be approved by all or a little bit, to discuss it with the agencies, to have a deadline while receiving the endorsement, or maybe to set if you are to work. I don't know how it's going to be work around, but maybe even to present or to work upon on the PIF a little bit at the start, and then we can provide them the letter of endorsement. It will be much appreciated from your side. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Ben.
Yeah, many thanks for giving me the floor. I mean, there's been a very long and rich set of comments in this agenda item. I won't extend the conversations, extend the discussions, but just as a member of the working group, I would like to endorse the comments being made from France and India, to value the comments made and to look forward to taking the work of the group forward. So many thanks.
Thank you. So this concludes the list of speakers. So Jonathan, back to you.
Thanks. And as working group members have mentioned, the real advantage is to get additional feedback from council as this work is progressing. So many thanks for all of the constructive and thoughtful inputs. Just very, very quickly, because I know we are running over time, to the comment from the IPLC representative. Indeed, stakeholder engagement, gender equality, and other important policy requirements of the GEF continue, and they continue to be required to be met regardless of what happens on streamlining. Thank you, Mahar, for the comment and others on the endorsement letter. The cancellation policy deals with the time required between PIF approval and CEO endorsement, and we're looking at perhaps automating the elements of the endorsement letter to also ease the burden. On the question of dual execution, we could probably spend a lot of time on this one, but I would just say that not all agencies are applying dual execution in the same way. We note that there are 5 agencies that account for all of the instances, and 1 agency accounts for most of them. We do provide exceptions when warranted, and indeed we invite agencies to provide any further data that they may have at their disposal, and we would welcome that. And just to finish on that issue, I mean, the council approved policy on minimum fiduciary standards requires this separation of functions. So effectively, the executing entity is not supervising itself. But again, there are possibilities for exceptions, and perhaps the requirements for these exceptions could use some additional clarity. So we see that as an area for further work. And on the timing, just finally, we do need to do advanced consultation before, as the paper would need to be circulated effectively at the end of October. So there's work to be done in fairly short order. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jonathan. I would like to add a couple of comments to what I have heard. Sophia and Abby, both of you mentioned the multilateral climate funds. Tomorrow we will be presenting during the relationship with the conventions where we are with the joint action plan. As you recall, the GEF invited the GCF, the Green Climate Fund, in 2021 to do a joint effort in putting together a joint pavilion in COP26. We did it in COP27 with them. And in COP28, we invited other funds where we did the statement last year in the COP with the Adaptation Fund and the CIPS. Now we're working on this joint action plan that will be presented tomorrow. We were the ones who really coined the concept of complementarity and coherence within the climate funds. And in our effort to fully integrate and maximize funds, we're not just doing that in the climate realm, we're also doing it in the CBD. CBD is a little bit downstream, and in the climate funds, we're doing it upstream with the other climate funds, global climate funds. With the CBD, we've been supporting the constitution and functioning of conservation trust funds. So there are around 120 conservation trust funds at the country level. We participate in the creation of 60 of them, and we are in very close collaboration and communication with them. In the next CBD COP16 in Cali, we'll have a joint pavilion, the GEF and the conservation trust funds, probably 25, 30 conservation trust funds that we have worked with in the last probably 2 decades will join with us in this effort to come together. So I want to send 2 messages. One, tomorrow is a good moment in the agenda item of relationship with the conventions to talk about the joint action plan of the multilateral climate funds. But also, I want to brief you all that we're doing the same thing with a different approach in our effort to fully integrate with the conservation trust funds, where we did some seed investments years ago, and we are retaking that. To Hoda and Maher, when I was the political focal point of the GEF, and Enid was my operational focal point, every time that I approach an agency to do the expression of interest or the full project, I told them, looking them at the eyes, you got 3 months, 1 month, 4 months to do it. And they did it because the political focal point was on top of the GEF agenda. So I strongly recommend to play that role as we find ways by which we can optimize times and spaces for us to, shorten the time it takes to put a project on the ground without compromising the quality of the projects or our safeguards and policies, fiduciary policies. So thank you so much for the discussion on this agenda item. And having completed the intervention of our council members, I would like to invite all of you to adopt the draft decision included in document GEF/C67/01. I see no objections from council. Agenda item approved. Thank you so much. So we got 15 minutes to finish today's agenda with our last agenda item that has to do with the agenda item number 6, gap analysis of GEF policies and key social inclusion issues, timetable for policy actions. I will ask Jonathan to present document GEF/C67/06, gap analysis of GEF policies and key social inclusion issues, timetable for policy actions. Jonathan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm pleased to introduce the paper. I would also note that the production of the paper is one of the first examples of how the new divisions in our restructured secretariat work together in a matrix model on policy issues, as this exercise has been led by colleagues in the new partnerships division in a very seamless collaboration. So just very quickly, it's a relatively straightforward paper. And the decision to undertake a gap analysis was part of the GEF 8 policy recommendations. Council members would recall this was done. It was presented as an information document to the June 2023 council meeting in Brasilia. Some council members at that time were interested in further discussion. So it was then discussed as an agenda item at the council meeting in February. And at that meeting, there was a decision taken to request the Secretariat to come back with a timetable for any policy adjustments that may be required arising from the gap analysis. So the council request was for a timeline. So the paper before you is just that element of it. And it's necessarily process oriented as opposed to substance oriented. The substance is in the gap analysis that we presented already. And that analysis, following similar findings from IEO, concluded that the GEF policies were current with respect to this issue, but that it would nevertheless be beneficial for the GEF to have an overarching narrative around social inclusion across the GEF policies on gender equality, on stakeholder engagement, environmental and social. And so this is what we've committed to do. Going forward, consistent with the recommendation, we will develop this narrative for the 3 policies, and we'll do it with a view to practical implementation at the project level in the form of a guidance note. Finally, we provide additional detail on this in the annex of the paper, which outlines the timeline that puts us, of course, on the doorstep of the GEF 9 negotiations. With that, pass the floor back to you, Chair, and pleased to address any comments or questions.
Thanks, Jonathan. And with this, I will open the floor for questions, comments from Council.
CSO Network, you have the floor, followed by Barbara.
On behalf of the GEF CSO Network, we commend the GEF for its comprehensive gap analysis and commitment to enhancing social inclusion policies, and further offer the following comments and recommendations. CSOs, persons with disabilities, youth, women and marginalized groups, including LGBTQ+ persons, are frequently underrepresented in the planning, implementation, and governance of global environment projects funded by organizations like GEF. The exclusion limits their ability to contribute to and benefit from project outcomes, including decision-making processes, and to advocate for the community's differential access to environmental resources and impact from the loss of such resources. We urge the GEF to prioritize actions that involve CSOs, including youth, women, indigenous people, and marginalized groups, and ensure the meaningful participation in decision-making processes from project inception to evaluation. We also recommend the Secretariat to consider the inclusion of GEF CSO Network in an advisory capacity in the process for implementation of expanded engagements. As the GEF aims to channel up to 10% of GEF funding to CSOs by 2030, developing and supporting training programs to build the capacity of CSOs in environmental governance, project management, and advocacy is crucial. Additionally, backing youth and CSO-led movements advocating for social justice, particularly environment and climate justice in vulnerable communities in the Global South, be it through SCP or directly, is essential. Creating an overarching narrative on inclusion, ensuring non-discrimination and equal opportunities for women, marginalized groups, including LGBTQ+ persons, people with disabilities, and youth is vital. Encouraging ongoing collaboration with agencies, peer organizations, and CSOs to share the best practices and improve policy implementation will enhance the effectiveness of these policies. Addressing the identified gaps in social inclusion within global environmental programming and projects is crucial for advancing sustainable and equitable development worldwide. By enhancing participation, capacity building efforts, and mainstreaming gender and disability consideration, GEF can further foster more resilient communities and ensure that all stakeholders benefit equitably from environment initiatives. Implementing robust monitoring and evaluation mechanisms to track the impact of inclusion effort is necessary for continuous improvement. The GEF CSO Network supports these initiatives and look forward to continued collaboration to achieve a much more inclusive and sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Barbara, followed by Weifeng. Barbara, you have the floor.
Thanks so much. Canada has long advocated for the importance of inclusion considerations across the GEF partnership. It's key to delivering global environment benefits. So we're really pleased to have here inclusion as an overarching narrative to be a guiding light for the GEF efforts and key to this guidance note. We're supportive of the proposed elements of the guidance notes that were outlined in this paper, noting with importance the intent to better capture sexual orientation and gender identity. In the medium term, we would expect this all to inform GEF 9 with integration of SOGI in addition to disability and other intersectionality considerations. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now give the floor to Wei Feng, followed by Victoria.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the proposed timetable with specific actions. We acknowledge the conclusion of the gap analysis that the GEF's current policy framework covers broadly key issues on social inclusion, including SOGI, youth, and disability. We also know that further work may need to be done to improve potential weak areas in the concept of GEF 9 replenishment. As a starting point of the preparatory work, it is useful to have a review of the current development of relevant conventions that the GEF serves and within the United Nations systems, with a view to ensure that the further deliberation of the GEF's policy, including SOGI, will be in line with the relevant principles of the conventions the GEF serves and the GEF's instruments. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll give the floor to Victoria, followed by Richard. Victoria, you have the floor.
Thank you. We very much welcome the action plan and look forward to the guidance notes. We welcome in particular the plans to develop a GEF youth strategy. Most members of my constituency, including Austria and Belgium, also strongly support additional efforts by the GEF to better consider and accommodate concerns on the LGBTQ+ community in the design and implementation of GEF projects. We're very supportive of any efforts of the GEF and implementing agencies to improve gender equality and to better protect the rights of the LGBTQ+ community during the implementation of GEF projects and programs. However, one member of our constituency would also like me to make a statement. The Republic of Turkey interprets the term gender throughout all GEF documents, including the gap analysis that is presented, as identical with sex pursuant to the binary concept of biological female and male sex. So the term gender equality shall be interpreted as equality between women and men, and the Republic of Turkey states its reservation in regards to any reference to the acronym LGBTQ+. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Richard, followed by Rob. Richard, you have the floor.
Thank you, and we very much welcome the publication of the timetable and policy actions, and supportive of efforts to strengthen SOGI, disability equity, and the promotion of protection of human rights and GEF's work. We also welcome the planned development of the youth strategy. We also appreciate GEF's increased focus on child protection, environmental and social safeguards, and the work plan to strengthen related policies. We do know that in Pacific, Southeast Asia and globally, people with disabilities are increasingly disproportionately impacted by the impacts of climate change. So incorporation of this into GEF policies is important. We support the areas it identifies to further consideration, in particular identifying opportunities to non-discrimination more consistently across the GEF policies and exploring options to better communicate, visualize and reflect GEF policy requirements on disability equity and rights. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Rob.
Appreciate the GEF Secretary. Oh, sorry, I didn't wait for the green light to come on. Sorry. We appreciate the GEF Secretariat's proposed plan and timeline for addressing gaps in key social policies in the GEF. While we would love to see these policies rolled out as quickly as possible, we appreciate the measured approach and the degree of stakeholder engagement. We are glad that all of these actions will be in place by GEF 9. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Sofia.
Thank you very much. We would also like to echo previous comments for our constituencies, social inclusion of disadvantaged groups or or individuals in vulnerable situations, including indigenous peoples and local communities, people with disabilities, women, children, and youth, as well as also mentioning the importance of human rights protection is critical for us. So we commend the efforts to have mainstream this across the different areas of the GEF partnership. Building on the gap analysis and following the Council Decision 12/2024, we're pleased to see concrete actions as outlined in the timetable for policy action. And we also highlight the importance of having an overarching framework for social inclusion and continuing to mainstream this, for instance, on the GEF policies on gender equality, stakeholder engagement, and environmental and social safeguards. We also believe that we should continue to foster increasing participation, also raising the visibility of issues affecting these populations, as well as advancing in information exchanges, good practices, and lessons learned. We look forward to the guidance note prepared by the GEF Secretariat, also making sure that no harm principles are also embedded in this moving forward. We're certain that this will contribute to achieve transformational change and provide opportunities for the recognition of and protection of the role of these groups in environmental protection, which will also enhance GEF actions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This concludes our list of speakers. So, Jonathan, back to you.
Thank you so much, Noemi, and thanks everyone for addressing the floor. With this, we have completed the intervention of our council members. So I would like to invite you all to adopt the draft decision included in document GEF/C 67/06. I see no objections. Approved. Jonathan, thank you so much for leading the last two agenda items. With these, we conclude today's first GEF Trust Fund, 67th GEF Trust Funds session. I'll pass it over to a couple of announcements. One is that with regards to the business plan and the budget, there will be an email with the latest version of the proposed draft text for your analysis. We will come back to this agenda item tomorrow after we finish the first agenda item for tomorrow, which is a relationship with the conventions. So everyone will receive a proposal in your inbox. Let me pass it over to Noemi to see if she has any final announcement to council.
Thank you, Chair. So just to invite the council to assist to the council reception. So as you, it's the same floor as you leave the room, you go to the left, and it's the last room that you will find at the right in the hall. So we're looking forward to see you all there, and thank you.